So,
Salut, c'est Franck Leboeuf. Vous voulez savoir
nobody, nothing, nothing. Oh, why is it where I am? Dude, this is weird. There we go. Okay, if you're watching this, can you type like something like like can you if you are in this, can you type A so that I know you're watching? You can do it in chat or in the Roblox thing. No? Okay.
Over the last 75 years, LEGO has released over 87,000 unique parts, but even with all of those unique pieces to choose from, some sets still rely heavily on using the same pieces over and over again, such as this set, which is covered by hundreds of 1x2 tan grill pieces. Join me as we explore LEGO sets that use way too many of a certain piece. To kick off our journey, I've got to mention the most famous example of a set with an overabundance of one piece. It's well known by many LEGO fans that this set includes this famous step, where you just need to dump in 284 1x1 round studs into the bottle to simulate some water. That's almost 30% of the set's 962 pieces. What's slightly less known, though, is why this set comes with exactly 284 of these parts. Why not an even 300? Well, as it turns out, the designer did originally want 300 studs to be included in this set, but there was a small issue. You see, when LEGO makes 1x1 round studs, they come in batches of 284, so it proved to be much simpler to just use one batch per set. Next up, let's take a quick look at the Silent Mary from 2017. Looking at this set, you might think that the most common piece here would be this Technic pin connector that the ship uses as cannons. While this set does come with 29 of these, the real stars of the show here are actually the 124 1x1 round studs in pearl gold. These things are used all over this build and make up much of the railing all along the deck of the ship, as well as decorations underneath the windows at the rear. Overall, this build comes with more than 200 pearl gold elements, including 44 of these 2x1 half pyramid bricks. If you want one of these for yourself, though, you'll need to part with a considerable amount of your own gold, as even used copies of this set sell for about $250 these days. However, if you want to dive into your very own Scrooge McDuck style vault full of pearl gold studs, then look no further than the Harry Potter Hogwarts crest set from the LEGO art line. The LEGO art theme is well known for being big boxes of different colored studs, but no set offers more of them in gold than this one, with a truly staggering 604. Now, the funny thing is that these aren't even the most common pieces in this set. Nope, this box also includes 630 1x1 round studs in metallic silver, which makes this one of the sparkliest sets that LEGO's ever released. If we're looking for the art build with the most studs of a single color, that's undoubtedly the Star Wars The Sith set, with its 877 round studs. I'll give you one guess as to what color they come in. Yep, it's black. If it seems like LEGO uses a lot of these 1x1 round studs in their sets, you're right. In fact, these are the most commonly used LEGO pieces in sets just in general, but it's hardly just studs that LEGO uses by by the truckload. The Burj Khalifa is the tallest building in the world, so when it was announced that LEGO was releasing a version of the iconic structure, many fans anticipated an equally impressive set. Once the final product was revealed, though, people were more than a little disappointed. And not just because the build's final height was only a measly 10 inches or 26 centimeters. This architecture set comes with 208 pieces, but the problem is that 54% of these pieces are just these 1x1 round bricks in light gray. Yup, there are 112 of these pieces in this set. This boring build and bland appearance has earned this set the dubious honor of being the lowest rated LEGO architecture set ever released. However, it seems that the LEGO architecture line has several offerings that make an abundant use of a single part. This isn't super surprising since many large buildings have a pretty unified and repetitive look, but that can sometimes lead to some fairly boring sets. While the Burj Khalifa is a pretty small, quick build, some landmarks are a little bit more complicated. As one example, just take a look at 2019's Empire State Building set. Even just a quick glance will tell you that you'll be using a lot of these 1x2 grill plates, but nothing can prepare you for just how many you'll need. Out of this set's 1,767 parts, these grill plates account for 684 of them. That's nearly 39% of this entire set for those of you doing the math at home. Considering that this is quite a large set, that's ridiculous. These parts are used heavily throughout the entire build, and every bag, except for bag 1, has at least 100 of them. Honestly, this is better than making us put them all on at once at the very end, but it still makes for an extremely tedious build. However, once it's all said and
Welcome to Minecraft without the ground. Open. Oh, open computers. Huh. We have the computers. The rock. Alright, I can either do this. Tutorial. Cave. Landing. Sky grid. Compact sky. Amplified. Default. Large biomes. Glass cities. Flat. Peace out. Project 3E. Sky Factory. Surf Factory. Observatory. Sky Village. Sea World. Lava Factory. Enders to Sea. Bedrock Your World. Between Bedrock and a Hard Place. Rock Bottom. Minesweeper. Lights Out. Sticky Situation. Coupled Together. Sledgehammer. Rather than Sleeper. Shut Out. Hot Topic. The Floor is Lava. The Seven Seas. Chuck Norris. Ski Land. Material Grid World. Lava Cake. Hardcore. Are you afraid of the dark? Let's make the normal one. Hardcore. Let's climb my world. Now I'm gonna spawn on a tree. That's it. A singular tree.
Well, good evening, laddies, lazzers, and lazzers, and welcome to You smell absolutely finger-licking delicious today, and don't let anyone else lie.
Welcome to Sky Factory 5. First off, we have Dirt Leaf, a stick with infinity toes, a torch, and a book of advancements. No, what's L? A lot of stuff. Age of power, age of storage. Instead. That's a lot of stuff. Age of all the things, some G, no. Cookie jar, cookie clicker, a lot of stuff. Dinkus construct. Okay, so first things first, that's mine. Top, that's excavate. Welcome to hell. I'm saying this is hell because of how it looks very much like hell. Just spam shift and 3, be big. There you go, big 3. Oh no, I lost my 3. It's not like I can make another one. That's dirt amber. Dirt. We're starting at the Star Factory 4 age. Where's the chicken? There we go. Completionist. Welcome to 3. Okay, I made 3. That's the inverse, okay? Oops. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Alright, some more dirt. We gotta expand. Fast workbench. Thinkers construct. Yes, there's thinkers construct, so I can build my very own smeltery and get some free ores. Quick, make a crook. Sticks, crook. Captain Hook. Sticky keys. Yeah, pattern. Stencil. Alright, we made one stuff. Now let's make a crafting table. Waste it on a tool station. Then boom. Like the pod builder, 2 logs turn into some planks, which then turns into this, which then makes a pattern chest. Armory. Now hashtag. I think it's like hashtag? No. Oh, armor forge. Armor station. Crafting table and multiple. Oh. Stick. Boom. Craft a crafting table. Turn that into a armor station. And just there we go. Now we're gonna expand our island so that it's not a singular tiny thing. Oh yeah, we need more wood. Yoink. Is that a tree color? I know there's a cobble gen. Tree. Oh! Tree fuel extractor. Extract some fluids. Tree oil. Tree. Cut. Cut the. Record. Cutting knife. I am placing blocks in. I am placing. Right, let's put our crafting station. Then let's put our stencil, our pattern chest. Then here, let's expand. Tool station, armor station, and this. What's the armor station? Wait, can you make wood armor? Yeah, I made a lot of stuff, to be honest. I'm already did 7 quests. What's here? I did 8. Soil. Anyway, let's make another dirt block so that we have the max efficiency. Like dirt. Place. Run. Trees are growing. Hell yeah. Oh, bro. Come on. Hell yes, it's back. Right, we have acorns. Oh, it's gone. Anyways, now I need an air fryer and the thing that says I love Lucy. The game put that. Let's make some slabs. Then let's make some drying racks. Then let's go 1, 2, 3, 6. Drying rack on a drying rack. You know, that's dumb. Probably because I am. Yeah, I'm really dumb. So we have drying racks, so let's dry some acorns. Alright. We're getting petrified and now we're getting a crushing tube. Like right over here. Now what we need is your slabs. Slabs. And then let's make a air fryer with 2 extra wood planks. Alright, we're getting some petrified wood. Alright, we have 8 petrified acorns, which make a single petrified clay. Now, what we need is another crook so that we can. Oh, it grew. Nice. So that we at least get some stuff. That's how we get some cobble. Yes, that's how you get cobble. Right, 6 cobble. We're gonna get a way to get some charcoal so that we can see in the dark because yeah, it's pretty dark. Because it's dark. And I think I just have enough. I can make a single extra cobble. Wait, that's a stone amber. What is it used to see? What? Petrified amber smelted to seared stone, which then can be cast into some seared bricks. Wait, what? How do they make this? Oh, that's the only way. Ah. So it has a use to make some stone amber. Give me the wood. Let's craft our furnace. So boom, boom. 8 furnace. Get furnace. And then cook. And yeah, it's very dark in here. So that's why, and no joke, that's why I'm making some charcoal. Charcoal, boom, boom. Oh, where's my stick? Why will my sticks be gone? Alright, let's see. Here. And that's done. Here. Here. I'm missing. Charcoal. Church. Oh yeah, we can also cook this. Which is a way better food than my dumb thing. Alright, let's get some gravel. But first things first. Oh, that's long. Roasted acorn. Alright. So let's get some clay. We'll get a clay sapling. A clay sapling, I need dirt. Okay, I can actually make that. It's not expensive. Just need to cut this tree down. And this real quick. What do I need a builder's one? Not the top. Let me eat the acorns now. There we go. That's how you eat acorns. Acorn eater. Rank acorn eater. Alright, clay. And for a bone sapling, I need bone meal. To get bone meal, to put gravel, I crush it, which will take lots of time and lots of dirt. Or I can use gravel in a cauldron. I don't have gravel, but I have dirt. It's like not a lot. Yeah, just 3. I need more. So you know what? We're gonna get gravel. And how do we get gravel? We crush some acorn. One fell off. Really? I lost my entire acorn. What was that? Fix it. Alright, the cook is from Inspiration, the mod called Inspirations. Just eat this in. Now let's go. Alright, let me get my your acorns. Now let's try some more. Oh, I just cleaned it. Okay, cool. Easy clean. I don't see it on me. Now with my clay, we get 11 clay. And we have some clay, which means we have finally clay. Then we can make a furnace and cook it. Then let's make this. How much sugarcane mixed water? Hold on. Its uses. Make tank, complete wood barrels, earth melt, dye, half stuff like water. Bone meal makes white dye, yellow dye. How do I get water from this? Hold on. Either I get ice somehow. Yes, I need somehow to get ice. Or get water somehow. Oh, saplings! Oh, saplings! Thank you for the tip, game. I kind of some parkour stuff so that you can go fast and Damn, 2 blocks. I have to go down. To look, go down. Build up. So we have some water. Then I get the water, fish it in. Get some gravel. Did I lose my gravel? Okay, no, I have 5. Eat the dirt. Alright, let's make some gravel resin. Turn that gravel resin into some gravel. And then just eat it. Yes, that's bone meal. And it's way, way better than to crush some dirt. And I can make some dirt, so I'm gonna crush at least just 2 dirt. That's it, 2 dirt. Oh, never mind, just 1 because I'm poor. Dirt. What is dirt amber useful for? Making liquid dirt. And liquid dirt, you have molten clay, water, seared stone, and casting mud bricks. Mud bricks can make mud and liquid dirt. Give me. making my world slightly bigger so that I cannot easily fall. No mobs, which is good because I don't want dumb idiot just to spawn and try to kill me. Like one of the attempts on this time before, I died to an exterminator killer that literally just went to where I was and just punched me once. Like a leg. Alright, we beat the starter. Mm-mm. 19. So I got a lot of starter stuff, to be honest. Hot. Okay, I need a lot. I need pumpkin pie, cake, Buttons, potato, lost diamond, cookie, diamond, emerald, nether quartz. How did I get that? Oh, 3. Yeah, just 3. Quartz ore. Wait, listen, hell. White laser. Non-pacifist. Stage. Non-pacifist. So if you're not pacifist, you can use pink slime. And what's in to get this? Alright, so we have a lot of stuff. Now you want cotton wood. And to get cotton wood, I need jungle sapling, 2 jungle saplings, which require 2 clay saplings and mud. And to get mud, I can get dirt and water. Alright, thank God I have an extra dirt. Make an extra dirt because boom. Make some BT data, boom. Dry one out. And I need cotton wood. I need bone meal, which can be from gravel or the clay, which I have clay. Just fix my cook. It's we have a lot, to be honest. We have some flint, only. How did we get flint? Crafting from Tinker's Construct. You know what? I'm gonna use that flint for something cool. Can I use it to make some stuff? Let's see. Alright, stencil. Pickaxe. Axe. This thing becomes a sword. Stick. Don't forget the tool binding so that some stuff can work. Legging core. Chestplate core. Boots core. Helmet core. Ripper cores. Now I need armor plates and armor trim. Armor plates and armor trim. Alright, let's go to the pod builder. Let's take axe. Let's make flint axe. Make a flint sword. Let's make a wood. Leggings. Chestplate. Booties. The core. Wooden armor. Wait, wooden armor is real? I have wood armor, which is super weak. Defense 3. All defense 3s. Durability, triple 5. Defense 3. Modifier 1. Durability 1. Durability 0.5. Just 3 durability. I am wood. Good 3. Ecological. Wood. This thing. Right. Ecological and clean steel. I made some stuff so that I'm good. So I have a axe and a sword. The axe is kind of speedy. 5 minus speed. 4 attack, which is kind of good. But this thing, oh boy. Just look at this. This is a good attack. And just get some bone stuff. Yeah. Oh, please. Mine. Yeah, look at how fast this is instead of just throwing it. Except one of them is just sea fighting. Do we get? Yeah, we got bone meal. We just need vine. I'm trying to do a 100% completion. which means having to get everything. So I only made some wooden armor so that I'm 100% safe against the very evil. Let me just cook some acorns real quick. Let me just. Oh, yeah, it's getting damaged. I took roasted acorns. Finally. Yummy food. Cottonwood. Cotton requires jungle, vine, and 3-bone meal. There you go. Cottonwood. Cotton. Now I can sleep, and then I can get palm trees. So I have to go the advancement age. To do that at this melter. I have to make a melter. Porcelain there. So I need some porcelain bricks, which are less this, which requires clay and bone meal. Wait, how many chests are there? Chests. Okay, that's the type chest. Chest lab, pine chest, part chest, part chest lab. Wait, handy chest, small, large, handy chest, small, normal, large, extended. Backpack. There's some backpacks like there's the piggy backpack and the backpack, this thing, which I can't craft. But there's also an ender pow, ender. So some ender pouch, which requires a lot of stuff in. Of course, the thing. Right, we have this plywood thing. So now let's just first things first. Let's make some chests. Yeah, that's all. Paper, cottonwood can be squeezed into some white wool. Just white wool. Or some cable facades. Because yes, there's always a facade. I have a sick armor. Dude, it's so big. Why is it healing? Oh, is it when I go trees it heals? Let's see. So it has 20 durability, and now it has 20, and it broke. Turn on something? I fix it? Boom, boom. Flint. Yeah, flint. Alright, flint. How do you get flint? You can grindstone or gravel acorn. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me just make a grindstone. But I can't, so yeah, I can't. I can squeeze it. Well, flint. Okay, mechanical squeeze it to get two flint. Flint power, flint oxygen, flint gunpowder. Yeah, let's make the grindstone. So I need some purified. And that's literally just to fix my dumb sword that is super weak. Not the only thing that is gonna be weak. I have to go back and be slow. See, it took 2 damage. Don't like it being slow. So yeah, I'm gonna make it fast. Crafting slab, furnace slab, or chesty slab. Okay, it's going done. So yeah. So I just do this, then I get some stickies. Stick. Get working. Get working. Get work. Alright, the grindstone. It does nothing because it's nothing. It do nothing if it can't have something. Oh yeah, also let's go some cottonwood because yes. Wait, I just need one. Cottonwood, gravel, cottonwood. That's how lava can really vent. I'm just mining it. let's take the gravel acorns and just eat them. Let's build a pot. Boom, boom, boom. Fine, just eat. Alright, let's make an axe. So let's take some flint. Let's take some flint. Let's make this. Make a wood tall. And let's make a wood binding. Now let's make it. Wait, it's way stronger with the same attributes. Don't make it out of flint. It's garbage. I'm so hungry now. I think I can eat some acorns. Yeah, I'm gonna eat some acorn after I get some more sleep finally. After that, I can finally sleep in peace. Now then, I should have. Three, five bed. Nap time. Yeah. Huh? Alright, let's get some sand trees, which require more apple. And this used to be made one block. Smelting them gives more acorns. Yes, wait. This is what I'll take. Alright, let's take some gravel. That's ecological and it's crude too because flint is somehow crude. Alright, we have gravel. Here's some free stuff. 21. The only reason why I'm cutting down these trees is just so that I can get more. So that and cut the rest. Now I need battlefied. Palm trees. Now we need 16 coal. Now we need coal. We need a coal sapling, which requires a birch sapling, because using sand and water. Oh, dear God, don't make me do this. Do not make me do this. I have to sacrifice a sand sapling. You know what? I'm gonna grow sapling and flint and just get some that and just now I have this sapling that is from birch. Get some more food. Light. No. Burn it.
Minecraft Legacy Edition is arguably one of the best versions of Minecraft, but not just because it was a remake of the game, but because it brought us players together as a community, even in the darkest of times. And now that it's been 4 years since Legacy's discontinuation, we're going to be looking at 100 facts and glitches about this Minecraft version. Now keep in mind that there's 7 versions of Legacy Edition, and all 7 are basically the same with some exceptions. For example, Xbox One and Nintendo Switch editions were discontinued during their 1.12 phase, and the PS4 edition got discontinued in 1.14, while every other version of the game got discontinued on 1.13, that being the Wii U, PlayStation Vita, PS3, and Xbox 360. And since this is going to be a pretty long video, if you want to, you can turn on your console of choice to try some of these glitches out for yourself. And if anything else otherwise, you may enjoy this video. And before you start, I've split this video into chapters, so if you did miss a glitch, you can go back to it with ease. This one is unfortunately not a glitch, but rather, it's about the zombie horse. You see, while in Java Edition these things can be ridden, in Bedrock and in Legacy Edition, they're basically useless. But unfortunately, the uselessness also happens to tools with hay bales, because no matter what tools we use, it will not break faster. Putting lava in a cauldron and standing in it will make it so you take less damage than you usually would while trying to actually swim in lava. With the following message, you've been burnt to death. Hitting villagers while iron golems are around won't make them mad at you. However, this only works on PS4. And just how like you can MLG with the water bucket, you can also MLG if you put water in a cauldron. Though it's very hard, you can get it from time to time again. Now here's a cool one. On the latest editions of every single Legacy Console edition, now you can stand on top of cactus without ever having to worry. If you've ever had trouble finding treasure in Legacy Edition, well here's how. First, it is recommended that you go to the bottom left side of the X. Afterwards, you can count your 16s and make sure everything is right. But here's a better way to make sure you're in the right position. First, ensure that you're touching the X on the bottom left corner, just like this. And the next thing we're going to look at is your coordinates. From there, you may pull out a calculator of your choice and divide your coordinates by 16. And if both numbers you see are whole numbers, then you're good to go. However, if it's not exactly a whole number and it's instead a decimal, you might need to move around and try again. And after all that, the one thing you have to do now is move up 7 spaces and move 8 spaces to the right. And from there, you've basically found the treasure chest, but it only works on 1.13 upwards. Have you ever wanted to get X-Ray in Legacy Edition without actually cheating? Well, if you're tunneling, all you need to do is place a water bucket here and swim up. And as the world illuminates, you can see that the stronghold is actually just right there, which also means it's easy to find the portal room, but once again only works on 1.13 upwards. Throwing an ender pearl, pausing the game, and doing the same thing after 1 second will make it so that way you throw ender pearls insanely fast. And for why this even happens in the first place, well, let's just say the game is able to pause, but the cooldowns aren't really to do the same. If you've ever wondered how to get the water block and flood your nether, well here's how. First, dig 1 block down and place your water in it, then following that, place the leaf inside. Along with that, you must break the block, scroll to the next available space in your hotbar, and pick block all at the same time. And for me, pick block is down on the D-pad. And now that you obtained your water block, you can now flood your nether. In Legacy Edition, you can only make 20 falling blocks happen all at once, which is to be assumed to keep Legacy Edition at a stable frame rate, but this doesn't apply to Dragon Eggs. As you may know, most of the soundtrack produced in Legacy Edition is mostly by C418. However, something as much as specific as Legacy Edition, it will play an extended version of Cat. This extra bit onwards is known as Dog, and isn't on Java or Bedrock Edition. And as some of you may know, you can never craft enchanted golden apples after 1.9. However, on Legacy Edition, you can still craft them. Crafted with 1 apple and 8 golden blocks, you can make the enchanted golden apple, and you can still craft it today. Have you ever wondered how deep does the void go? And I know most of you people think it's going to go on forever. However, turning yourself invisible will make you invincible to void damage. But that's only the start, because if you fall 900,000 blocks in the void, you will hit the limit there. However, to even get down there in the first place takes hours. So please take my word and don't become a psycho. When attempting to dry a sponge, you would usually put it into a furnace to make it faster. However, because of this, you can't put it in the smoker or the blast furnace. There is actually a way to duplicate diamonds quickly in Minecraft Legacy Edition, but first of all, make sure that your diamond block isn't in your hotbar, and then pick block and scroll to the next slot in your hotbar at the same time. And finally but not least, open up the 2x2 crafting grid by pressing square, and then you can uncraft those diamond blocks into diamonds. You may then repeat the process over and over again, but be warned, as if you go to the crafting table and do the same thing, you'll actually get rid of your duplicated items, no matter if you press the build button on it, or press the same button you would usually use to open up your crafting menu. You can actually eat while sprinting in Legacy Edition. And to start things off, you have to be able to sprint anyways. And from there, press your sprint button of choice, the circle button, and the eating button all at the same time. And if done correctly, the food of your choice will go down and back up, signifying that you used the item. If you've ever wanted to see what's on top of the nether, all you need is a perfect spot and a boat, and then if you get in and hop out, you'll be placed on top of the nether roof. By placing many TNT minecarts down and blowing it up at the same time, the Ender Dragon will indeed disappear. The catch? Well, if you get blown up to the height limit, the Ender Dragon will indeed get blown up there too, but you will not see the boss health bar. You've reached a very long fact, which means that I'll be giving a quick summary, and I'll be talking about the topic in full detail. And if you wish to proceed to the others, you can always go to the chapter section of this video. Knockback in Legacy Edition is just like Java's 1.9 knockback. And to start off, one regular hit gets a creeper 2 blocks away from you. But while sprinting and hitting the creeper, it does 5. But by manipulating the PvP system by hitting the creeper while jumping and hitting it again while falling, you can make it do more knockback. However, this will only apply to items with a knockback enchantment. Speaking of items with a knockback enchantment, hitting a creeper with a knockback enchantment without sprinting gets him close enough to 8 blocks of distance away from you. But of course, with sprinting, that changes to 10.5. And of course, by manipulating this type of PvP with a knockback without sprinting, it can go to 14 blocks. While with sprinting and doing all that makes it go to 17. Applying all that and a slow falling potion can make a mob go 22.5 blocks away from you. And doing the same thing, but with a chicken makes it so it will go 24.5 blocks away from you. And finally, by freak accident, with all that applied, if you manage to hit the creeper 3 times, you can make it go 29.5 blocks away from you. And if you could somehow do it with the chicken, that would be the most amount of knockback you can ever do in Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. You know how sometimes you attempt to uncrouch and you fall off your bridge? Well, I have an explanation for that, because as you can see, when placing the next block, you can see the character slightly jitter, as if he's falling. In Legacy Edition, if you break a dead bush, it'll always give you 1 stick. If you're able to glitch your horse out while riding it, all you have to do is keep pressing the jump button and releasing it once it's time. This will make it so the horse will always stay in the air. You can actually push a mob away at great distance as long as you keep saving the game while you're inside the mob. It's recommended to do it more than twice, otherwise it won't go away at all.
Keeper.
And as you may know, naming a mob Dinnerbone flips it upside down. However, this does not apply to players. When hitting the west and north border of the game, it will make you so it looks like you're standing still, while hitting the south and east borders will not have that effect. Did you know that you can actually use different texture packs without even paying for them? Well, that's because you're given a notice that it's a trial version, and in order to save, you must buy the entire pack. But it's worth it just to amuse a different texture pack in Legacy Edition. The grass block for decoration can be placed on the ground, but it acts slightly different than any other block in the game. Look at the flower. If I try to place it again once it's already been placed, it won't let me place it. But with the tall grass selected, it will try as hard as possible, but it knows it can't do it. But it will still try to use it anyways. If you fly really fast, you can see that the leaves load slower than the actual world. In creative mode only, you can get any enchantment on any item. If you fly into water with an elytra, you'll stand up as if it's normal. However, by entering the glide minigame and doing this, it will make it so it's slightly different. You won't stand up at all. By placing a sticky piston down and using a lever, you can flip back and forth to duplicate the loot that's inside. This includes all the things that are on the screen right now, but it only works on 1.13 and upwards, and if you check the chest, the glitch won't work. If you press the crouch button on your controller, your character will do this animation where he's pumping his fist out. This is used in 4J style promotional material like glide minigames. And here's a more visible version. In Legacy Edition, the death message from a falling anvil is slightly different. Force Blaze YT was squashed by a falling anvil is actually different because there's 2 spaces instead of 1. This is actually what it's supposed to look like right here. Normally when you have 300 bars left, you can't sprint, but when you have can fly on, you can sprint. And for the explanation as to why, well, you would need to fly fast anyways, so they just force enabled sprint. At the Ender Dragon boss fight in the end, if you break all the bedrock blocks at 0-0 and place water above it, the Ender Dragon will perch wherever it feels like. If you have the disable exhaustion toggle on, you may notice that you aren't healing as fast. Another thing you'll notice is that you won't take damage once you run out of hunger. And now's the time for another duplication glitch. If you have 18 diamonds, face a crafting table like this, fill up your inventory with blocks that can't interfere with the crafting, and finally hit the decorations tab and hold X. And a result of doing this, your items will duplicate real fast. And it's only after 30 seconds that you'll be able to build a diamond house. But don't do the glitch facing down to the face of the crafting table, as it will interfere with how the glitch works. Another interesting thing is that if you die by sweet berries, it won't actually say you die by sweet berries, as the message for such a thing hasn't been implemented. There is a custom skin animation tech, which depending on whether it's on or not, will make your character look slightly different. Minecarts in Legacy Edition fall very fast for some reason, hitting the ground faster than a player can usually fall. This means it's almost impossible to even survive in a minecart in survival mode, but land it perfectly and you can do the minecart MLG. By placing the water bucket on the ground, you can swim through and you are now able to walk through 1-block gaps. By hitting the pause button at the right time,
Fucking Minecraft. Ow. My God, all it is that because I am in I am disgusting Steve. But yeah, it's a lot to just did my back. So long to losers because me and a nice TV.
you can fall without taking any damage. This can also be achieved by saving multiple times. In the UI interface, if you uncheck animated character, your paper doll, as Bedrock calls it, won't be there when you sprint or fly. You can use any throwable or ranged item differently in Legacy Edition, but by placing a bow there and pickblocking it, scrolling right at the same time to duplicate the item, you'll get a ghosted bow. And if you put your throwable choice on the ghosted item, then it'll disappear and it'll have the effect of the bow when you try to use a snowball. You could even switch them around and you'll still be fine. This works with crossbows, tridents, ender pearls, and even the fishing rod. If you've ever wanted to try to finish it pretty fast, all you have to do is break its job and place it back down. However, this only works on PS4. If you attempt to set your spawn on a newly placed bed, it will not actually save your spawn and will instead take you back to another spawn location or default world spawn. Switching from one item to the other takes about a third of a second, while with the shield on, it takes about an eighth of a second. Reasons unknown, but if we look at the footage again, you can see that the pickaxe is immediately switched to instead of the item going down and going back up fully. In Legacy Edition, there's a spawn cap which if you spawn too many mobs, it will not allow you to spawn anymore. If you die tonight and your spawn is outside of loaded chunks, then once you spawn back in, you'll be greeted with a lot of mobs. If you place down the mob head while pickblocking and scrolling right, you'll get another mob head, but with this one, once you put it on your head disappears. Yet there is still a very small fact about this mob head. When placed in the shade, it specifically lights up that area and that area only. If you scroll through the splash screen text, you'll find this splash screen text. This text is hard to read if you play the game at the default resolution, but at 1080p, it's fine. You can't find this anywhere else but Legacy Edition. This is what it looks like to control another player's ability to play the game at all costs. And it all happens by unchecking trusted players. Making an entire flat world of TNT and attempting to blow it up won't crash the game, because very few can go at one time. This can be seen when we run through a bunch of pressure plates activating the TNT, and over half of them are gone. Minecarts in Legacy Edition go twice the speed than Bedrock and Java Edition, as seen here. When you spawn into the tutorial world on the PS4 edition of the game, these villagers will not be updated to the 1.14 villagers that they are today. When you cure a zombie villager prior to having it infected while it had a job, it'll not only just not change the price, but it'll change the job entirely. The minecart with the furnace is the most curious yet useless item in the game. However, its use is tied to a theory that I think people will agree with me on. Back in the day when regular minecarts couldn't even go up a single slope. Yes, this is actually what it looked like. You would essentially need that to push you upwards, but here's the thing, you can just use powered rails, so yeah, exactly, what's the point? For reasons unknown, the only thing you would hear in the credit sequence is what you would usually hear in the end. My only guess to this is that the music was never in the game, hence the reason why the developers didn't make code for this. This glitch can only be done in very early versions of Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. This glitch where you can block your sword and hit at the same time can cause chickens to die instantly. In battle minigames, there's a Curse of Binding 2 book that you can't even achieve in normal gameplay.
Okay,
That it can fly toggle mode and survival mode is definitely different than creative mode flying. Take a look. To put into more simpler words, creative mode more focuses on the building technique, while survival mode more focuses on the survival technique. Or I guess you could just say creative mode is basically WASD. When you first spawn into your new world, you're usually slower than you are when fully rendered in. This can be seen when you first jump 5 times compared to when you're completely loaded in. Let's play an activity. I filled 9 boxes with 1 XP bottle. How many boxes did I pick the XP up from? Well, if you said 9, you're correct. Now let's throw 4 into all 9 boxes. Let's see how many now.
8.
Well, it's not 9, unfortunately. If you try to mine while jumping, it'll affect your mining speed, but in Legacy Edition, that just doesn't happen. In the first copy of the PS3 edition, Ender Pearls can be glitched, and this even applies to mobs on a door. In old versions of the game, the way the game autosaves is that it pauses the game frequently while it tries to save. And fishing rods were pretty bugged back then. Oh hey, is this fact number 69? You've reached another very long fact. Every mob in Legacy Edition can be rendered from different distances. So without further ado, let's get into this. The Creeper can be rendered from 61 blocks away. The Skeleton can be rendered from 68 blocks away. The Wither Skeleton can be rendered from 79 blocks away. The Shrike can be rendered from 68 blocks away. The Spider can be rendered from 79 blocks away. The Cave Spider can only be rendered from 40 blocks away. A little side note I want to add is that the mobs won't disappear immediately after I go beyond the number. A Zombie can be rendered from 66 blocks away, while its baby variant only renders from 33 blocks away. The Zombie Villager can render up to 67 blocks away, while its baby variant goes up to 33. The Husk can be rendered up to 67 blocks, while its baby variant also goes to 33. You can see a pattern right now. Every single baby variant of the mob is only rendered at half the distance of the mob itself, so I will not be showing the baby variants anymore. And if there is a baby version of the mob, just pretend that number is halved. The Drown will load in at 67 blocks away. The Witch also loads from 67 blocks away. However, a Silverfish will only render up to 23 blocks away. A Ghast will load in from 80 blocks away, or 5 full chunks. The Zombie Pigman can be loaded in from 67 blocks away. The Blaze can be loaded in from 64 blocks away. The Enderman can only be loaded from 80 blocks away. The Endermite, once more, can only be loaded in from 23 blocks away. The Shulker Mob can only be rendered from 64 blocks away. The Phantom can be loaded in from 49 blocks away. The Elder Guardian can be rendered up to 80 blocks away. Regular Guardians can be rendered up to 55 blocks away. Evokers can be rendered up to 67 blocks away. This even applies to Vindicators and Pillagers. Ravagers can be rendered up to 80 blocks away. A Villager will load up to 64 blocks away, as well with the One-Ring Trader. Bats can render from 40 blocks away. Pigs can load up to 57 blocks away. A sheep is rendered at 66 blocks away. A cow is rendered in from 68 blocks away. The chicken is rendered from 32 blocks away. The rabbit's rendered from 27 away. The squid can go up to 51 blocks away. The cod could go to 30 blocks away. And also applies with the salmon. Pufferfish can go up to 51 blocks away. The tropical fish can only be rendered from 25 blocks away, while the parrot can be rendered from 41 blocks away. The wolf also renders from 41 blocks away. The ocelot renders from 42 blocks away. The cat loads in from 33 blocks away. However, the polar bear renders from 80 blocks away. The panda will also load in from 80 blocks away, with the horse being at 79 blocks away. This also applies to the donkey, the mule, just about, the zombie horse,
Horsey.
the skeleton horse,
Skelly horsey.
and llamas.
Llama.
The sea turtle renders at 59 blocks away. The dolphin renders at 51 blocks away. The iron golem renders from 79 blocks away. The snow golem will render in from 69 blocks away.
Nice.
The wither will render from 80 blocks away.
Ah, cool.
However, it is unknown how far the ender dragon can load in from, but it's definitely more than the length times width of the island. On the PS3 version of the game, the maximum render distance is 10 chunks. However, on PS4, while harder to see because of the fog, the maximum render distance is 17 chunks. There is a better way to X-ray, however, it's not as efficient and it doesn't work all the time. And all you have to do is swim your character to a wall and have your character almost flat enough. But it only works at a 1.13 and upwards. Only sometimes where you can see a world glitch up when you put the world size to classic. This is one way to break Bedrock. If you try to make a snowman while Bedrock is interfering, then if you place it at the right spot, then that Bedrock will disappear. As you can see, all the spots I'm showing right now are the spots you can do right now. And plus, if you make 16 snow golems, then you can actually obtain the Bedrock as well. You might be confused while I'm showing this, but the FOV in Minecraft Legacy Edition is actually 64. As you can see, I built a specialized setup for this specific task. Now let's compare from the other FOVs, and pay attention to the planks. This is 30, this is 40, this is 50, This is 60.
Fuck my fucker.
This is 70. This is 80. This is 90. This is 100. And this is 110. And now, if you counted 22 planks in Legacy Edition, you would know why I put it at 64. In the description of the Minecraft Battle Map Pack 1, it says it is not compatible for Minecraft 2019, referring to Bedrock Edition. If you're in a block, you'll stop taking drowning damage if you continue to survive. You can see this because the bubbles that would usually be there underwater are still here now. This is how different blocks sound when you run on them, so listen closely. My guess previously is that it was a falling block, but actually it might have just been a whole block, but everything else wasn't covered in. On January 1st of any year, the splash screen text will always say Happy New Year. And this is what the leaderboards looked like if they weren't on speedrun.com. You could change filter from your friends to overall, and you could change the mode. For this one, I was about to say that Book and Quill would crash the game, but actually, it doesn't crash the game. And on the contrary of, oh, this game is still updating, it turns out that my stupid joke that I've been making for the past year now actually came true. Xbox One Edition received an update. But before you go check, it doesn't upgrade to 1.13 or 14. All it does is remove a button from one menu. And now we'll move on to minigames. In the tunnel map itself, you can find a little mining area, but right by it are two chests that don't convert to double. When a person is close to winning, they'll have a little glow effect on them, as you can see with the green particles. Along with that, when in the minigame lobby, you're actually still in survival mode, but you can't take any damage, so when you attempt to take damage, they'll just be bubble particles. If you go down to the bottom of the lobby map and walk through this one block gap, you're able to make it through, and eventually you are going to get your dragon egg. However, you cannot get out unless you play another round of minigames. Speaking of such, the minigame lobby does have a slight chance of glitching out, that being pressure plates becoming water blocks and doors becoming stone blocks. Even if you are able to play minigames, it is kind of laggy, and you're only lucky if you survive due to lag. For some reason on PS4, if you activate the pressure plates that make the entire trampoline go upwards, those pressure plates will disappear. And if you activate both at the same time, at least one of them will stay up for good. If you're able to do this setup on the minigame lobby, you can fling yourself up high where you're not meant to see anything else. And trust me when I say there is a lot to explore. And hell, if you find the right place, you could find the redstone. And eventually, if you decide to fall off, you'll be greeted with what is basically a flat world. For once, I'm doing two at once, so you're welcome. So first off, you can access part of the flatline that will never really render, and it's pretty trippy in my opinion. What's even better, arguably, is that the snowballs will overlap the void, and will eventually respawn from their original throwing location. And finally, for minigames, I'll talk about the music. This track was composed by C418. The music he created for Battle Mode is Battle Mode 1 through 4, and I just played Battle Mode 2. In battle minigames, you can hide in pretty illegal.
C'est ton destin d'être méchant.
Yes. Battle mode. What? What is that? where you just gamble for someone to join, and then you fight them and then they leave, or they just play another game.
Worried about hacks? DDoS.
Stop being depressed.
The other day I saw this video.
I would really like a cold one right now. Wisely done, Mr. Freeman.
Have you been able to get the beverage machine to work yet?
So today, dear viewer, we're making it happen. Also, as a bonus, we have a button. I figured this can be a Half-Life beer opener, and then this can be a Portal button. It's roughly the right shape. As you can see, it's for dad jokes. Let's give them a listen, shall we?
Minecraft's never give to charity because they're shellfish.
Okay, number one's a bit rough.
Did you hear about the bread factory burning down? They say the business is toast.
Okay, I like that one.
Cosmetic surgery used to be such a taboo subject. Now you can talk about Botox and nobody raises an eyebrow.
Okay.
Shout out to my grandma. That's the only way she can hear.
Okay. Hey, Gordon, about that dad joke I owe ya. I think this is just like the same thing.
I called my wife and asked her if I should pick up fish and chips on the way home from work, and she hung up. She's still later she let me name the kids.
Why does he laugh at the end? If there was like a laugh track, it wouldn't really sound as lonely. Okay, so we've got our dad joke button and beer opener. Actually, from now on, this is gonna be soft drink opener. Whenever I said beer, I meant root beer. Don't demonetize me, please. But the idea is that we can take these apart. This one's gonna be a little harder to do because it's just smaller, but we'll take them apart, and then I got these. So this is a couple of audio amplifiers. So I don't know if we're gonna need an audio amplifier because I didn't really know how the sound is gonna sound on the speaker when I output a microcontroller. This is just a very, very small Raspberry Pi Pico. It's the same microcontroller that you've seen on the channel a few times. You can use this like a GameCube mod chip. I used one to make the Operation game.
I can shake the game, just like this.
They're very useful. But I figured I could
shake the game, just like this.
They're very useful. But I figured I can write some extraordinarily basic code on this to detect when you bridge the two metal pieces up here. And when it detects that, it will just play a stored sound file. Or a few. I want to actually do a few that you can cycle through. And this is tiny enough that it should fit in there. My other concern is that the batteries that power this thing might not be enough to power the microcontroller. So, we'll see. I'd hate to have to try to put a bigger battery in here, but, you know, we'll do what we gotta do. Get out of here. Go. Keep going. Keep it moving. Go.
Kitty.
Why are you just sitting here Stop! Whoop. Yep, super simple circuit. So we can take the brain out. I think that's like a CR2032, like BIOS battery type battery. And how many volts are those? That's 3 volts. That should work. We are probably going to end up draining the crap out of this battery though. Obviously you're not supposed to just run a microcontroller full time off of a tiny little battery like this. It does stuff in the background, like it's looping the program. So it's probably not gonna last all that long, but whatever. If there's room, maybe I can look at putting like a small lithium-ion battery, but I don't like batteries. I do not know how to do them properly. I don't know how to do the charging circuits. Tony, please.
See what it is.
But I guess we shall begin by just desoldering all the stuff. There goes the contacts, and there goes the speaker. I don't see any reason we can't just use pins 0, 1, 2, and 3 for this. 0 and 1 for the speaker, 2 and 3 for the button, then ground and 3.3 volt over here for the power. Yeah, that should work. Alright, I was kind of wrong about that layout. So we're gonna have the button on pin 1, the speaker on pin 0, and then the other half of the button's gonna be on ground, and then the other lead from the speaker is also gonna be on ground. Because that's how that's supposed to work. I think. I don't know. Only one way to find out. The first prototype of the code works. Listen to this. I don't even think you can hear that. Okay, so clearly we are going to have to use one of those audio amplifiers, but that's fine. Screw you, Seed Studio! I was uploading all the audio files and then it just stopped working. Very nice. But I have recreated the setup with a standard Pi Pico. I'll replace this with one of the smaller ones. I got more on order. I only had one of those because that is very likely not gonna fit in there. So I'll replace it with a smaller one later, but for now this will do. I have the audio amplifier hooked up to the speaker and everything is connected, and we'll flip it on. Oh, you hear that? All right, check this out. We're gonna make contact. Another one. It works perfect. Okay, actually, it's not supposed to keep going. Not supposed to be doing that. Okay, well that was weird. I'll fix that. And I'm running this off of the power supply right now. You can see 3 volts. However, when I hook it up to the CR2032 battery, the voltage on this just drops instantly to like 1.3 volts, which is not gonna be enough to run this. So unfortunately, I am going to have to find another battery option.
Not that I wish to imply that you have been vaping on the job.
Alright, this is where our battery's coming from. We just have to get to it.
No one is more deserving of a boof.
I'm not really sure what the best way to take this thing apart is, but I'm just gonna heat the crap out of it because you're not supposed to take it apart. Gotta make sure we don't touch the demonetization liquid. Oh, one of the magnets came out. So can we then just... It's a little spooky because I don't know where the battery is and I don't want to like puncture it. There we go. Now it's coming. And we made no progress. May this serve as a tutorial video to all of the poor children 300 years from now that have to go into the landfills and dig these things up just to get the lithium out of them. We love single-use lithium-ion batteries. Oh, it's all floppy now. Oh, come on out, partner. Oh, oops. I've ripped something. I think that's just the heating coil, though. Ew, this is disgusting. Does it still work? We'll see. The problem is that I also want this Type-C port for charging, because the battery's kind of coming out now, but... Not with the Type-C port. Oh, I saw smoke. Oh, it still works. That's toxic. This is the heating coil right here. So I'm just gonna get rid of that right now. Goodbye. There it is. It's a bit disgusting. Nothing we can't clean up, though. This is a really compact package. This is exactly what I was hoping to use. I'm a little concerned that this thing is so drenched in the goop, blinking at me for some reason. Does the circuit board just like swim around in the vape juice? All right, here it is. The pearl from the inside of our mango oyster. It's all hooked up. And guess what? It will do. I also want these to look the part too. We're going for authenticity today. All right, proof of concept for the portal button. Done. It currently still makes Half-Life noises. But that's fine, I can change that later. And the nice part about this is that it uses 2 AAA batteries, and I guess that's enough to run this thing. Here it is, pretty much complete. I'm not even gonna bother trying to explain to you how everything is set up in here. You'll just have to take my word that it works. I'm gonna put all the screws back in this one and then finish up the button and then show you guys how they look. I only got one thing to say to you.
Like a cold one right now.
A Half-Life bottle opener has been faithfully recreated and sounds like hot dog shit. But to be fair, I don't think it would be authentic otherwise. Actually, there is one more final touch, and it's a little Gordon sticker. There we go.
Gordon.
Oh my goodness. It looks so good. Look at that. Look how authentic it is. My Gordon has lower legs and the rest of his shotgun. So, okay, maybe not completely authentic, but I would even say, superior. Oh, you know what I did miss, though? I missed the little tiny Half-Life logo at the top. God damn it! Guess I have to make another one. But I have faithfully recreated all of the sounds.
I would really like a cold one right now. Like a cold one right now. This should help. Wisely done, Mr. Freeman. Wisely done, Mr. Freeman.
Have you been able to get the beverage machine to work yet?
And I even added one of my own that really should have been in the original.
About that beer I owed you.
And then we have the portal button. The button had a lower volume mode and a higher volume mode, and I was able to still integrate that part of the circuit. So we'll turn it on high volume. And I just included a couple of iconic noises from Portal.
1500 megawatt aperture science heavy duty super colliding super button. You're doing very well.
And my personal favorite.
Fatty? Adopted fatty? Fatty, no parents?
What a classic. But yeah, the button was way easier to make. There was just so much more room inside of this thing. At their cores, though, they are pretty much the same thing. This has AAAs, this has a lithium-ion battery from a vape. I think the speaker in this one is a little bit bigger, physically, so it doesn't sound quite as overdriven as this one. Because this one is, like, almost passable. This decreases the expected lifespan of my eardrums. And what would a bottle opener video be if I didn't play it on low battery? Okay, I've got it hooked up here to the variable power supply. We're gonna kinda be simulating a low battery mode. I mean, as much as I'd love to sit here and just open like 10,000 bottles with this thing to kill the battery, I don't exactly have time for that, so this should do. All right, this is 3.7 volts. In theory, this is just regular full battery. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention it does that when you turn it on. Okay, there's your baseline for full battery. Now we're gonna take it down a little bit. Oh, you can hear it whining kind of weird. Okay, this is 3.3 volts.
Like a cold one right now.
It's kind of screeching a little bit. 2.8 volts. Okay, still kind of sounds fine. 2 volts. Oh, it's done. It's done at 2 volts? Oh, okay, we gotta go up. 2.3 volts.
Have you been able to get the beverage machine to work yet?
Oh, that kind of sounds awful, but really not too bad. Okay, we're just gonna go back up. Now we're at like 3.5 volts. And I'm just gonna turn the voltage down as it plays. Here we go.
About that beer I owed you.
What the heck?
I like a cold one right now.
Well, that's kind of anticlimactic.
Wisely done, Mr. Freeman.
Oh, it gets kind of weird around 2.3.
Have you been able to get the beverage machine to work yet? About that beer I owed you. Wisely done, Mr. Freeman.
Disable items, disable items.
About that beer I owed you. Like a cold one right now.
There we go. Hold on. That one was completely unintelligible. About that beep. Okay, well, it's not gonna get too goofy because the Pi is always gonna get constant voltage, and we can't really vary the voltage of the Pi because it'll just immediately cut out and it won't do anything too goofy. But that wasn't too bad. It was something. Alright, well, thank you for watching my build video of the Half-Life bottle opener. Oh, hold on, I gotta put it back together so I can open my Jones soda.
About that beer I owed you. Like a cold one right now.
Thank you for watching. This is my second channel, by the way. My main channel is Bringus Studios. It's in the description, probably. Also, if you want some Gordons, I had to buy quite a few of those stickers. They're on sheets of 8. There'll be a link in the description of the Etsy store. I'll see you in the next one.
Good night.
I would really like a cold one right now. This should help. Wisely done, Mr. Freeman.
Have you been able to get the beverage machine to work yet?
What's a slap escape? Okay, time to escape. Oh, YouTube has AI now.
I'll help you find something to watch.
Huh.
What do you want to see?
Show me the new Mustang.
Mustang ain't gonna help you, homie. You're broke, boy. Here's something better for you.
So many ads.
Ad paused. Ad resumed. Ad paused. Ad resumed. Ad paused. Ad resumed. Ad paused. Ad resumed.
What the? Videos? Shorts? Longs? What's longs? Oh man, that's even longer than my. And here's the new play button YouTube has sent me. I just love the new design. You can see how premium it is. You can see how shiny. The quality is really good. Wait, so people can pay to be on top now? No way, YouTube is pay to win now. Oh, thank God.
Okay. We're getting some stuff like, let's get a stone cup. Let's make some stone rods. And boom. Alright. Yeah, that's how you make cobble. Every second I make a single one. And now that we have infinite lava, we need to make a new smeltery because my smeltery is garbage. No, really, it's just garbage. Which needs grout, which requires clay, gravel, and sand. And grout can give some sealed bricks, sealed stone, and sealed stone can be used to cast some bricks. Now I need to take, let's say like, yeah, nitrogen and some gold. And to get gold, I need lead. Oh, wait. So sealed bricks can be used to make blocks for 4. Yeah. And casting to make that, it needs sealed brick, smelting good, and casting a single ingot. Sealed stone, sealed bricks take. Dude, that's a scam. Furnace controller. Dude, it's way better to get some sealed stone. Iron. Now let's get some lead. Lead. So missing water. How do I get lapis? So I need blue. I need blue dye, so I need lapis. Light blue lapis. And to get lapis, I need to get lapis acorns, and lapis acorns requires lapis trees. Requires dark oak in a water bottle. You can make that. So yeah, we need lapis, man. Lapis. So we need a lapis tree, which requires some dark oak, and dark oak requires coal, water. Okay. We get the coal. We get the coal. We get the water. We can make overworld cake and this thing, which requires sand. And its usefulness to make some stuff. Stone can be used to make some stone tools and squeeze it into gravel. And squeeze it into gravel. So I need gravel. And to get gravel, I have to get my sickle. Use gravel resin. Dehydrate. Dehydrate some dirt. Oh, get this. Det var inte salat. Okay.
See this.
It's my Xbox. This is my personal Xbox. You would have seen this in one of my more recent videos where I went over the homebrew hacking and whatnot on the Xbox, and you might have even seen this in one of my ultra ancient videos where I tried to make it quieter by relubricating fan, except that shit did not work at all. It's still loud as hell. So today we're gonna be fixing that, but we're not gonna be fixing only that. You see, this guy is old. I'm pretty sure it's a 1.0 Xbox. Ugh. From back in the Stone Age when they were made in Mexico, and he's in need of some love nowadays. So we're gonna be giving this whole thing a once over, gonna be replacing a whole bunch of stuff, including installing a silent GPU heatsink, putting on some epic new little feet that I printed, installing a Fatboy 2TB hard drive, and when I say fat, it's not actually that fat, it's just fat because it holds a lot of games. This one is not really a mod, but I thought this was super cool. So you can plug this into one of the controller ports on the front, and it will let you use like a DualShock 4, DualShock 5, or wait, not a DualShock 5, DualSense 5, or an Xbox One or Xbox Series S or X controller on this guy. I was going to look into the X360 converter, and that's kind of a more elegant way to do this because you can mount it internally. And I was trying to find a way to do this internally. There's ways to do it because all the controller ports are just USB. So you can wire this up to one of the controller ports internally, but I didn't want to lose access to all 4 of my controller ports. And it was just a little more than I wanted to commit to right now. So don't go life. Then we're gonna be opening up the DVD drive and cleaning that guy out, and then a TSOP flash. Because in my video, I recommended doing a TSOP flash. I might as well just put my money where my mouth is at this point because this is just a soft modded Xbox. There's no mod chip. I've never flashed the BIOS or anything. But I'd like to do that. I don't really need to, but you know.
Кисель, собственно, это сода. Чикс и...
Oh boy, I hope this is Evil Burger, I say. I stood there in shock as my burger started busting a move. It was Funky Burger.
You're beautiful.
You okay?
My. The game where you kill. Yeah, what's the no? Saki. Stack. Backpack. You, there's a button dedicated for the backpack? Whoa. Bruh.
Can you spell burger? Can you spell automatic? The next word is abstract.
Just waiting.
Can you spell telepathy?
No.
Oh, he's lost the plug. Next up, strategic. Your word is paradox. The next word is curious. The next word is guideline.
Alright, bro, stop that serious. Calm down.
Dice.
Spell gallant. Gallant.
Gallant.
Yeah. Next up, meditate.
Oh, wait, meditate. Wait, meditate?
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, spell 20.
20?
The next word is ionize.
Bro's not gonna get that. Ionize? Bro.
All right, spell tangerine.
Damn!
All right, spell dolphin. Can you spell scrutiny?
Bro, what? Screw? No, no.
Spell congratulate. The next word is lactose. All right, spell meditate. Next up, embassy. The next word is euphoria. The next word is transportation. Next up, intermediate. The next word is neighboring. Spell abdomen. All right, spell kangaroo. Can you spell proclamation? Spell sentimental. Spell favorable. The next word is problematic. All right, spell consanguine. Consanguine. Can you spell hierarchy?
I think that's the correct spelling.
Yo, what is up, chat? Welcome back.
Oh, you my head, man.
Hey, watch me.
Your word is queen.
Oh, no.
Next up,
Buzz
alliance.
Oh.
All right, spell congratulate. All right, spell bizarre. Can you spell pigeon?
Watch me, bro.
Pigeon.
Your word is heresy. Heresy.
All over.
Can you spell pursuit? The next word is overdue.
It's an Apple Magic.
Your word is normal.
Ooh, okay.
Spell refugee. Your word is warrior. Your word is lightning.
Yeah, I appreciate it, my guy.
Can you spell
Very
password?
nice.
Next up, abstract. Your word is absence. Can you spell curious? Spell villain. Can you spell subsidy?
That's such a common way that people spell that word on this game.
All right, spell thesis. Spell gallant. All right, spell champagne.
Champagne. Champagne.
Hey, dude.
Spell humanitarian. Spell notorious. Next up, misconception. All right, spell inhabitant. Can you spell ideological?
Ooh.
Your word is assumption. Can you spell consumption? Next up, procrastinate. Spell steadfast. Next up, plenipotentiary.
I got this one.
No.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. GG.
Ready to unlock Roblox digital gift cards?
Microsoft.
No, I believe you, man.
The next word is rye. Can you spell liable?
How long am I typing?
All right, spell formidable.
I think it's been like it's probably like 7 years now. In terms of practicing. Yeah, I started
Next
when I
up,
was in elementary
Oasis.
school.
Dig. Minecraft.
Can you spell agnostic?
Bro.
Can you spell akin? Can you spell...
Hello,
Have you ever wondered why there are so many movement items in Terraria? Everyone wears a pair of boots or straps on some wings. What's the point of having all this other stuff? Well, it's because of one little thing. A lot of them don't need to exist, but the fact that they're in the game anyway is great. We didn't need climbing claws, but they let you scale high walls and have inspired others to make creative parkour maps. We didn't need dashes, but they were good utility for zipping around the map and changing directions on a dime. We didn't need diving gear, and you can argue that there isn't a use of them, but it's still entertaining. Why am I talking about all these accessories? You read the title, hopefully. You know what this video is about. What does this have to do with mounts? Similar to these accessories, mounts are an underutilized option that people usually ignore in favor of wings and boots. Mounts offer variety in how you move and open up various new playstyles. There are some that swim, and others that fly. There are even those that help you out in combat. There are too many to go over in a reasonable amount of time, and I don't feel like talking about some of the more boring options. Instead, we'll cover the interesting stuff and how you can use them to your advantage. Mounts can get pretty strange, so we'll get the useful stuff out of the way before we delve into the more unusual things. There are a lot of mounts that are great for traveling long distances, the best examples being the unicorn and the basilisk. They are some of the faster mounts and are pretty easy to acquire. You can get the blessed apple for the unicorn from any hollow enemy, and the ancient horn for the basilisk from... Yeah, this is a bit awkward. These mounts can really help out during the beginning of hard mode. Both are specialized for a certain playstyle. The unicorn has a higher top speed, so it's better for long trips. The basilisk doesn't go as fast, but its ram attack is devastating and can plow through hordes of enemies. A neat detail is that these mounts, along with most others that can deal damage, count as summon weapons. The damage they dish out actually scale with any buff you have. Everyone always says how they want a new category of weapon for summoners that aren't just whips. Well, this is that category. If you want to play more aggressively and don't mind taking a few extra hits, a mounted summoner can crush anything that gets in your way. If you want to take charging mounts to the extreme, look no further than the Hex Branch. This goofy little tree is a Master Mode exclusive and is guarded by none other than the Anti-Air Missile Launcher. The tree has the fastest ground speed of any mount and is several times faster than your default running speed. You don't get much airtime and may have trouble going through any terrain that isn't flat, but anything you manage to crash into will take a massive 120 damage, and having summon items can further increase that. Another perk of using certain mounts is that you can ditch all of your movement accessories and replace them with something more useful. If you're going to be riding around and not using your legs most of the time, then you don't need to have boots or wings. There are a couple that benefit from double jumps, so having any of the balloon accessories will enhance your mobility even further. Using these now free accessory slots, you can use whatever you want. Need more damage? Slap on a couple of emblems. Want more survivability? Regeneration or defense items will help. The winged slime has some crazy movement potential. It has a speedy ascent and can even glide, so it can entirely substitute wings for all of hard mode. Better yet, you could do bunny hops for horizontal movement. You'd normally need to dedicate several accessory slots for this kind of versatile movement, but the winged slime mount covers everything you could ever need. That being said, I kinda hate it. Don't get me wrong, if you can learn how to use the thing, then the winged slime is insane. To me, it just feels a bit too sluggish. Changing directions with this thing is a huge commitment, and sometimes the game is just like, no flying for you, and drops you out of the sky. It's fine though, because there's a giant metal worm about to give you a hug. Despite that, I recommend you give it a try. You might like it.
So imagine you're playing Roblox and then the FBI shows up at your house. You see, that's exactly what happened to this guy here named James Antlers. He made a video called "The FBI Showed Up to My House Over Roblox." And the story that you're about to go on is probably one of the craziest stories you'll ever hear in Roblox. Not to mention it exposes one of Roblox's biggest security flaws, and this could literally happen to anyone. It can happen to you. But that's not all, because we also got to talk about this Roblox candy, and then also, yeah, look at this. It's a Burger King Roblox Happy Meal. This is a real thing. Roblox is getting sued again. Some kids spent $6,700 on their mom's credit card on Roblox. And we got to talk about these YouTubers right here. Let's get into it. So yes, James Antlers. The FBI showed up to my house over Roblox. So here's what happened. So basically 2 months ago, James here uploaded this video right here. The video is called "Kid Crashes Out" and caused me, something not great. Basically, this is a Roblox video that he uploaded to YouTube as proof of someone saying something bad in the game. This was evidence that he would use to get this person banned off of Roblox, right? And this video is basically just full of evidence of the person that he's reporting. Everyone does this. Makes sense. So James uploads this video here. It ends up getting 75,000 views. He uploads an extended cut of that video, and then he uploads this. The James Antlers situation is crazy. And this video is about him getting banned. He got his Roblox account banned. You see, what happened is the Roblox players that he was reporting in this video and this video right here, well, they ended up finding the video. And using some pretty crafty exploits we'll talk about here in a second, they ended up getting his Roblox account banned, as you can see right here. And anyway, he had to go through this entire long process to get his accounts back, which he talks about in this video right here, my battle with Roblox moderation and how I am powerless. Basically, he had to just keep spamming Roblox with support requests, trying to get his accounts unbanned because Roblox just wasn't listening to him. And then that leads to this video right here. The FBI showed up at my house over Roblox. Now, I highly recommend to check out this full video and get the full story because it is actually crazy. But here's what happened. So this James guy uploads a video to YouTube showing evidence that, this one player is being mean, saying bad stuff, harassing him in Roblox. That guy, we'll just call them the bad guy, then uses mass reports to get James's Roblox accounts banned. And then what happens next is crazy. You see, the bad guy in this situation ended up sending fake emails to Roblox, pretending to be James, threatening Roblox headquarters. You kind of get what I'm saying. I can't exactly say what the threats were, but you can kind of imagine, we're here in America, you can imagine what they are. James receives an email from Roblox saying, hey, your account was banned for making threats against Roblox headquarters. And James was like, wait, I didn't make threats against Roblox headquarters. What's going on? Well, let's keep reading because it says received via support ticket from your contacting email. And this is where the huge flaw in Roblox's security lies. Because if you don't know, anybody can go on Roblox and fill out a Roblox support form. Here it is right here. And you can actually put in literally any email address you want. It doesn't actually make you verify it. So what the bad guys did in this situation is they just put in James' email address, right? I don't know if that's his actual email address. I hope not. I just made that up. But let's just say that this was his email address. Here it is right here. This is the one that's on his Roblox account. They put in his email address and then they filled this out with, I'm going to come and beat you up. Except they said something way worse. And they sent a bunch of these emails to Roblox support pretending to be James by putting in his email address. Roblox support then got those emails, of course, reported it to the police and the FBI, and that's when the police and the FBI situation happened. The police ended up coming to this guy's house and being like, hey, you're not gonna hurt Roblox, right? You're not gonna do anything bad, right? In real life, right? Now, luckily, as he details in this video, everything worked out and everything was fine, everything's good now. But the fact that anybody can just come to this page, right? Type in anything they want and put in your email address is insane. And this isn't actually the first time it's happened either. A few years ago, I actually got an email from Roblox. They were like, wait, are you trying to close your account? And I'm like, no, I don't want to delete my account. This is my job. I don't want to delete my account. And it turns out somebody did the exact same thing. They sent in a support request with my email address that's attached to my Roblox account. And Roblox support doesn't know it's not actually me. So they're like, hey, Creekrat wants to close his Roblox account. But it was a fake. It was a scam. It was a lie. But Roblox, if you're watching this, you got to fix this. The fact that anybody can just put in anybody's email address and send in literally anything is crazy. Somebody could literally put my email address in and then say, I have a crush on David Baszucki and I want to kiss him. And then Roblox is going to get an email from my account saying, I have a crush on David Baszucki and I want to kiss him. Don't you see how crazy this is? Anyway, let's move on to this. I saw this on the Roblox subreddit. It says, isn't this illegal? So yes, what you're looking at is official. Actually, it's not official. It's unofficial. Roblox candy. Now, you might also notice that this is Russian. This is in Russia. It's got the Roblox character on there. It's got the Roblox font, logo, everything. And here's actually a video that someone, here's the account right there. I don't know who that is, but they uploaded this video. As you can see, it's actual Roblox candy, gum, lollipops, etc. that you can unbox and eat, and it comes out with a toy or a card or something like that. Just crazy. But it gets crazy because this right here is a Russian Burger King, and they have a Roblox Happy Meal. I'm not even joking. Here is a video, and that Roblox Happy Meal comes with Robux gift card. This is 100% real. This is actually a real thing in Russia. Let me go back. Look at this. Look at this, right? Look at that. Look at that. That's crazy. So I actually found the Wikipedia page for it. Here it is right here. It's called Action Burger King. So it says the restaurant's Burger King in the territory of Russia, beginning on January 24, 2024, so about a year ago. They started selling this Roblox Happy Meal. And here it is right here. You can see it's got the Roblox branding on it, Roblox logo, everything. And inside the Happy Meal, you have a chance of getting some Robux cards. It says get up to 4,500 real Robux or Burger Coins. Basically, it turns out you had like an 80% chance of getting these things called Burger Coins and then a 20% chance or so of getting actual Robux. Now, what do you do with the Burger Coins? Well, there's a Roblox game called Burgerland. And you can tell that this is straight up Russian. If you go to the people who made it, there it is right there. Straight up Russian Burger King. It's called Burgerland, and here it is right here. Now, I've never joined this game. It's probably not a smart idea to join this game right now, considering what's going on with Russia lately. But for the sake of this video, I'm gonna go ahead and join the game. Oh, never mind. It says you were kicked from this experience. Moderation message. This game is not available in your region, so you actually have to be in Russia. But that is what it looks like right there. There's the Russian Burger King. Now, what's even crazier is, according to some Twitter replies on this, like this one right here, it was an unofficial collaboration. Here's another comment right here. Yes, this actually happened, but it was not a collaboration with Roblox. It was a collaboration with some store that was like selling Robux, like some third-party thing or something like that. So basically,
continue. Just. Oh. No legs. Now jump. Oh! Oh! I have to fly! Oh! Okay, I have to kill him just so that. Hold up, let me just get a slash E share. Oh! Zombie doesn't Whoa! Final destination?
We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. 10 kills, we got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. 10 kills, we got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. 10 kills, we got a #1.
Your mama's so ugly. 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 She made an onion cry. Your mama's so ugly. 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 She made an onion cry. mom is so ugly. She made an onion cry. Xbox Live!
They blew it?
They blew it. Many months ago, Fish was very different. It was a calm, comforting RNG-based game, where you travel to different areas to fish and complete the various bestiaries with relative ease. There wasn't the need to grind for hours on end to meet your goals, and you could play at your own pace while not missing much at all. It was a great experience for basically anyone. Completionists, grinders. In fact, it was great for anyone who just needed a break from games like this, or even this. They didn't shove a bunch of garbage microtransactions in your face for you to waste your hard-earned money on, and you did not need game passes to succeed. But as the days passed by, it started to change. It was discovered very early on by a massive game studio, and subsequently acquired. It's more like assisted management, because Fish got too popular too quickly for the owner, Nate, to handle alone. Once everyone found out, the atmosphere immediately changed. Many had suspicions, but many were also fine with how things were, since there was a very straightforward promise by the higher-ups. There would be no pay to win, at all. On the surface, this sounded perfectly fine. It sounded great, actually, but I wasn't fully convinced, and neither were many others. There was something fishy about it. It became so much worse than I ever could have possibly imagined. Do Big Studios is a very interesting entity, and they have very interesting ways of making money. The main problem that many saw with their acquisition of Fish was that their money-making strategies would carry over from their other games, because as you probably know already, they own Blade Ball. I thought Blade Ball was crazy, but it gets so ridiculous that it makes you question if what they're doing is okay or not. At one point, they had a limited item for 35,000 Robux. You did not hear that incorrectly. If you spent real money to get that, it would have cost you well over 300 American doubloons. This item also had 1,000 units in stock, and after the necessary fees and taxes, Dubig walked away with just a little bit over the yearly average American salary from one item. And of course, we can't forget about the crown jewel of Dubig, a dusty trick, 20 game passes, and a bunch of loot box garbage. There's such a stark contrast between the early days of that game and how it is today. It's just a little bit unsettling. A few months ago, I posted 2 videos about Fish. There's one specific section from this video that I'd like to show you. I personally think that the whole Fish isn't going to become pay-to-win thing is a distraction from the true goal, which is to monetize Fish as well as possible without people complaining about it. And this is normal in every Roblox game. But in Fish, it's kind of tricky. You can't really pay to win in a game that doesn't have anything PvP related. The closest thing to PvP in Fish is flexing your characters on other people. And is that really winning? If you want to count other people paying you to rare stuff faster, that doesn't affect you at all. If you can't pay to win in this game, why did they say they would never add any pay to win stuff? Were they using the term pay to win loosely, or were they being super specific so they could technically follow through with their promise while still filling the game with a bunch of garbage to sell to us? It turns out that it was all of the above, and they made sure to be as diabolical with it as humanly possible. First, it was the luck boosts. Right when Dubig came into the picture, a purchasable 2x luck boost for 15 minutes appeared. Then, it became extendable to a 4x boost for a longer amount of time. And then, it became an 8x for even longer. You were easily able to farm the highest rarity of Fish with this, at least when I was still playing. This method of luck boosting would eventually become obsolete, as things started to get just a little bit too crazy. Fish started to add new Robux bundles quite often, with the items usually being pretty bad. But there was one thing that made these bundles actually enticing, and that was the server luck boost that came with them. It wasn't a 2 times boost, or a 4 times boost, or an 8 times boost, or a 16 times boost, but a 32 times luck boost for the entire server. Luckily, you can only buy it once. Fish just happens to have a Game Pass gifting feature, and the bundle gives server luck, not individual luck. This means that you can buy the bundle for someone else in your server, getting that 42x luck as many times as you please. To make matters worse, they can stack it with the server luck from their own purchase, as well as any other gifted player, and reach these insane numbers that nobody ever thought possible. And this isn't even the most ridiculous part. I was watching this video by midnight, and I decided to ask him a few things I was curious about. He ended up telling me the funniest thing I heard that week. Okay, that's not true. Some players will make a private server and then constantly invite people just so they can gift them the current bundle. It sounds like a nice deed, but it's really not. Gifting them the bundle in their private server activates the luck boost, which is all they care about, as after they're done gifting, they kick the gift recipient straight out. They see none of the luck boost, which nowadays is typically a ridiculous 64 times. At first glance, you might assume that this luck boost is only meant to be accessed once, but this has been a thing for months, and the abuse of the gifting system is clearly being allowed to continue on purpose. The real kicker in all of this is that luck does not work the way you might think it does. When luck gets boosted, it doesn't just increase the chances for higher tier fish. There's a hard cap set in place where luck boosting will stop being effective, and once you reach said cap, every fish will have the exact same catch rate. This is why people who've tried 1000x luck still get low tier fish. It's not actually luck. Luck isn't a real thing, it's just something we made up to make ourselves feel better. This is just weird RNG tomfoolery. The official wiki actually has a calculator that lets you see how effective server luck boosting is. I used a 105% luck rod as a basis, the no life rod, and I set the area to the ocean with no other major factors involved. An 8 times boost makes mythicals the most common. Going up to 64 times makes legendaries, mythicals, and exotics all have the same catch rate. And if you're looking to get these rarities specifically, then going past 1 boost is pointless. A huge chunk of the player base doesn't know how luck actually works, so it's easy for them to think that constantly stacking server luck would be overpowered, when in reality going above 64 times doesn't bring any major benefits. Unless you want secrets. Obtainable fish and items have many rarities, but secrets are above all. Secrets are meant to be separate from the bestiaries and completing the game in general. They don't appear as fish or items that you have to get to complete everything. They're meant to be secret. A special thing that you find without trying. They're the highest rarity tier in the game, so naturally everyone's gonna want to go for them. But at one point, multiple secrets were required to access a new area that had its own bestiary, and that bestiary is required to complete the game. The problem with this is that getting secrets isn't exactly a walk in the park. In the calculator I just showed you, the 2 secrets that are in the ocean have a 0.029% chance to be caught. That is ridiculously low. So low that you'll probably never come across one without any buffs. A 64x luck boost is essentially required if you don't want to spend days hunting for one of these things. One dose of it brings that number from 0.029% to 0.8%, which is quite a significant difference. But that number can go higher. Boosting again to 128 times luck makes these secrets go from 0.8% to 1.5%. Again, a much better catch rate than before. 192 times luck brings it to 2.1%, and every other fish has the exact same catch rate besides a few low tiers that actually become rarer than secrets. It's funny how this works. At 500 times luck, every rare fish and above have the exact same catch rate, even secrets. This will change depending on what location you're at and what rod you're using, but the point is, people found that boosting their luck with Robux was the most effective way to obtain secrets. People wouldn't have done this and still wouldn't be doing this today if it didn't feel necessary. It makes you think that it might be this way on purpose. Why would they lock such important stuff behind this rarity? And probably the worst thing they did with these items was lock a basic game mechanic behind them. Something so basic like that the second you hear it, you're gonna facepalm. You had to grind these secret items just to get the ability to sprint. You're telling me I couldn't sprint until I found 3 incredibly hard to get secret items and made some boots? Maybe we were too hard on the sprinting game passes. Maybe we gotta give those a pass. There must have been complaints because they changed some of these secret items to just regular exotics, making them much easier to obtain. You can go to multiple videos about these secret items when they first released, and many of them are filled with comments complaining about how annoying and difficult it was to get the new stuff, and how it basically required server luck boosts. To top it all off, secrets are secret in name only. How can something be secret when it's announced to thousands of people? That doesn't make much sense to me. This game is owned by the Blade Ball developers, and everyone's fishing rods look exactly the same. It's a good idea, but it was not carried out well at all. You can talk to this pathetic salesman and gamble your in-game money on skin crate loot boxes, but they just have the lame skins. You aren't even guaranteed a skin for a fishing rod that you actually have. The real good skins cost you Robux, and a decent amount of Robux at that. And of course, just like Blade Ball, fish started to receive limited skin drops. They would release a skin for a lot of Robux. I'm talking like $30 worth. They would give it a certain amount of stock, and once it sells out, you can't get it anymore. This type of system is already in a bunch of Roblox games, and even the Roblox website itself with limited U items, but fish limiteds are worthless, unless you consider one random person noticing yours and complimenting you for spending a lot of money on it. You can't even trade it or resell it. To me, it seems kind of stupid to release these skins without a proper trading system and serial numbers for limited items. But you gotta remember, players will see the word limited and go right to the buy button. That's all that matters. The limited vehicles and boats are just as dumb, if not worse, mainly because of how expensive they can get. Take a gander at the Hollywave Cruiser, 4,500 Robux with 30,000 units. Was this a joke? I checked up on this item using the official wiki, and it got taken off the shop after 2 weeks because it just wouldn't sell out. I feel pretty bad for anyone who actually wasted $50 on this because it got overshadowed by literally every other vehicle that came after it. Dubik must be happy though because they probably walked away with a ton of cash, and they make sure to show you each limited boat that's available by putting them on autopilot so they cycle around. And for some reason this pathetic salesman takes up a spot. Get him out, please. I really did think I was done with this section, but it gets so much worse. While I was watching that midnight video, he mentioned a specific skin that went through some shady business. The Slimebound skin for the No Life Rod initially had 3,000 copies, and they all sold out very quickly. But then it restocked. The stock for the Slimebound skin went up from 3,000 to 10,000, which is completely unfair to the original 3,000 owners who spent $10 on that skin. And this isn't even the only skin that they did this with. Another rod skin had its stock refilled, and they even altered the stock of the Hollywave Cruiser from 30,000 to 10,000 because it just wasn't selling out. You can't just do that. When a limited item has a set amount of stock, the customers purchase it under the assumption that it won't ever get a restock because there are other rod skins or vehicles that also have time limits, but they have infinite stock. It's also a digital item, which means it can have any amount of stock that the developers please. So it makes perfect sense to assume that it would never be restocked. But no, the customer. You've probably noticed one very specific thing with a few of the features that I've talked about. The sales. Almost every single shop item in Fish has some sort of markdown or sale on it, even when it had just released. Some of them are actually reliable, like the Bobber bundles, but most of them, and I gotta be really careful with my words here, probably aren't the most authentic looking sales. Typically when something goes on sale, it's already had enough time to sit in a shop for a decent amount of time. Items in high demand don't often get discounted, so it's kind of odd when an item goes on sale the same day it's released. It doesn't really make any sense at all. I personally think that they release an item or bundle without a sale for a very short amount of time, like a minute or two, and then they add the sale right after, so they can technically say that it wasn't on sale before. I'm not gonna say the sales are the actual prices of the items because I don't know for sure what they do, but I think that's how it is. You can form your own opinion on it, but I think it's a shitty practice and it shouldn't be allowed. Hollywave Cruiser, we will never forget you. You deserved better. The most recent garbage feature to grace Fish are these egg loot boxes that are somehow already marked down by nearly 50%. Opening an egg gives you a chance at items. Items that aren't even that overpowered, like the option to buy 10 at once suggests they are. If you don't want to pay Robux for these eggs, don't worry. Fish made sure to prioritize the free-to-play community by giving them the worst possible experience. The free versions have laughably horrible rates. You have a 6% chance to get a cosmetic crate, which then has a 0.001% chance to contain a specific skin for the Heavens Rod. The Robux egg has a 10% chance to give you a legendary cosmetic case, which then gives you a 3% chance to get this specific skin. That's ridiculous. And the stupidest part is that there's only a 5% chance to catch the free eggs from fish hunts in the first place. The Robux version has rates which are so much better that it might make you question grinding for the free stuff rather than paying. It's pretty funny how they just have these data tables on their official wiki as if it's just fine and dandy. Like, it's okay. This is fine. Here's a fun fact. Australians cannot buy loot boxes on Roblox because of stupid bullshit like this. Good job, Australia. This update was so bad that it made multiple developers quit. And apparently they're adding pets next. I cannot wait to see how that plays out. One thing I can respect is that the game passes stayed mostly the same. I'm not sure if I'm going to continue respecting that because the developers clearly want you to spend your money elsewhere. I quit in the middle of December. The way the game was headed was just not what I'd hoped for. Instead of keeping the same vibe from before, it felt like it was going down a path that I had no interest in. The presence of Dubig made me worried about how the game would look in the future, and I was just hitting my limit. I was at the point of grinding money over and over again, but for what? I wasn't feeling like I accomplished anything. I was gonna get the new rod, but why? All I knew was that the numbers would just keep increasing, and new fishing rods would come out that would leave the previous ones in the dust. It would just be a never-ending cycle. And what about the fish? I remember getting excited for fish like the colossal squid, even though I'd already been playing the game for dozens of hours at that point. Thanks to the luck boosting mechanics, getting a mythical fish didn't even feel special anymore. They even had to add a brand new rarity above mythical, presumably because even they knew that it wasn't that special anymore. Limited time events constantly came out, but if they were happening so often, why should I even bother completing them when at some point there would be so many limited fish that none of them would actually matter? One of the biggest red flags for me showed itself late last year. Soon after Dubig took over, they pretty much just started releasing blade ball swords in place of actual fishing rods. In the earlier days, the rods looked cool without being too flashy, and they were inspired by their locations. Now they just look like lightsabers or Bible accurate angels. What is that? That is not a fishing rod. You could be fishing all by your lonesome in a cozy spot, and then someone comes in to use their rod's orbital laser ability on a cod. Don't get me started on the descriptions of some of these things either. I swear, some of these are made with ChatGPT, or just the smallest amount of effort, or just not all. A heavenly rod with glowing floating parts and a divine halo, emitting mythical particles and celestial animations. I do not believe that a human being came up with that and thought it sounded fine for one of the most expensive rods in the game at the time that has an actual unlocking method. At least put some spice into it, like this rod glows with the light of the heavens above, bestowing immense luck and good fortune upon the angler that wields it, or something. Come on, I'm not the only one who's unhappy with how things turned out. As I've been making this video, tons of others have come out showing all of these different perspectives and comments on how Fish kinda stinks nowadays. I think Fish was gonna lose its touch eventually, even if Dubig never got involved. The way the game works just doesn't give it nearly as many years in the tank as a game like Blox Fruits has. But what never had to happen was a world record speedrun of the game losing its charm, completed by none other than Dubig themselves. Nobody, not one soul, likes what they've done, and it went on for far too long. Fish is no longer an escape from the big league games, because now it's become one of them. People clearly want change, but is change ever going to happen? Kinda. As I was making this video, they released the second C update. They said they heard all of our criticism and decided to try to bring back the old feeling of Fish. They attempted to do this by creating a completely new area where you lose access to some C1 features like the credit currency, making it feel almost like a soft reset. It was explained that it's meant to be a fresh start and that it's meant to capture the feeling of Fish before they came and destroyed it. Of course, that's not what they actually said, but that's what it means. I'm seeing a lot of people say it sucks and a smaller amount of people saying that it's actually pretty good. Only time will tell, I guess. I would check it out, but my level just isn't quite high enough. Guess I'll just use a macro.
Tired of confusing dashboards and unhelpful chat.
Fish is the new big Roblox game, and naturally it's gonna garner some critics. Many are saying that it's just a fishing simulator using a minigame that was taken from another game, and they're completely right. But what they should also think about is how Fish is actually a really good RNG game, and it doesn't even attempt to market itself as one. I think it's worthy of actually being called a game, unlike pretty much every other RNG game. Fish players might not like me grouping it in with the other RNG games, but it's alright because most of us are aware of the very stark contrast between a game like Fish and a game like Souls RNG. If a player with premium plays a game, the developer of that game gets Robux. The longer a player is in the game for, the more Robux the developer gets. RNG games push this system to its limits. They offer rare chance-based items that you can get by clicking one button, which is usually called rolling. In pretty much all of these games, this can be done automatically. This is the perfect chance for players to go do real people things while simultaneously rolling for an item or aura while they're AFK, which gives the developer a bunch of money because you're sitting there doing nothing for many hours at a time. But Fish is different. The fishing has multiple aspects to it that make actually playing the game more beneficial than AFKing. You start by casting your line, and your cast can range from bad to perfect. It's oddly satisfying hitting a perfect cast, and you're probably going to find yourself wanting to do one every time, even though it's not as beneficial as you might think. When you actually hook a fish, you have to do this minigame. It's not unbearable, but it's not incredible. At least it has other uses though, like doubling as a reaction time and aim trainer. Different rods can make this minigame easier, harder, longer, or shorter. Same goes for the part where you reel in the fish. An exclamation mark appears above your head to signify the rarity of what you're about to catch. Depending on the type of fish, its movements can be much more erratic, and it might even slow down the progress bar by a certain percentage. It gets crazy enough to the point where you can't reliably AFK if you're trying to get like a rare or big fish. I personally missed the rarest event fish 4 times simply because of how erratic it was, paired with a ridiculously slow progress bar.
Hello, girl, bro, what's going on?
It's gone. Motherfucker. Most of these mechanics are taken straight from a non-Roblox game called Stardew Valley, with some very slight changes here and there. In pretty much every other RNG game, everything I just explained would be shrunken down or straight up removed and changed into a one-click roll button with a cutscene that just does everything for you. Fish takes the concept of rolling for rare stuff and adds actual substance to it while keeping it short and semi-fulfilling. I got it. I got it.
Oh my god.
The currency system is pretty simple. You get coins by selling fish, opening crates, finding items, blah blah. There's far too many ways to list off. There's many ways to use these coins, such as buying bait, fishing rods, crab cages, special items, etc. Sometimes fishing feels like a job if you sell after every fishing session, so I try to go a while without selling, so it feels more rewarding when I eventually do sell. The rarities are also pretty simple, but work with the game really well. Excluding items and events, there's 3 umbrella rarities: basic, legendary, and mythical. The fish themselves actually have different sub-rarities like trash, common, uncommon, unusual, and rare. Anything below legendary gets lumped in with the basic umbrella rarity. The rarer fish tend to be a lot bigger and wankier in design, while also being worth a lot more. A funny thing you can do is actually get your fish appraised to make it worth more or less, and this ties in with the weight and mutation mechanics. Every fish has a small chance of having a mutation when you catch it, and these are what allow for the 400,000 plus variations that the description proudly displays. There's a whole list, and it contains mutations like shiny, translucent, Midas, big, giant, etc. These can all be combined in any way the game decides. And Midas, big, giant, etc. These can all be combined in any way the game decides, and they can make your fish worth a lot more. Every fish can also vary in weight by a lot, bigger fish being worth more coins. The appraiser is definitely where the RNG aspect really shows itself, as a payment of 450 coins gets you what is essentially a roll on your fish's size and mutations. There's even a game pass to increase your luck with the appraiser. The roll button will haunt us forever. Your equipment bag gives you access to all of your fishing rods, bobbers, and baits. Fishing rods are really cool because there isn't one rod that's super excellent at everything. There's just a little bit over 20 different rods in the game, and they're all meant for very specific use cases. Some are much better for catching specific types of fish or very specific tasks like making money. Some of these rods can only be unlocked by filling your bestiary to a specific level, which means you're probably going to have to buy some very specific rods for fish that you need to catch. Baits can have different effects depending on what fish you're trying to catch. A bait might have a luck boost for a specific fish, which is called preferred luck, or it might also give universal luck for any catch. They come with drawbacks though, and that's typically a loss in resilience, which means the fish will be more erratic in its movement. And again, a lot of this is taken from Stardew Valley, but with some slight changes. Instead of joining a game, immediately going AFK, and being able to roll for the rarest thing in the game without lifting a finger, fish requires you to do certain things to get certain fish. You actually have to play the game. And speaking of the bestiary, it's actually a really good feature for this game. It's basically the Pokédex, except it's for all the types of fish in this game, excluding mutations. It creates an alternate goal, rather than just having the one collective main goal of catching the rarest fish. It's also pretty great how you can't just get every fish by staying in one spot. There's a lot of region-specific fish and specific ways to catch those fish, such as using the preferred bait and fishing rod, which means you can't just AFK for a few days and get everything. Some of these places are actually pretty interesting, like Vertigo. Without accidentally falling into a strange whirlpool, you're probably going to go a while before realizing it even exists. The regular whirlpools kill you, so you're probably never going to willingly jump in unless you get curious one day. Another cool place is Roslet Volcano. When you go in, it becomes a section in your bestiary, but when you try to fish, you can't get anything. You can't fish there unless you happen to stumble across this orc and complete the quest that gives you the proper fishing rod. There's also a ton of items that can help you. Many fish are easier to catch under certain conditions like the time of day or the weather. If you don't want to wait, you can spend some money on a totem that brings the effects you need. There's totems that can change the weather, like the Tempest Totem and Windset Totem. The fish radar can show you specific patches of water where certain fish are more abundant. This is great if you want to catch a specific fish quickly to complete the angler quests, where you have to bring them a specific fish. If you somehow get lost, there's a GPS that shows you your coordinates. You can get the coordinates of a destination beforehand and just go to it whenever you get lost, although the chances of this happening are very low. I'm only including it because it happened to me. This little thing only costs 100 coins and may save you someday. Enchanting is super simple. When it turns night, you bring an enchant relic to the Statue of Sovereignty and enter the Keeper's Altar. It randomly picks one enchantment that can be changed at any time with another enchant relic. Relics are fairly easy to get. They can be bought once you're high enough level, or they can be fished out of the ocean. You can't stack enchantments, which prevents players from making a rod that's good at everything. The ocean travel in fish is pretty bog standard when it comes to Roblox games. The ocean isn't super detailed, and the boats are pretty simple with their controls. Lots of events happen in the oceans, whether it be abundances of certain fish, strange whirlpools opening up to have rare fish, or regular whirlpools that exist simply to kill you and have some mystery man rob you. It feels pretty natural until the boats decide to do stuff like this. I can't name a single decently popular RNG game that's nearly as interesting or has as much stuff to do as fish. I've played enough to get to over level 40, get an expensive item called the King's Rod, and catch Nessie twice, the rarest fish in the game at the time of making this video. I've stumbled across a bunch of interesting areas and caught some freaky ass looking fish. A great part about all of this is that I haven't purchased a single game pass yet. Fish is actually super free to play friendly, and you can get the full experience without buying a single.
Today we're speedrunning Terraria with my friend Purple Hair Guy, so we'll start the speedrun as soon as he spawns in, and I click to join his game. Now doing a co-op speedrun has its advantages, like us being able to work on 2 different things at the same time, but the bosses are going to be a lot harder, and we need to share resources, so it evens itself out. But for the start, Purple Hair Guy will be making 4 houses, and I'll start looking for money.
So first I needed to create the houses for villagers to move in. I built them like this because they only require table, chair, quote, walls, and a certain amount of space to actually work as a house. Now platforms count as walls if you surround them completely, and they're happy about it, so they're pretty much just living outside. Now with these houses, NPCs will move in, and there's 2 specifically we need. The first being the merchant, the second being the demolitionist. The merchant will actually move in after you get 20 silver, and he can be used to sell our stuff too. He'll give us money for it. The demolitionist, we need 5 bombs, and the merchant to live in our house, and he'll sell us dynamite, which will pretty much be used in all of our boss fights and more throughout the game. There's actually a third NPC that we want, we don't really need. It's the nurse. We can pay her to heal us. That won't be useful until later in the game. There's also a really weird spawn. I've never seen a Terraria world where the jungle is like literally in the spawn area. It's like a super difficult biome, but it will help us later on in the run.
So while Purple Hair Guy was making those houses, I started my search for gold and headed over to the left. Really quickly I found a snow biome and got crazy good luck for this run. Like right away I found an abandoned house, which means an immediate chest, and in this chest I got an ice sword, which is really good for fighting enemies in early game. I then found a second house, and this one gave me a snowball cannon, which is even better, but we'll get back to that later. And also in this chest I got a gravitation potion, which isn't important right now, but it will be for a boss later in the run. And to make this start even better, I also got a third house in the same section with an extractinator, which is really good to sell, and a feather falling potion, which will also be useful for a boss later on. So after recalling and selling my stuff, I had a total of 6 gold, which would be good enough to take out Skeletron with some dynamite from the demolitionist.
I ended up finding multiple chests to explore caves. However, they mostly had junk that wouldn't really give me that much money, so I can only buy 2 dynamite. But towards the end, I did find a house with a grindstone in it. Now grindstones sell for about 2.5 gold, so pretty penny from that. Also, I found a grubby here and killed it. This does nothing, but it does improve our morale. And I also found a pair of Hermes boots. These give you a super speed boost while running. And after going back and selling all my treasure, I started the elevator, which I'll discuss later.
Now on my way to Skeletron, I took Purple Hair Guy's Hermes boots, which helped a lot with speed. Luckily, we always know that Skeletron will spawn on the side of the ice biome, so I knew he'd be over to the left. I also picked up some snow blocks using a bit of my dynamite here, which let me get snowballs, and those are ammo for the snow cannon. So yeah, I was pretty set for early game enemies. Also on my way to Skeletron, I went through the Crimson. This place is usually awful in early game, but the snowball cannon annihilated the enemies, and I was able to use this time to farm some of the 6 vertebrae that we need to spawn a boss fight later in the game. Finally, once I got to the temple, I found a gold portal with 5 extra gold, which is always nice, and set up for the Skeletron fight, which is a lot easier than you might think. Even so, for safety, we like to have Purple Hair Guy wormhole potion to me, since it will help a little with the fight and exploring the dungeon afterwards, since there's an item in there that we really want. Anyways, onto the fight. I start by throwing 5 dynamite where Skeletron will spawn before summoning him. This gets rid of one of his hands, which is nice since that's the biggest way he does damage. After that, we want to take out his other hand, which just takes a few more dynamite, and hoping we get some good RNG on his attacks, which we did, and that means only the head is left. The rest of this fight now just comes down to intuition. I want to time my dynamite throws with when Skeletron uses his head spin attack. When done correctly, this gets us a ton of damage, and after just a bit, we finished him off, and I even got his really overpowered hook drop, which is nice since we have to make one last hook. But now it's time to go into his temple, where the game really starts getting dangerous. By the way, if you're enjoying the video, make sure you subscribe and check out Purple Hair Guy's channel since he makes a lot of really great Terraria content. Anyways, in this temple we have 3 objectives. Get a few water candles for mob grinding, collect 30 bones from killing skeletons so we can spawn Skeletron Prime later in the run, and get a shadow key. And the dungeon is pretty scary because it has a ton of traps that can kill you if you aren't careful, and the enemies in here do a lot of damage, so we need to play smart. Then to get the shadow key, we need to first get a gold key, which can drop from enemies in pots, and then use that to open up a gold chest and hope it has a shadow key.
I made a game with one singular goal, making as much Robux as possible. This was not your typical passion project. I just wanted Robux. And even if that means contributing to the downfall of an entire generation, what? I'd like to take a moment to apologize to all my friends, family, and ultimately society. Psych! I have a duty now to fry as many dopamine receptors of little kids as possible. So how did we get here? Well, let me take you back to the beginning. It all started when my friend Raymond and I were playing Retime Demo on the Switch. Yeah, that's right. We were playing the free trial of a game. And that's when I turned to Raymond like,
Bro, we're so broke.
and he was like,
Yeah, bro.
So naturally, we headed to California to attend an event with the biggest Roblox developers. Now, this isn't to be seen as a fun, happy, goo goo gaga little vacation. We were there on a mission. Our plan: to eavesdrop on developers, steal their secrets, make a hit game, and most importantly, get rich. I'm kidding, kind of. Oh, we did try to get some advice on how to make a successful game. Too bad though, look, everyone was gatekeeping the secret sauce. I know it's out there, but we were back to square one. Clueless and broke. We waddled around the beautiful city of San Jose, and that's when our genius idea was born. You see, around the same time, Souls RNG had just come out.
I can feel my brain rotting away.
And before you say, ew, Souls RNG, ew, no gameplay, ew, no fun. Listen, Souls RNG is the best game Roblox has ever seen in a long time. Now hear me out. Is it because it's fun? No, hell no. It's because of its honesty. It doesn't try to hide the gambling behind some stupid gameplay like fish. The game doesn't hide what it is. It's literally just some brain slot. I know you hate the fish.
I love this game. It's so fun.
But behind most Roblox games is literally just an RNG game. So we thought, why not make an RNG game, but with Roblox Limiteds instead of Auras? And now you may be asking why Roblox Limiteds? Like, kind of random. Well, because we won't have to make them ourselves. Because, well, Roblox Limiteds are items you can just spawn in with some code. You know, we're trying to like be big brain and be lazy. I mean, I already told you, we are just trying to make Robux with this game. No passion, and we need it out ASAP. So we don't have time to be building no Auras or anything. And it's not the most exciting idea, sure, but it's all about the Robux. And to do that, we're gonna have to make this game as addictive as humanly possible. I mean, we need to take out every single page out of the big game's playbook. They know what they're doing. I mean, I wanted that roll button to look and feel juicy. It's gotta have a sexy when you tap it, and when you roll, ooh, it needed to feel good. So we did just that. As soon as Raymond and I got back from that event in California, he traveled to MIT. Yes, the MIT for a hackathon event. Now, if you don't know what a hackathon is, just imagine a Minecraft build battle, but for nerds building like revolutionary projects with some code. I know Raymond wasn't there to build no revolutionary project. Hell no. As far as I can tell, he was there for the free food. While others were literally building world-changing projects, like literally building world-changing projects, we were building our morally questionable game.
Oh god, we really are menaces.
But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do for that Robux. For reference, Raymond and I were on call developing our game for literally the entire day, and by the end of the day, we had our first semi-playable version of the game. If I'm being honest, it feels like we accomplished so little considering the amount of time we poured into this. I mean, this was after like 16 hours of continuous work. But hey, it's could have been worse. At least this actually works most of the time. Sometimes it doesn't. We even had these cool 2D particles on rare items. We had another long work session, but I couldn't tell you what we worked on. It looks the exact same to me.
I'm watching this while editing, and what the hell just happened?
Now it was time to get serious. You see, I had just put my Crocs in sport mode, and I was just ready to conquer the day. I mean, I was gonna finish the entire game right here. Yeah, we broke the game again, but at least the icons look a little cooler. We had just seen Please Donate icons and did this cool thing called plagiarism. Thankfully, plagiarism is A-okay outside school as long as nobody finds out.
Ooh, this is where things started to look good.
You can probably tell we were still in the design stage of our game, which kind of works like throwing the wall and hoping something sticks to it. Believe it or not, every game has this throwing phase, and it's crucial you go through it to figure out what your game should look like. Jokes aside though, I got started on creating the satisfying roll animation, and the background is the first thing to get animated.
Oh my god, did you see it? It's literally like 12 frames.
And for whatever reason, I decided to do this using loops. I don't think you can do this with tweens. So basically this little freaking 12 frames took me like an hour to make, and it was worth every single moment. We redid the icons once again, and you best believe this won't be the last time we do so. Also, Raymond came up with this button icon concept. Basically, button looks like button. Get it? Like a physical button. Anyway, so I was still focused on making the satisfying roll, and I added the card placement animation, which also took forever to get just right. Honestly, I'm like watching this and I just noticed you can't even see the animation. So here, have a nice little replay. I added nothing except for more buttony buttons.
You press it, goes down, you press it again, goes up. Ooh.
We were playing Roblox games, you know, to study them, and we found a game with this really cool 3D effect, and I was absolutely mesmerized by it for like literally a good minute.
Oh my god.
Because, well, I've never seen this effect before. I didn't know you can make something 3D look like it's 2D, but, you know, it's still 3D and stuff. And as I've said before, plagiarism is A-okay. So me takey. So your 10th roll is supposed to have extra luck, but it doesn't actually work yet. But hey, at least I have like the visual right here. And it doesn't work because you need to have a whole system that calculates the player's luck, and I didn't have it quite yet. And that system's kind of complicated because you don't want players to be cheating. And now you remember all those animations I worked on earlier, like the 12 frames with the expanding background, and the card placement, and the 3D items, and all those things. Well, now they're finally connected together in a sequence, and I think it looks awesome. And I think I had a little too much fun seeing what items I can roll.
Oh my god, a pumpkin. An egg. Oh, it's a face. Even faces are included. That's crazy. Another pumpkin, but it's orange. It's like a katana. That thing. A flag. Yo, what's up? Ew, I hate that. Chicken. You know, I could genuinely do this for hours. This is just fun to see, like, I don't know what I get. What if I get something crazy? What the hell? Let's see, do we have an inventory? No, not yet. You're back to rolling.
Can't lie, it's just fun in general. I mean, 2,500 limited is just quite a lot. Now that the rolling was mostly complete, we turned our attention to the player's inventory, which meant we're back to the throwing the wall phase again. Space is cool just because you can experiment, but it's also stressful since you never know if it will actually stick. We were initially taking ideas from Pet Simulator, but honestly, I find their just didn't stick to the wall for me. And I just really wanted to use like 3D items in the inventory as well instead of the 2D image. Like, 3D is just always nicer. Especially in the case of limited, it's like, oh my god, the 3D looks so much better than the stupid little 2D image of it. And to make everything feel extra juicy, I added this Robux flying everywhere effect whenever you tap a button. If I'm being honest, it was like 3 AM when I made this. I didn't want to sleep, and I didn't have the brain capacity to implement anything important, and so this was born. I was fully just sitting in my bed while making it. Kind of vibe. And now do I regret it? No, it's awesome. This is why sleep deprivation can be a good thing sometimes. And you can also begin to see the concept behind the new inventory. We place the list of items on the right, and then display the selected item on the left in its 3D form. And in my opinion, this inventory idea is cooler than any big game's inventories ever.
For such a big game, this is such a basic inventory.
And it was also original. You know, I feel like it came out of my brain, but I wouldn't be surprised if a million games actually do use. I mean, nah, that's definitely the case. Nothing's original these days. Remember that rap number you see at the top of the screen? Well, I have to go up every time you roll an item. Just like with everything, you need a cool animation. Animations are literally what makes a game feel good. So I started experimenting with a Robux effect that would play every time you rolled an item.
Oh my god, that tickles my brain.
And it felt good to look at, okay? I'll admit.
Oh, let me do that again. Oh.
This idea was also made at 3 AM. I swear, I think I get more creative after midnight. Sort of like werewolf, but instead of wolf, I'm Bob Ross. Hey, you. Yeah, you. You want to learn how to script on Roblox? Do you dream of owning a yacht like me? Well, I got the perfect solution for you. Just visit getscripting.com to get started, and I'll help you with that. This day was supposed to be the big day. Raymond was headed to yet another hackathon, this time at Columbia University. For the same reason as last time, he's just a D1 free food finesser. Anyway, so here's the task for the day. Organize limiteds into different tiers and create the odds for each tier. The problem was that there's over 2,500 limiteds already, and I was not going to do this manually. So I knew we needed an algorithm to figure out each limited's tier for us, but how would it even determine the tier of each limited? Because each one has got its own rep value, the quantity sold, the demand, and like 5 other variables we need to consider. And we couldn't just use one metric. Just because an item has really high rep doesn't mean it's actually worth that much, and some items don't even have an agreed upon value. So clearly, this was a really big problem. So how do we solve this? Well, I didn't. I just told Raymond to figure it out, and he did. He could. For some context, Raymond's got a crazy background in like building AI. I was betting on him here. And we also needed to make an RNG system influenced by luck, and we made that, but it still wasn't working by the end of the day, but that's alright.
That's alright.
We got it working by the next day.
Oh, it's working. It's working.
Also made the quantity of Robux that spawns after you roll an item to be relative to the wrap value of the item.
Oh my god, it's Robux.
It just kind of makes more sense, and also you get a bigger dopamine hit when you unlock a rare item. I found this part of the roll sequence to be visually lacking. Even with the 3D items and the Robux effect, we obviously needed to add some stats like the name, the description, the wrap value, the rarity.
These are information. Oh, it looks better.
I also spent an hour just rolling random items because the tier system was just so perfect, and I really wanted to see what items it placed in what tiers.
Oh, inventory. Inventory. Oh my god. Okay, unequip. Can I unequip? Oh my god.
It's pretty cool. To make players feel a sense of progression right from the get-go, we left the auto and quick roll until you reach enough total rolls, or you could just give me some Robux.
This is where I start getting greedy. Oh my god, doesn't even work.
For this project, I've never made a proper monetization system, so this was new territory for me. I barely knew what I was doing. Also, the item you roll is generated separately from all these other cards, which means I can control the luck of the real item and the fake one separately, so I just gave myself some insane luck and
Oh my god, what are the chances? Alright. Okay. See, I told you this isn't rigged. Oh my god, 1 in 2 million. I must be the chosen one.
I clearly enjoyed this a little too much. I spent many more hours than I'd like to admit playing Dungeon RNG. I've got at least 30 hours on that game, but let's keep that between us. One, I guess, problem these RNG games suffer from is just too many AFK players. While I'm fine with people AFKing my game, you know, I wouldn't mind that sweet premium payout revenue. I still prefer it if people were active. I thought adding a little luck or roll boost that spawn around the map would be a good idea, and that's why the little baby Clover was born.
You surely do baby Clover. Oh, I can't pick it up.
Throw layer kill for a cherry instead. See, on this day I tried to figure out if I can add special items like translucent items, glowy items, big items. And for some reason, I thought it would make my character stuck like this. But while recording this clip, I noticed I just never unanchored the items part.
Wait, did I literally just get this working? What the hell?
So I feel really stupid right now. I guess special items are back on the menu, and I should probably implement this. Also, added coffee to represent a roll speed boost, you know, because coffee just makes you like... All the map we had wasn't bad. In fact, I really liked the layout. The issue was we were using assets made by different people, so the style was never consistent. Thus, we needed to figure out a new way to make a map. We contemplated hiring someone, but we were just trying to keep the game's budget at like a cool $0. While the goal is to get rich with this game, there's no guarantee I make any money off this. Maybe this was all just a waste of time. I guess we'll never know. Anyways, around the same time, I discovered that Please Donate Modeler sells packs of 3D models. So I grabbed the free pack to experiment with, and it turned out beautiful. Can't lie, the 3D Modeler's business tactic worked on me. The free pack made me want to get the full pack. I know we're trying to keep the game's budget at $0, but listen, it's only $20. I've got faith that the game will make at least $20. I really don't. Honestly, I just suck at making maps. It's kind of funny since building stuff is like my main expertise. Something about creating large-scale environments for games is just difficult. I quickly gave up on finishing the map, and I moved on to cool particles. See, I wanted the particle effect to be assigned to every single rarity tier, so that the rarer the item, the cooler the particle you get. This was another one of those 3 AM days. This time, I wanted a cool loading/intro screen in the game. To be quite honest, I find most games' intros just be uninspired. Like, why are we just slapping the game's name or logo and calling it a day? And I'm not just talking about Roblox games. This applies to like AAA games. Like, why not make an animation that's at least related to the game's idea in some sort of way? Or like, what happened to intros like Mad Studios? Like, I used to love this. It used to get me all hyped to play the game, so I created this masterpiece. This is easily the best thing I've added to this game. That wasn't necessary, probably not. But you come to realize most fun and cool things you add to games aren't necessary. But that doesn't mean you should include them. Because as a developer, a game is more than just a mathematical logic problem that you put together. It should be seen more as like a work of art. That sounded so pretentious. Oh my god, what the hell? I won't lie. We basically vanished for 4 whole months before picking this project back up. I barely even remember what happened in those months. I had exams at some point, and then I guess I just hibernated for another 2. But when I finally came back, I was more motivated than ever. At this point, I didn't even care about getting rich. Screw a yacht. I just wanted to be able to say that I published the game. You know how cool it would be to go up to someone and be like, I make games. Anyway, so to ease back into finishing this game, I started by fixing and tweaking some small things. So for example, the name tag now displays the top rarity of a player's equipped item instead of like their total inventory. Yeah, I guess this isn't really an important change. I don't even know if it's even a good change, but yeah. I also added background music. You need that for games. And I fixed a ridiculous amount of bugs, including not being able to equip a gear or face after unequipping them, the Lucky Roll UI not displaying correctly when rejoining in a mid-roll. I don't even know. It's like a really oddly specific bug, okay? One simple yet super useful system many games use is a notification/pop-up message thingy, like you have it in the middle of the screen. You can really use it for just about anything, which is why it's like such a useful system. Like whenever a task is completed or something happens in the game, you know, you can just have a little message pop up, a little notification being like, you just completed this task, or like you collected this thing or whatever. And we did end up using this feature literally everywhere. It's just so useful. And I recommend adding such a system to your game because it's just like so easy to make and like there's just so many ways you can use it. I'm getting way too excited over this dumb little feature. I also did add a bunch of game passes. Actually, I don't even know if I finished programming them, but I did add the ability to double the server's luck up to 16x. So like you can double it over and over again from 2x to 4x to 8x to 16x. By the end of the game, I did in fact increase this a lot more, but we're gonna get to that. At this point, I could say the game is complete. Like we had the core gameplay loop working, we had some monetization and some progression. I could just wrap up the video right here and call it a day. But the truth is, I wasn't really that proud of what I've made yet. It just felt incomplete. Like this series would still need a few more episodes until the game reaches an acceptable stage. But I wanted the final product to be ready by the end of this very video. You're not watching a part 2. You're just gonna watch this video. No, part 2 is still possible. Like you're probably just watching this video, which means I needed to have a product that I can actually be proud of. And I get it's just a brain rot game idea, but hey, so I want to be a little proud of it, just a little. So then I imagined that I had a team of 1,000 monkey developers who can complete any idea I had. And then based on that imaginary hypothetical, I crafted a really long list of things that I'd want to see in my game. And since I had so many monkey developers, I was being very imaginative here because the difficulty or time needed to implement the feature did not matter because these monkeys, they are the smartest monkeys you've ever seen and they can complete any task. Anyways, then I became the embodiment of all those monkeys, so I had to add all these features by myself. So a week later, I finally got started on completing everything on that list. And I wanted to get started on the most impactful features first because those are the features that matter the most. For example, one of my favorite features in games are those global leaderboards you see. Just like the idea of getting up there always motivated me to keep grinding. And it's just so fitting for a game where the whole entire objective is like flex on others and be the best and like, you know, just to be cool. You'd want to like flex on everybody in the game, not just people in your server. So I added a few leaderboards tracking a few different stats like your total rolls and how many boosts you've collected. And later on, when testing with friends, I did learn that I was actually right. People really did grind just to get up there, which I found really funny. But at the same time, I get it because I am one of those people. And then I also added NPCs, and you're probably wondering why. And I'm wondering why too. This game doesn't even need them. They don't even make sense in this game. There's no point to them, but I really wanted to script like an NPC system for fun, so I kept. And I mostly just use them for Easter eggs. Like we got Ice Spice over here, we have Albert, we have a reference to me in 2020. Honestly, I didn't really know what to do, like what NPCs to create, so like this is kind of random, I know. But yeah, I mean, hey, I can say the game has some Easter eggs now. To create an incentive for grinders to keep playing the game, even after they've unlocked most of the items, I had to create like another rarity level of items to grind for, and I had the best idea you can possibly imagine for this. Mutations or effects, whatever you want to call it. Let me explain. When you unlock an item, there will be a very small yet constant chance that it'll have a mutation, and these mutations can stack. Like you can have 2 different mutations at the same time on one item. So for example, let's say there's a 1% chance your item has some particles on it, and that's a mutation, the particle. And then we have another 1% chance that it's going to be a ghost item, like it's going to be a little bit translucent, that's another mutation. And then another 1% chance, obviously we can change all these chances, but another 1% chance that it'll be a big item, you know, like double the normal size, and that's another mutation. So your item, after you unlock it, could have 1 or 2 or all 3 of these mutations, it can have like whatever combination. That just adds another level of things you'd want to grind for, because the chance of you getting all 3 is really rare. But the mutations themselves are actually really sick, especially the particles. So I guess there is like fair reward to the grind. And obviously, like, you can also get these mutations at any time. Like, you don't actually need to have every single item to get the mutation. And I also added a leader stats. So it's the leaderboard thingy in the server. It's not a global leaderboard, but you know, you might want to see like this player in your server stats and not just the global players. So yeah. And then finally, I baby-proofed the entire game. There is literally no way to reset your character. You can't jump off the map because I would just TP you back to spawn. And the respawn button is now grayed out. The reason for this is honestly mostly because the game kind of breaks if you figure out a way to reset. Please don't. And another incentive that I wanted to add for grinders, let's say you don't care about mutations. Actually, you probably will. Trust me, after you play this game, you'll really like them. But another sort of cool thing, you know, like for the people who really care about getting every single item, like I want to make it clear that they got every single item. So I added this Pokédex thing, which is a bit of an incentive if like, you know, you're not that lucky. So you can actually see what items you've collected and like what items you've yet to collect. It just seems fitting for this game. You know, there's like a constant amount of items. We have like 2,500 limited, and like collect them all, you know. So then after you go and talk to the Ray, the NPC, whose name is totally not just Raymond, but without the mint, you can see our little item Pokédex thingy showing all the items, and it's pretty cool. So I was playing Dungeon RNG for research purposes, of course, I promise. When I saw a really cool feature, see, they have this like animation thing that plays on every single server whenever a super rare item is rolled by a player, and it would just display like what item was rolled and some information about the player, like their username. And this sort of allows that one player to flex on every single player in the game, while at the same time it motivates the other players to keep playing so that they too can flex on others. Honestly, the animation just looked really sick, and I wanted it to. I yoinked that idea from them. So now when a player unlocks an item that's above a certain tier, aka a really rare item, the floor will like turn into a portal, and the item will rise out of the ground. And this will happen on every server, so you can flex on everyone. The funny part is, I actually don't know if the tier I set it to is too low or too high, and depending on how many players there are in the game, in theory, this feature can get spammed, and it would actually look really funny. So we'll see how this turns out. Now every game needs a tutorial, and as a developer, you like sort of grow like an implicit bias that makes you believe everybody understands how to play the game, which is definitely not the case, and we learned this the hard way whenever we got new players to test the game. So we just made the buttons flash, sort of telling you to press them. I thought like it kind of makes sense. The truth is, implementing tutorials for games is literally the most boring thing you can possibly develop. And considering the fact that players will literally only see you once, which is their first time playing, it's just like not that exciting. It doesn't really make you want to do it because it doesn't seem that impactful. But without having a tutorial, in theory, you can lose on a whole bunch of players. Like I tested the game on my dad, who's totally not over the age of 50. He just didn't know how to play the game. So if my dad was ever playing Roblox and wanted to play an RNG game, he may have left the game, and I would have lost a possible whale. And this is when it really started to hit me that games are insanely hard to develop. Like I was making a game with literally barely any gameplay. All you do is roll, and I still had to put like an insane amount of time and effort into it. And perhaps it's because it's my first time making a full game, so I had a lot to learn, or I was maybe setting high standards for myself. I don't know. But there were many days of like 10 or more hours of work, which is why this video took so long. So what really made me realize how hard game development is just how everything needed sound effects. But do you know how hard it is to find or make sound effects? It's impossible. If you want to get that satisfying feeling, you need sound effects. But once again, I used my mouth to make some sound effects. And Raymond also ended up searching for and finding us many sound effects. I don't even know how, but he did somehow. Also added the settings menu, not exciting, but like you gotta add it. You can change the background music or sound effects volume, that's about it. I also organized the particles into different tiers. So whenever you unlock an item with the particles mutation, the particles that the item's gonna have depends on the tier of the item. So the higher the tier of the item, assuming it has the particles mutation, it will have like really sick particles. I added way too many minor things. So let me just speed run through it because I don't think this is that interesting. So be surprised to hear this, but after we finished everything, we tested the game with a bunch of our friends, and it felt like we had something, but like we were really close to having something better. And so I employed the imaginary monkeys hypothetical once again, and we created another list of things to make. For example, we wanted to make the tutorial more complicated. We wanted the ability to hide the role so then you can do obbies and stuff. We needed like a player stats menu, some rewards you get for just playing the game, you know, those time gift reward thingies. We wanted to display the wrap in places, add some more game passes, some like quality of life things, some obbies, some like global leaderboards that reset. So instead of just showing the top stats, it would also show who did the best in the past day or like the past week. And then we also wanted to add rebirth, but we didn't actually add that in the end. Maybe that's for a future update. And there were a lot of bugs to fix. That's the one thing you won't really see in this video, that we had a million, billion, trillion bugs that always had to get fixed. And a lot of them are not even things that are because I'm a bad coder, but it's just the way Roblox does stuff that like you gotta learn. So the game now is officially published if you want to check it out. I've never really made a game on Roblox before, so I don't know what to expect. And while I understand the gameplay of this game is not that interesting, the truth is you can break up most Roblox games into 2 components. Like you have the artistic gameplay factor, which is like the fun part everyone wants to see. Then you have the things that are like really repetitive, but like every game needs it to succeed, like all the progressions,
systems and rewards, like all these things, like, yeah, it's monetization. I guess you don't like it, but if you want your game to be profitable, you need it, and you also need some sort of quest or mastery system so a player keeps coming back to the game. And the point I'm trying to make is every game needs to have some sort of system that implements those. But if I just keep doing tech demos and like gameplay demos, I'm never gonna get to the point where I actually build those things. So I thought, why not pick the simplest game idea possible just to learn those things? And I think I did pretty well. So you can probably tell, but I didn't finish the obbies. There's supposed to be like 5 obbies all around the map where like you collect boosted rolls. If you go and visit the game in the description, maybe it'll have them, maybe it won't. If it doesn't, then please call me a very lazy human being. But overall, this game was a really good learning experience. I like, for such a simple idea, there's just so much work that actually had to go into this, but wasn't really covered in this video. That's okay, because it's pretty boring. But if you want to learn how to make things like this, of course, visit getscripting.com. And I truly recommend picking the simplest possible game idea when building your first game. Anyways, thank you for watching this video. I will warn you before you play this game that this game is primarily meant for kids that play on their phone. So the UI looks a lot better on the phone. I think it looks so terrible on PC. But oh my god, that's crazy. What are the chances of that?
This is Codecademy, an interactive.
This is another Crafty Session video, and today we are going to be making this chicken jockey factory here, so that way we can get a whole bunch of them since they are a super rare thing to get. Okay, so let's get into it. So this is the convention center here, and this thing is ginormous, and I definitely am not going to give a tour of the place. As you can see, it's still under construction, so I'm just going to give you a brief layout. This darker section over here is the auditorium. This sun.
I modded Terraria so that the entire world would be corrupted. I went in and changed each and every single block in the game to their corrupted counterpart and filled places that can't be corrupted, like hell, with tons of Evanstone. Today, I'm gonna see if it's actually possible to beat the game this way, but it's gonna be really hard. I spawned into my expert mode medium world, and wow, this place is looking real dark. I tried cutting down some trees for a better weapon armor, but almost instantly I am swarmed by several Eater Souls coming in from all directions. And funnily enough, you know, the copper pickaxe is not the best tool for hoarding them all off, so I die. A lot. I quickly realized there was no way I can even take out a single Eater right now, so I dig a little tunnel underground where I'm finally safe from the masses of enemies. Through a combination of crude jumping and axing, I finally am able to get enough wood for some armor and get a new sword, which, you know, luckily are a little bit higher quality than normal wood stuff since, you know, it's Ebon wood, so we got that going for us. I go to make a bow as a ranged weapon would be really nice for keeping all these enemies at bay, but then I realized something. There is no stone in this entire world for me to craft arrows with. Similarly, without stone, I'm going to be completely unable to craft a furnace, so ore is pretty much completely useless to us too. This is gonna make gearing up really difficult. And even with my new armor and sword, I still die to the corruption enemies very easily. So with nowhere to go, I do what all good Terraria players do. I start digging down. I dig downwards with the hopes of finding a cave, but with no torch, I'm forced to dig around in the dark. After a couple minutes of digging, I notice I stopped moving, but I can still hear my character mining. It's then I realized that I must have hit Evanstone and I won't be able to dig any further down here. I decided to start building a tunnel to the side with hope of finding, I don't know, anything. Literally anything. Inside my tunnel, luckily, I'm safe from any and all Eater Souls. However, I'm in the perfect position to be primed by a giant devourer. These things are menaces. They do so much damage, go through walls, and there's no way to outrun them. When one of these stupid worms spawns in, I just take my hands off the keyboard and watch myself go over to the other side because there is no way to kill them. Eventually it turns nighttime, which is real bad because I have no torches. And since everything is corrupted, no slime spawn in, so I have no gel to craft any. So I just get to sit here, digging through the dirt in the dark. Oh, fun. After a very long time of digging and several deaths along the way, I finally approach a cave. But you know, I can't see anything inside this cave, so I just sort of go in there and randomly start swinging my pickaxe around, which, you know, isn't the best method, but we don't really have any other option at this point. I'm eventually able to find and break a pot that gives me some corrupted torches. Finally, I'm no longer just a chicken with my head cut off, sputtering around in the dark. I try going deeper down into the tunnel, but pretty early on, it gets to the point where the bottom is completely Evanstone, which I'm still unable to break through. After I return home, I try tunneling in the opposite direction, and after dying several more times to these stupid freaking worms, I'm finally able to find another dead end. So after I've tried going down, left, and right, I figure my only option is really to try going up, which I really don't know why I didn't think of sooner. By using some rope that I found, I'm able to go up high enough that the area I'm in is no longer considered corruption. I can start building a small base with some NPC houses. For some reason, I was thinking since this world was corrupt, I wouldn't ever be able to build houses, but having NPCs is going to make this a lot easier. I started building a slime bridge to the right, which finally gives me enough non-corrupted area for slimes to start spawning in. And now I can have a consistent source of gel and stop relying on pots for torches. After a good long while of grinding out some skybridge slimes, I finally have enough money for the merchant to move in, which gives me access to arrows. Having a bow and arrow for this is going to help significantly with my current Eater Souls problems. I continue building my skybridge because, you know, well, what else am I going to really do? And I happen to get an insanely rare and lucky spawn, a slime with a bomb in it. This lets the demolitionist move in as well, which will allow me to get rid of some of the pesky Evanstone that stands in my way. While not the most efficient or cheap method for digging down, it gives me a nice way of clearing blockades in emergency situations. As I continue building my skybridge, I'm eventually able to make my way all the way over to the snow biome. This is actually hugely important for me, as the snow biome is one of the few ways that I'm able to traverse down into caves. You see, in snow biomes, there is no stone, and thusly no Evanstone in this case. The snow biome is instead filled with snow and ice, which are now purple ice blocks, both of which can easily be cleared with my regular old copper pickaxe. Now, it's still very dangerous down there, as both ice and corrupt enemies can spawn, but hey, at least I'm able to make some progress. This lets me get some much needed weapons like this sick ice sword and boomerang, some accessory upgrades like flurry boots, and some heart crystals to finally give me some real help. Down in one of the ice chests, I was able to secure myself a gravitation potion, which allows me to grab some sweet Sky Island loot, though unfortunately my trips are cut short by the corruption spawns in combination with some harpies. Though I did manage to secure some balloons and a Star Fury. With this, I'm finally able to cut down Eater Souls in 2 or 3 hits, which makes them significantly less scary. Finally, I can hold my own against the corruption enemies, though the lack of furnace still prevents me from creating any armor, so it still means they can slice through me in just a couple hits. While I can't forge any ore into bars, I was able to pick up enough gold bars from chests to be able to craft a gold pickaxe. This will be a huge help underground, as the copper pickaxe in combination with my lack of armor was truly just cranking that death counter up. In one of my various journeys, I managed to kill an Eater Souls, and he drops the Shadow Scale Mail. Now, this is a 1 in 525 chance to drop from Eater Souls, so even though it's super rare, I was bound to get one of these pieces eventually with the amount of corruption enemies I've had to kill. After returning to the case for a little more grinding, I finally got enough materials to summon the Eye of Cthulhu, my first boss. And after building this extremely crude arena, I'm finally able to take him on. Through my skybridge, I was able to secure a ton of stars, which allowed me to craft lots of Jester arrows, which had me easily chunk through the first stage of the Eye of Cthulhu. Though clearly I did not come super prepared, as I had to craft more Jester arrows in the middle of my battle. That's my bad. But with no health potions used, I'm able to get the eye down to its second phase. With the Hermes boots picked up, and the fact that I have a huge surface to run across in my skybridge makes this phase easily beam as well. Despite having a relatively easy time with the rest of this fight, I have a near-death encounter at the end, and hang out with just a couple of HP while I was potion sick. The lack of armor is really starting to get to me now. This clutch defeats the eye and wins me the fight. Now I have access to Demonite ore, though without a furnace, this really isn't very useful to me. Though the Shield of Cthulhu will be greatly appreciated in the coming fights. With the Eye of Cthulhu dead, I decided to start working towards my next goal, the Eater of Worlds. Because of the insane amount of corruption enemies I've had to kill, I've got more than enough materials to summon him, so I decided to find the real corruption biome and craft the worm food there. Which should be no problem in this sea of Evanstone, right? Before heading out, my Dryad moves in, which is actually the single most important NPC in the game for me. You wanna know why? This stuff. You probably forgot about this stuff, but it's called Purification Powder. You can buy it from the Dryad and it'll spread a small small puff that can purify any block. Well, normally this stuff is pretty useless, as a small area that it uncorrupts quickly becomes corrupt again in just a couple days, and it's far less effective than the Contaminator. For us, purification powder is absolutely vital. Using it, we can go down the surface and purify a couple blocks of Ebonstone and finally get ourselves some actual stone. With this stone in hand, I'm finally able to craft a furnace, which will allow me to craft all this ore I've been hanging onto into bars. Through this, I'm able to craft myself some new pants and use my Demon Knight to craft myself a new bow. Though I get the worst modifier on it, so I use the rest of my reserves to craft another one. I decide my next move should probably be picking up some health, so I decide to head into the ice biome to search. Despite my upgrades, this biome is still a nightmare to look through, as the powerful ground enemies of the snow biome combined with the flying eater souls of the corruption make traversing through this biome an absolute pain. This results in a ton of deaths, though eventually I discover the only other underground biome that I can dig through without a nightmare pickaxe, the glowing mushroom biome. Similar to the ice biome, this biome is made out of incorruptible mud, which protects it from the dark scourge of the corruption. This biome helps out a ton in getting valuable life crystals that I need before my fight. I aimlessly walk around the ice biome for another hour or so with not a single life crystal in sight, so I decide to head to the jungle. Or should I say what used to be the jungle, because now it's more of a purple place. I try to think of this one on the fly, guys. I didn't have a joke written, it just says in the script, think of joke, and I didn't place it, so I'm sorry. Even though the jungle is completely corrupt now, similarly to the glowing mushroom biome, the jungle doesn't really have much stone in it, instead using the same mud base. So it's still possible to traverse through without having to really dig through Ebonstone. My journey through the jungle gets me a ton of new heart crystals and also some great new accessories. So after just a bit of wandering around, I've upped myself to 400 health. I return home and the goblins have invaded my dear Skybridge in my absence, though they are no match for just a couple of Jester's arrows. After that, I'm finally able to make my way over to the real corruption where I craft the worm food. Thankfully, since my home is also in the corruption, I'm able to take them on there while have easy access to my nurse. I built a small arena around my home, which really just one small bridge of platforms, and summon in the Eater of Worlds. Immediately going into this fight, I'm getting my butt handed to me. Admittedly, I've never fought the Eater of Worlds in the wide open. I usually just crack open some shadow orbs, grab a Filethorn, and just sort of call it a day. I was definitely not used to the amount of spit that was constantly chucking off of his body. With only a third of the boss's health down, I sprint up my rope to have the nurse fix my boo-boos. But by the time I get back down, the worm is gone. Heartbroken, I decide to summon him in again. And now that I know that I can't flee up to the nurse, this fight goes a lot differently. This time I die. This brings me to the realization that, yeah, maybe this little 2-foot platform that I had crafted wasn't long enough, and maybe I should try and make something just a little bit longer. After gathering some more platforms, which mind you takes forever, as I'm constantly having to ward off these corruption enemies, I make the bridge a lot longer and summon in the Eater of Worlds one final time. But with this new mobility, I'm easily able to take the worm down. Only took 3 attempts on an expert world, no big deal. I craft myself some full shadow armor and finally get myself the forbidden nightmare pickaxe. Now that I have this, I'll easily be able to slice through the Ebonstone that had previously been impeding our progress. Getting the pickaxe is a huge step to trivializing the corruption of this world. My next goal is obviously to kill Skeletron, so I start heading to the right of my spawn. I head over to the dungeon, build a proper arena, and challenge Skeletron. Though in my first attempt, corruption enemies spawn everywhere, and I'm swiftly killed. Man, I'm just not good at this game. I come back and bomb the areas around the dungeon and build a giant wall around my arena to keep the enemies out. And I die again. So I further expand the platforms of this arena to give myself even more mobility. And I die again. It's at this point that I decided to do the rest of this run off stream, as I thought it would be much easier since doing this run involves a lot of grinding, and I was having a hard time finding ways to stay entertaining on my 4th attempt at this stupid skull boss. During my next session, I decided to find the Goblin Tinkerer, as I realized the big reason I was dying was my lack of mobility. I purchased some rocket boots from him and craft together a lot of my remaining accessories. With these new upgrades, I decided that now I should finally be able to take on that stupid skull. And this time the fight is a lot easier. My increased survivability was 100% due to my new sleek rocket boots. Besides that, the fight was pretty uneventful, though a star did come down from the heavens and destroy Skeletron's arm, which that was pretty cool to watch. I defeated him and take a nice sit on my new Chippy's couch. I head inside the dungeon, but I'm not really looking to stick around for long. The only drop I really need is the Cobalt Shield, which just so happens to be the first chest I checked. With that out of the way, the only thing really left for me to do is to head down to hell. Building an elevator is usually one of my least favorite parts of a Terraria playthrough on account of it being so boring and tedious, but the whole world being corrupted makes this 10 times worse. Digging through Ebonstone takes like 3 times as long as digging through traditional stone. This is so fun. I'm having so much fun. This is awesome. Luckily, I found a couple of mining potions throughout my playthrough, and in combination with the well-fed buff, this speeds this up by a lot. Though it still takes way too long. Also, after I got around halfway down to hell, I realized earlier in this playthrough I had already started an elevator, and now I built a nearly identical shaft directly next to this one. Oopsie. After what feels like hours, I finally make my way all the way down to hell, and this place looks oh no. So yeah, even though Ash is technically an incorruptible block, I had the mod change hell to be filled with Ebonstone instead. Otherwise, it would have just been like normal hell. Now it's spooky hell. And this only makes hell that much worse. After digging through hell for a long time, I finally get enough hellstone for a full set of hellstone armor, an imp staff, a new bow, and a shiny new molten pickaxe. After that, I go through hell's usual, picking up some chops from Shadow Chest, and I get a banner for killing my 700th Eater of Souls. I continue progressing until I reach the edge of my world and start building out my hell bridge to prep for the fight against the Wall of Flesh. I start building it out of the block that I had by far the most of, purple ice blocks, after all those trips to the snow biomes. But I kind of forgot that if you don't have frostbark boots, that you kind of slide on this. But that won't be a problem, right? Though it does make placing down these blocks much easier. After expanding my hell bridge to around halfway around my world, I decide to start prepping for my fight with the wall. My first instinct is be nades, so I go to kill the Queen Bee. But after killing her one time, I realize I can't get additional beam emanations because I can't farm stingers because the jungle is completely corrupt. So that plan is out the window. So I decide to use the Phoenix Blaster as my primary weapon for this fight, which means I'll have to go grab a handgun from the dungeon. 14 Aqua Scepters later, I'm finally able to grab a handgun from the dungeon. I go home and craft my Phoenix Blaster as well as have the Goblin Tinkerer reforge all my accessories for defense. After that, I grab some potions and head back down to hell to start my final challenge before hard mode. I sit at the edge of my hell bridge and kill my 900th Eater of Soul. And with that banner in my hand, I finally start the horrifying Wall of Flesh. And I wish I could say he was harder. I mean, Meteor Bullets kind of trivialized this entire boss fight. Plus, I was super overprepared after all my embarrassing losses at Skeletron. So with just a little pew 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 pew, I had done it. The first half of Terraria in an entirely corrupted world completed. And with the wall down, I can already tell that hard mode is going to be even more insane. Thanks so much for watching my corrupted trip through Terraria. If you're interested in seeing a part 2 where I go through hard mode, let me know. I can only imagine how impossible spawning in Plantera is going to be. Thanks again, and I'll see you guys next time.
In the past few years, there have been many cases where Roblox YouTubers were exposed as predators, and today, we're going to talk about 7 of them, starting with MilkDead, who is a popular Roblox content creator known for making ragdoll content with more than 200,000 subscribers. He started posting videos which were weirdly different from other Roblox creators. Despite that, many players watched his content and slowly formed a strong community. It was also during this time when he got in contact with Onion Bread, who was 17 at the time while he was 19. But things started to get sexual with MilkDead sending illicit pictures to her on her birthday, as they both started to form a close relationship. However, in November 2022, his Roblox account would be terminated due to inappropriate behavior and content. As word started to spread about his ban, he would hop on Twitter stating that a condo server moderator was impersonating him and was running a furry porn server.
which led to his ban from the platform. After that incident, things were going smoothly for MilkDead. But on January 3rd, 2023, his girlfriend, Onion Bread, would go on to reveal that MilkDead had abused her during their relationship. In a long thread, she exposed how MilkDead had been abused towards her, and even fantasized about having sexual relations with her friends. However, her story wasn't gaining much traction as MilkDead put out his response video, claiming that he wasn't doing well and tried guilt-tripping the audience into believing that he was the victim. But 2 days later, a Twitter account Robloxia News would release a 103-page document that highlighted his degenerate behavior, which involved grooming, sexual manipulation, and even making her commit suicide attempts. If that wasn't enough, Onion Bread's new boyfriend, Gone Fishing, created a video which totally destroyed MilkDead's reputation. Not long after the video went public, he deleted his YouTube channel and was also banned from Roblox once and forever. However, the next YouTuber on the list not only crossed borders to get sexual favors from a minor, but was also one of the very few YouTubers to be actually arrested for his crimes. Juke is a former Roblox YouTuber with more than 13,000 subscribers on YouTube. He was known for his Roblox videos and often appeared as a furry character while playing games online. However, much to everyone's surprise, he would soon be exposed for having a sexual relationship with a 16-year-old minor. It all started back in October 2021, when Juke and the victim started chatting after joining a Discord group. At first, their relationship seemed normal. However, this didn't stay for long as the couple started talking in a highly explicit and sexual way, with Juke sending pictures of his genitals to the victim. But the following month, he would end up doing something that would put a final nail in his coffin. On November 12, 2021, Juke told the victim that he would come over to her house the next week, and after having a couple of back-and-forth conversations, which included convincing the victim's mother, he started his journey to meet the minor. He even posted an update showing his arrival as they both finally met up, with him taking pictures of them sleeping together. However, things came crashing down as some popular commentary YouTubers started posting videos exposing his predatory behavior and calling him out. Eventually, one of the members of the group, Mod for Dummies, contacted and reported his actions to the local police department. And, unlike most of the other YouTubers on the list, he was arrested and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. As the saying goes, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And the YouTuber that perfectly fits the description is none other than Koneko Kitten. Brian Seha, popularly known as Koneko Kitten, is a Roblox content creator who became famous for his Roblox gameplay and commentary style videos. He started off his YouTube channel on April 25th, 2016, and it didn't take long for him to hit 1 million subscribers, making him one of the biggest Roblox commentary channels on the platform. However, everything would change on January 6th, 2021, when Koneko Kitten dropped a bombshell on Twitter, stating that a content creator, Narpi, had emotionally abused him. As part of the tweet, Koneko Kitten included a 50-page document showing evidence of Narpi's weird behavior, including allegations of targeting adults for sexual advances and even grooming a minor. The document spread like wildfire on the internet, and Narpi was forced to delete his Discord server, and lost most of his supporters as many believed he was a predator. By the way, it would really mean a lot if you could subscribe. However, 2 years later, Narpi would announce in his new Discord server stating that he was making a video addressing the allegations against him. After the announcement went public, Koneko Kitten would make a post on Twitter talking about his relationship with Narpi, admitting he had made some mistakes but still portraying himself as the victim. But things weren't going to be the same for him after what happened next. Narpi would go on to release a video titled My Side of Everything, where he exposed Koneko Kitten for lying and spreading misinformation in the document. He also claimed that their relationship wasn't one-sided as Koneko Kitten had claimed, but mutual. He went on to talk about his grooming allegations, claiming that they were falsely misinterpreted to show him as the villain. He also exposed Koneko Kitten of having a relationship with a 16-year-old, where Koneko claimed that he was asexual and their relationship was platonic. However, according to Narpi, it was during this time when he was still engaging in sexual activities with him. But it doesn't end here, as Koneko Kitten would address the fresh allegations against him, only to delete it shortly after, claiming that he was downplaying himself. After this incident, Koneko Kitten deleted his YouTube channel and has left YouTube for good. However, the next YouTuber was exposed as one of the worst predators that the platform has ever seen. Neithorix is a former YouTuber who is known as a serial predator who had a history of questionable behavior with minors. Not only that, he was also a huge gambling addict, as he often resorted to using YouTube to get donations for his losses. He started his channel on December 16th, 2019, and used it to rant about other Roblox YouTubers, supposedly giving advice on how they could improve their content. But a lot of people felt he was just trying to stir up drama and get more attention by downplaying other creators. Now here's where it gets really disturbing. In August 2019, Neithorix would go on a live stream along with his then-girlfriend, wearing only a tight underwear as he slept with her with no concern for his life. However, what we have talked about until now is only the tip of the iceberg, as Neithorix sexually and mentally abused a 14-year-old to the point of forcing her to send despite knowing that she was as he forced her to do an ASMR voice chat, as he found her voice innocent. After
after all the drama, he left the server and later deleted his YouTube channel, only to be never seen again. But this wasn't the first time that a one-by-one Lego piece. John Ritchie, who goes by the name of Just Movie, is a Roblox YouTuber from YouTuber Napkin Nate that changed his life completely. The duo enjoyed making Roblox videos together, as Gooby often appeared as a comical sidekick on Nate's channel. This exposure brought a lot of viewers to Gooby's channel, and people loved his sense of humor as they started watching videos just for him. Since YouTube was Gooby's only source of income, he started creating a lot of content on Nate's channel, and even started a Discord community where he hosted events with the members. However, everything changed when Napkin Nate disappeared, with many Napkin Nate as the villain. But the story doesn't end there. Even before Napkin Nate's arrest, Gooby had a long history of harassing other people along with his Discord members. They often raided other people's Discord servers and made fun of them, allegedly even scamming a few people. But things only got worse from here as Gooby was exposed for grouping minors and even asking for explicit images from a 15-year-old. He often shared inappropriate pictures on Snapchat and even in the Discord server, with most of the members being minors. Speaking of his predatory behavior, he forced a 16-year-old known as Phoebes to send not safe for work pictures of herself. Not only that, this Roblox YouTuber even had a weird kind of attraction towards animals, particularly female dolphins, which only shows his disturbing mental state. However, ever since the allegations came out, Gooby hasn't uploaded on his YouTube channel and has also privated most of his videos, with the last video on his channel titled Demons, which reflects what he truly has become. However, the same cannot be said about the next YouTuber, who not only refuses to take responsibility for his actions, but still makes money from his dark past. Motive was a popular Roblox animation YouTuber who quickly rose in popularity due to his short and unique animation style, amassing close to 200,000 subscribers. He was growing as a well-respected animator in the Roblox animation community, even acknowledged by Oblivious HD, who is also a popular animator on the platform. However, in September 2022, one of his ex-girlfriends revealed that he owned a not-safe-for-work Roblox account under the name Savosi, where he posted sexually explicit content. This created a massive uproar in the Roblox animation community, forcing him to admit his mistake in front of his audience. But Motive's troubles were far from over. A year later, an account on Twitter with the name SpringOnion10364 released a document showing Motive engaging in predatory behavior with a minor. In the 50-page Google document, the Roblox YouTuber was exposed for forcing a minor who was 2 years and 11 months younger than him to engage in sexual acts. Despite showing discomfort, Motive pressured the minor and even made not-safe-for-work content of them together. Despite the allegations, Motive did not release any statement and preferred staying silent. He has also deactivated his Roblox account. But the next Roblox YouTuber on the list is not only known for her controversial content, but also has a history of impersonating other creators to gain attention. Whispers is a Roblox YouTuber who is infamous for her "I'm dating my cousin" and "why I support furries" content, before becoming a troll account harassing other YouTubers for fame and attention. She was also exposed talking inappropriately with a 14-year-old, and was accused of sending illegal photos to minors.
Salut, c'est Franck Leboeuf.
I gotta sleep. Let me give you up. Just said build a man. My hammer broke it again. Why does it have my PS4?
mad? Problem? You've been trolled. Lol.
Criminal gets deadly wounded. Doctor saved his life. Criminal gets sentenced to death. Doctor, how am I meant to read what that says? When you order an Uber and it's one of them self-driving... How am I meant to read what that says? When you order an Uber and it's one of them self-driving ones. I don't get it. There's someone right there in the driver's seat. It's more impressive than... 40-year-old parents will say konnichiwa in an Italian restaurant. Spanish. Konnichiwa is Russian though. It's Japanese. Selling this deer, he bout 4 months. He sometimes barks, but that's cause he's bilingual. Hit me up for prices. It's a dog. I mean, come on, how does no one else realize? You're so cute, it's scaring me. Huh? I tried to make a pun out of your name, but I guess you didn't care enough to notice. What? I don't know why people are scared of chupacabras. They seem so nice. A chupacabra is a mythical creature that drains goats of blood in Mexico. That is a copyright. The R in woman stands for rights. but there's no R. You got that right. That's a joke. Whoever told me to leave my car at the pub and take the bus home, turns out I was in no fit state to drive that either. Dude, you were supposed to ride it, not drive it. Some people are really stupid. After a long day of flying, Navy jets are washed thoroughly and hung up to dry on the side of the carrier. It wasn't being washed, it was barely saved by the catch cable and went over the side because he came Fun fact, squids can sing, but only the pink and green ones. How can squids sing? They don't even have a mouth. This is so freaking funny. The internet really was better 10 years ago. Want a free cup holder? Download the attachment. Lol, freecupholder.exe. What does it do? Edit, never mind, it just opened the CD ROM. You would download a cup holder. No fiction. It's called a joke. Isn't this illegal? It's simple. 1. Your building is on fire. 2. Jump from window to a chair. 3. Wait till the chair is not touch the ground. 4. Jump from the chair. Your body will still be moving, so it's still it's great. Need a man who never looked at other women. National Society of the Blind and Partially Sighted. I don't think she meant it like that. It just looks like a language barrier issue. She probably meant guys who don't focus on other girls when they're together. r/whoosh. I really like this girl, but I don't know how to tell her. Just ask her to the movies this weekend. Do you want to go to the movies this weekend? No, I meant ask her. I just did. What did she say? I don't know. You tell me. What do you mean? Oh boy. How many tickles does it take to make an octopus laugh? I don't know. 10 tickles. Lol. Why? 10 tickles, goddammit. I thought gay had 8. Lol. Can I eat your ass? I actually live on Mars. How do you survive on Mars? And there's no internet on Mars, and it's not habitable for humans, so you're lying. Oh, I'm sorry. Have you been to Mars? How do you know there's not internet? I'm actually recording this from Mars right now. Last year, Obama said he was 57. This year, he says he's 58. Which is it, Obama? That's because a year passed? No, I think he's just lying. A great meme that has a chance to make it to hot. A spelling error. You made meme about it, but messed up. Yeah. No shit. You're fired. You're being let go. You've been promoted to customer. It's demoted, not promoted. No, it's promoted to the position of unemployment. My opponent is such a noob, they literally blundered their queen on move 3. You are checkmate, dude. Your opponent is smarter. You can still listen to music if you're blind, bro. This meme is stupid as fuck, Lamau. Music to my fingers. A blind man listening to Braille music for the first time. This shit bumps. The Sonicare toothbrush is named after the words I never heard my father say. Sonic R? What are the Sonics? They are going for Son, I care. This is a picture of an asteroid crater in Arizona. Look how close it came to hitting the visitor's center. Find Groudon. Guys, are you fucking stupid? He's right there. Where? Here's a picture of my grandma taken in 1914. She was the first female flight attendant for the first U.S. commercial air flight on January 1st, 1914. Fake. The image used in the meme above is actually a sepia-tone shot from Britney Spears' video for her 2003 song Toxic, which utilized scenes of the singer portraying a flight attendant. r/whoosh. I hate people. 1. Who can't spell. 2. List things. 3. Ask for likes. Like if you agree. It's spell. Hello, Laura. You look pretty fly. Hey, sorry if that opening pun was a little plain. No problem. I was just winging it. So where are you from? I see none of those jokes really took off. Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? All 4. That's only 3. r/whoosh. Dane Cook. I'm dating a 23-year-old. Leonardo DiCaprio. Hold my beer. Leonardo DiCaprio's girlfriend. I can't. She's not even old enough to drink. If only I had a tweet that said exactly that. Jack Black's acting in this scene was so powerful. Jack Black wasn't there. Lol. Stand back, Ashley. This resident is getting evil. He didn't say that. You might have thought it, though. Hey, hello? Are you listening to me? What? It was a play on your name. I don't get it. Anyways, when you hear a joke about butter? Sure. Actually, it would just slip your mind. Please tell me. I'm smarter than you think. No, they were right. Can you call me? I can't find my phone. Yeah, 1 sec. Let me find my phone. Okay, I'll wait. I can't find it. Can you call me? Sure. How would they text without phones? I don't know. It's not like that's the point of the fucking joke. I drill holes in the ground. Never let anyone convince that unions are a bad thing. I drill holes in the ground. Must be boring. Most work is boring. r/whoosh. About 40% of Americans believe humans and dinosaurs existed at the same time. Explain this picture then. And don't say it's Photoshop. They didn't have it back then. It's a painting. Lol. The amount of sewing supplies at the CVS. You mean cookies. It looks like sewing kits to me. $10 with $2.39 shipping. $12.39 with free shipping, though. You're basically paying the same price. Lol. Reunification flag for Taiwan and China. Taiwan flag. Chinese flag. New flag. Please stop posting about imaginary designs. Also, can't you see it's the same flag? Why is tamales pronounced tamales, but females is pronounced females instead of females? Because it's 2 different languages. My brother in Cheist, that's the joke. Who the hell is Cheist? New AirPods leaked. oh, they don't get the joke. Haha, Saws, Nikki, don't think you do know the difference. Knowing the difference between your and your, not your average girl can get ready. Yeah, okay, they do not know. Yet they're spouting the bullshit like they know it. How often do planes crash? Just once. Just once, usually. She didn't say how many times. The black lady should have answered it like this. Not too many times, frequently or a lot. Y'all gotta go visit New York. I promise you won't regret the view. That's literally just a bunch of old radiators. No, that's New York. There are 675,000 people in the crowd. I counted. You are a liar. Don't be so smart. Well, which is it? Is he a liar or is he smart? Me and the boys after the surgery. I mean, boys, they are girls. Get your eyes checked, bro. There are basically 3 kinds of people in the world. 1, those who can do math. 2, those who can't. Where's the third one? Surface web, deep web, dark web, not safe for work subreddits. Whoever made this doesn't know what the deep web is. Everything on Reddit is surface level, even the not safe for work stuff. Think you just really missed the joke here. OP was being highly ironical when putting not safe for work's Reddit under dark web, which is exactly where the punchline is. There's nothing to indicate this is satire here, dude. For all I know, this meme was made by someone who unironically thinks this. Okay, well, you're wrong. The manager at our local IKEA is retiring, so I sent him this cake. Where's the cake? It's from IKEA. You have to make it yourself. Just throw it in some rice. That won't work. Rice only works if your phone is wet because of water or squirt. Or what? Oldest person living at 116 years, 66 days old as of March 9th, 2019. Fools. I was the youngest person on Earth once. Everyone has. It's a joke, you cold corn dog. Gay station. That video is fake for sure. Hey, at Five Guys, I love your burgers and always draw a cute little picture for your corkboard. I love Five Guys. Awesome art. Thanks for sharing. My wife kicked me out because of my terrible Arnold Schwarzenegger impressions, but don't worry. I'll return. I'll be back. Yo, Beethoven, you suck. Your words are useless here, buddy. Why even bother roasting him? It's not like he can hear you anyway. Yeah, I just said that, man. Didn't you hear me? Age is just a number, but so is a prison sentence. Prison sentence is 2 words, not 1 number. Ha! Did you even pass 3rd grade? What were you trying to get up on him here? What? When your Instagram password backwards. Well, your Instagram password backwards refers to the idea of writing out one's own password for their Instagram account in a reverse order. This phrase has been used as a trick to get people to write out their password backwards. Thank you, PS1 Hagrid. I paused the video so he could take a break. You're dumb. If you pause the video, it won't make him take a break. It only pauses the video, not him. Auto Mechanics of Reddit, what is the worst state you've seen a car in? Probably California. Motherfuckers can't drive for shit. I'm in the car. What was wrong with the car? It was being driven by someone from California. What's that tank thing? It's the very new and unknown website called Old Territories. No, it isn't. It's Newgrounds and it's hopefully mostly used for video game songs. Mostly a game called Geometry Dash. r/whoosh. Can I be in the photo? Yes, you can. Tonight the moon will be visible from South Africa. The last time this happened was last night. What do you mean by South Africa? It's everywhere. The name South Africa is derived from the country's geographic location at the southern tip of Africa. You can't spell cat without a. Without a what? Without a. Without a what? At first glance, it had me fooled, so I had to look again. At first glance, you dumbass. Is there a problem? Glans. Noun. Anatomy. The rounded part forming the end of the penis or clitoris. Correct. That's the joke. Capri Sun. Astrology girls will straight up hit you with their car and say, whoops, lol, it's because I'm a Capri Sun. I have black text. I have red text. What was that, bunk? Did they forget the text? It doesn't say anything.
White text on white text.
What if I told you that this Mario on the left rendered faster than the Mario on the right, despite having physics bones, high resolution textures, and shading details? Well, it does, and I'll explain how and why eventually, but today we have a much more manageable task to get started with, the Goomba. But before that, shoutouts to Squarespace for sponsoring this video. I have made it my mission to develop a complete sequel to Mario 64, running on real Nintendo 64 with 15 new courses, a completely reworked engine, and new enemies and objectives. Of course, I love Mario 64, so I'm trying to keep the game feeling and physics the same, minus some jank. I don't think anyone lost as half circle Mario does when you try to turn around from a standstill, for example. This way, I've already increased the frame rate by a factor of 5 on real hardware, which now allows me to render much more complex levels like this one, or even this one here on a real Nintendo 64. I've released a playable demo of this as proof as well 3 months ago, so you know I'm not just making stuff up. The Mario 64 enemy models were made on a super old tool called N-World, early into 3D art's existence, and with little knowledge of how the N64 hardware actually works. That means that, of course, one part of this full rework process is that I will have to rework all the enemies and NPCs from the original game that I'd like to use in my game, which includes the Goombas from Mario 64. For almost every actor I've looked at, we can make them look better, render cheaper, and use less memory. I have to give a big shout out to Bioback here, because he's helping with the art part of this, while I'm more of a technical artist. He's always doing post-case editing work to make the models that much better. While this sounds like a monumental undertaking, we're actually already done with this, and now I'm just documenting what we've done and the tricks we figured out after the fact. But let's focus on remaking the Goomba. Now, while he has a lot of missed optimization, we should first focus on how he actually looks. The Goomba in Mario 64 is weird looking. Let's be real, Goombas have never looked like this before or after Mario 64, and it's probably due to early 3D jank. If you look at promotional 3D renders of the Goomba, it is apparent that this is likely not what they had intended the Goomba to turn out like. Especially when you also look at the 2D Goombas from Mario Bros. 3, or even the other Nintendo 64 Goombas from Mario Party, the shape is completely different. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe this was supposed to look like a mix from the Goomba from Mario World and the Goomba from Mario Bros. 1, or maybe even a reference to Mario Land. Either way, I think the best thing to do is to update this design to something that matches the later Nintendo 64 games. This coincidentally also looks a lot like the modern Goombas, so I'd say we're moving in the right direction. The first thing I need to change is his body shape. Goombas just aren't thimble shape, so his updated body has a bit more of a mushroom Goomba shape. I think what's interesting here is that this little part of his body flipped between being concave and convex throughout all previous iterations on the Nintendo 64, so having it right in the middle I think is a good choice. Next, his eyebrows. While they don't look that wrong compared to the newer N64 games, they are much bigger and protrude past his face. We'll make them a separate triangle so they can exist in 3D space. We've also updated the feet shape. This is not because there's anything wrong with the looks of his original feet, they are just very polygonally inefficient. What do I mean by that? Look at this shape here, for example. This is a hexagonal cylinder. If you wanted this to be a round shape, this would be a very inefficient way to do this. Now look at this. All I did was twist the bottom shape by 30 degrees. This makes it look much rounder with no extra polygons. Very polygonally efficient. This is a technique Nintendo adapted as early as Ocarina of Time, and it really paid off. Now, with those changes, what if I told you that this new Goomba already has 25% less polygons? I hope that surprises you because I don't want you to perceive him as being lower poly. But yes, we say 37 triangles in total, 14 on each foot and 9 on his body. But the lower polygon count is not the only reason the model renders faster. In fact, that is the smallest aspect of performance improvement. Optimizing for the Nintendo 64 is all about memory bandwidth, to the point that even compiling code on OFAST, the compile option that tries to minimize CPU cycles, produces a slower game most of the time than compiling code on OS, the compile option that tries to minimize code size. That is the biggest bottleneck on this console, even for rendering. Rendering one triangle takes about 200 bytes of memory throughput when it's not called, and maybe 20 bytes when it is called. With 37 triangles, about half of them being called, that would be about 4 kilobytes of memory throughput, or about the same cost as loading a single texture. We'll find much bigger optimizations when looking at the materials and textures. The original Goomba uses a 32x32 RGBA 16 texture for his face. That is a full 2 GB of texture memory. We can limit his face texture to 256 colors, which lets us get away with a palette texture, saving us a lot of data throughput. Well, okay, actually, we just made a completely new texture for him. And I made a double the resolution, which cancels out the performance benefit, but it looks a lot nicer. But you get the idea. You basically lose no detail by limiting the palette to 256 different colors on such a monocolored texture. Similarly, his little billboard body part here also uses a 32x32 RGBA 16 texture in the vanilla game, but since it is just a solid color sphere, we can simply replace it with an intensity alpha texture, which only takes 4 bits per pixel instead of the 16 bits that an RGBA 16 texture would take, and then we can color it in with vertex colors. This same texture also has this eyebrow texture, so we are able to add the eyebrows with no additional texture loads. I am not sure why they use an RGBA 16 texture here. They do use some intensity alpha textures elsewhere in the game. They might just not have realized that it would make a difference. Now, there's one huge issue with his feet. They use a whole separate material in the vanilla Goomba. This wouldn't be a big deal normally, but with Sauron's new F3D X3 microcoat, if you're not...
Oh my god, my brain. My brain is too full of ideas for videos.
I can't pick. I simply cannot pick. Welcome to the Decision Paralysis Cope Wheel. We've got videos like the prototype Steam controller, controller port satisfaction tier list, my life-changing purchases, King Jim, I'm not explaining that one. And today we're gonna spin the wheel and see what this here video is gonna be about. You already know because you read the title and thumbnail. And since I want us to be on the same page, I'm gonna go ahead and spin this wheel and find out what this here video is about right about now. Well, it's kind of exactly between those. Either way, they're both respin, so respin. And it's... Oh, it's King Jim! That's funny, that's the first one I put on here. All right, King Jim today. Behold. King Jim. Hashtag not my king. Okay, what is King Jim? I don't know. It runs on AA's. I'm sure these are 10,000 years old. Oh, that's filthy. We haven't had battery acid in a while. This is a nice change. Dear God. Why is it magnetic? Are all batteries magnetic? Okay, well, yeah, the tops and bottoms are, obviously. It didn't occur to me that, like, the sides of the battery would be magnetic. I'm also realizing how profoundly stupid it is to think that they wouldn't be, because if you take the covering off, they're all metal. Okay, you know what? We're gonna cut that whole segment. I believe we are missing a cover of some kind. That's okay. Luckily, the contacts do not look super corroded, so I think we can just stick some more batteries in there and call it good. And I guess that'll do it. Okay, King Jim. King Jim is a laptop of some kind. There are Japanese characters on the keyboard. Previous candidate, conversion, and katakana, hiragana, and romaji. Okay, not a clue what this one's for, but this makes sense. That's the different, like, symbol types in Japanese, I think. What about this one? Half-width or full-width kanji. I'm not certain what that means. There's a couple buttons up on the screen here. Okay, QR code, obviously. It says QR. That one is calendar. These ones are very tiny. The top is national language. Middle is English and Japanese, and the bottom is Japanese English. Yes, very different, but kind of not. Man, this screen, this is a tiny screen. Roughly 5 3/4 inch screen. I have a bad feeling it's gonna be in black and white. Man, is that battery acid? Ooh, I think battery acid got all over this thing. Oh, we'll be lucky if it even works. Yeah, I didn't really put 2 and 2 together earlier, but this is probably battery acid. And it's all caked up in the hinge and everything. Oh my God, it's a miracle it opens. Okay, what are the odds it's just gonna work? Please. Hello? Access denied. The king is dead. Okay, I'm gonna attempt to, like, scratch up the contact. We might be lucky and it is just a corroded contact. And I don't really have a good way to clean it, so I'm just scratching the crap out of it with a screwdriver. Might as well get this one while I'm at it. No. Sire, no! Alright, I guess we're gonna have to find out what makes a king. Smells like Nintendo. Is the king hiding anything from the people? Yes. Yes, he is. Aha! Ain't feeling too kingly now, are we, Jim? Oh, that'll do it. Oh, there's a... What the? Look at this CMOS battery. It's on, like, a little flippy-uppy guy. That's probably extremely dead. But why does it not work? The battery acid...
I had to have it. But the event was in 1 hour. I needed a plan.
We already know what happens if you put the portal's exit into its entrance. It comes out of itself and hits the edge. But what if you make it small enough so it fits? You've asked me this countless times and I was curious myself, but it broke in my program and I had no idea how to solve it. Until now. I finally have the solution. Let's check it out. Look at this tiny portal. It's moving forward, and it emerges somewhere. Let's revolve around. Wait, where did it go? The portal created a pocket dimension? Yes, and this is the correct answer, which we'll explore in detail in this video. The key to all of this is one overlooked portal axiom that not only explains this result, but also unlocks amazing new possibilities for other portals, and completely flips our understanding of portal physics. You are on the Octozorks channel, my name is Ilya, let's get started. Let's take 2 portals. They can teleport an object. If we turn off light teleportation, then we can see the teleporting surface. When crossing this surface, an object or light teleports to the other portal. That's exactly how it works in my program. When a light ray hits the surface, it jumps to another location and keeps going. In one of my previous videos, I showed an axiom that says a portal's behavior doesn't depend on the shape of its surface. So we can make it hemispherical and nothing really changes. Let's dive into how this works. First, let's look at how a light ray behaves with different surfaces. A light ray that starts here and going in this direction doesn't change at all, but if you make the shape hemispherical, the light ray first teleports to the orange portal, then back to the blue one, and ends up in exactly the same spot as with the flat surface. This explains why changing its shape doesn't affect how portal looks. Object teleportation works the same way. But look, with the flat surface, the back part is flat, but with the other surface it looks completely different. That doesn't really match our axiom. To solve this problem, we can turn the back surface into a portal too. It turns out this axiom only works for 2-sided portals, which you haven't explored before. By the way, notice that at some point, the object doesn't actually teleport, but it looks like it did, as if the teleporting surface is drawn around it. What if we do the same with a portal? Let's take an ellipsoidal portal with a similar surface, and place it inside itself as far as it can go. And here's how it looks with light teleportation. Now it looks like the orange part teleports the blue part. Although this doesn't actually happen. Remember how I used to do this before? I create multiple degrees of teleportation and filtered them in a special way. So I could have skipped all that work and just made such teleporting surface to get the same result? Well, it turns out these approaches are equivalent. So the next logical step is to take a small portal with a hemispherical surface and simply place it in the orange part. And that's the entire solution. Inside we get a pocket dimension.
Later in the video, we'll discover if it can be moved indefinitely, figure out how infinite space emerges, and conduct many experiments. But first, I want to tell you how I came to this discovery. After publishing my previous videos, I thought I'd shown absolutely everything possible, and there was nothing left to discover about portals. Scrolling through Twitter, I found this message. You can actually put a portal inside itself fully by using the half-sphere portals. I thought, nothing interesting. The guy just moved a portal. Of course, a small hemisphere will fit in a large one. But hemispherical portals work exactly the same as flat ones? So he placed a flat portal inside itself? I was flabbergasted. This discovery is what led me to quit my job and focus on YouTube to make this video. And this guy deserves credit. He did this using a scene editor to get this result. Before that, I had tried to solve the small portal problem in a million ways, analyzed all possible matrices, tried different calculation methods, but nothing worked and I eventually gave up. But let's figure out why exactly this axiom is true beyond the fact that it just looks right. There are two types of portals, scanner printer and spatial. A scanner printer portal scans and destroys an object on one side and recreates it on the other. This would need tons of energy, and this kind of portal could theoretically exist in our world. But it disobeys our axiom because it has only one active surface and its shape affects its behavior. Later in the video, I'll propose an experiment to measure this surface. Now about the spatial portal. I borrowed this clip from the video The Shape of Space, which I highly recommend. It shows how a torus unfolds into a flat sheet of space. A torus has such a structure that in the flat version, the right side leads to the left and the top leads to bottom. You could say this works just like portals. And these portals create this shape in the form of a torus. So, what would the shape of a space look like for our portals? To show this, I wrote an entirely new program capable of simulating this curvature of space. For example, this is how a flat torus looks in it. We see that the blue square teleports between top and bottom, while the green square teleports between the right and left edges. My program glues left to right and top to bottom. Then it runs a simulation to which shape this will lead to. It moves in a funny way and converges to a torus. With this torus, both squares end up continuous. Next, let's take this scene on a plane. Here we have a two-sided portal. The blue square teleports and moves in a circle, while the green one simply teleports. In the simulation, this part of the portal is glued to another part. I start the simulation and it converges to this shape. As we can see, the green square doesn't appear to teleport at all. And if we rotate the view, we can see a cylindrical surface in the back, and the blue square moves in a circle within it. And when viewed from this angle, it resembles a visual representation of a wormhole. Now let's examine a portal with a different teleporting surface. Similarly, this surface in one place is glued to this surface in another place. We start the simulation, and it converges to exactly the same shape. You could say that portals in this configuration inherently define this shape, and the teleporting surface is simply our choice of how we cut through that shape to represent space in a flat way. This means the teleporting surface is a virtual entity, something we use for our convenience, and that's exactly what justifies the axiom introduced in this video. From here, we can derive many interesting things. For example, a doorway and a portal represent the same local space. Furthermore, we could say that the portal doesn't just have one teleporting surface, but that all possible surfaces exist simultaneously, and at the same time, none of them truly exist. Also, for a spatial portal, there is no such thing as before teleportation and after teleportation. Now let me clarify that I'm using hemispherical portals only because they are easier to program. In reality, the surface can be anything: flat, hemispherical, zigzagging. It can even intersect itself. The only constraint is that the one part must not intersect the other, as shown here. But actually, even a broken surface like this can be fixed. We just need to teleport this piece to the orange portal. However, I avoid doing that, because those are the same calculations as degrees of teleportation, and they are not easy to implement. This is just a quick tour of my new space curvature simulation program. I haven't explained how it works, why there are holes here, what the Nash embedding theorem has to do with this, and much more. In the future, I'd also like to simulate the curvature of space for a portal inside another portal, or
This is Scratch, a coding website made by MIT and used by over 100 million people worldwide, where you use blocks to create games. And this is CodeWhisp, a coding website made by me and used by, well, 700 people, where you use text to create games. And today, I'm going to be putting CodeWhisp through a series of tests to see if it's just as good as Scratch. But first, let's rewind. Over the past 11 years, I've made many games on Scratch and have created dozens of Scratch tutorials on YouTube, ranging from making a tower defense game to Plants vs. Zombies. And throughout these years, I've analyzed every single part of the Scratch editor and have used blocks a lot. And I mean a lot. But I haven't only been using Scratch all this time. You see, after making Scratch games for a few years, ninth grade me wanted to try creating games with real text-based code. Now, at the time, I had two options. Option 1 was to use a game engine, which is specifically designed to help you make games. Option 2 was to create a game without a game engine and just use code, which meant literally creating everything myself. The game loop, the rendering system, the input management, and so on. Of course, I had to choose the obvious best option, which was option 2, making an entire game without a game engine. If you want to know how it went, well, I made a video on it. And as you can tell by the title, it took a really long time. This doesn't even include the additional hundreds of hours I spent watching YouTube videos to learn all this text-based coding in the first place. So in the end, my game turned out decently well. I mean, you've got player movement, a tile map, a battle system, and what the. But anyways, I couldn't withstand to put myself through any more torture. So later on, I decided to try out the other option, game engines. Just from the concept, it already seemed better than writing straight up code. However, there was a different problem. The game engines themselves were really complicated. A lot of them expected you to already know how coding worked, and the beginner ones either didn't use code at all or were not really for beginners. Plus, all these game engines had a ton of different tabs and windows and components, which took me months to fully understand. I felt like I was trying to solve a puzzle whenever I wanted to add something to the game. Also, I had a pretty bad laptop at the time, so I had to constantly turn it off so the game engine wouldn't overheat my laptop and blow up in my face. But after a few years, I was eventually able to publish a couple games. After going through all this pain and suffering, I knew there had to be a better way. A way where you can make super cool games easily with text-based code. And that's when I realized, why not build out Scratch, but for actual coding? I mean, everyone loves Scratch. Your parents, your teachers, your dog probably loves Scratch too. And so using my knowledge of Scratch, game development, game engines, and coding, I invented Scratch 4.0, I mean CodeWisp. It's an actual beginner-friendly game engine that uses the most popular coding language in the world, JavaScript. It's super easy to get started because the editor layout is pretty much the same as Scratch's. You can make your first game with real code in just a few minutes. That's faster than it takes to download a game engine, and definitely faster than it took for me to create my first game with real code. And to see if I can really make a game in just a few minutes with CodeWisp, I'm gonna attempt to make one right now. Alright, let's see how long it's gonna take for me to make a Flappy Bird game, starting now. Okay, so this is the initial project. I'm going to create a new sprite. Thankfully, we have a bird sprite right here, so I'm gonna select that, and I'm gonna remove this first sprite. Alright, now if I just play this, the bird's just gonna go to the right. That's what this code does, but I am going to remove all of this. And when the game starts, I'm just going to set the bird's X position to maybe something like -200. Let's see how that is. Alright, maybe a bit more to the left, so -240. Okay, and then I'll set the sprite's Y position to maybe, let's say 100. Okay, cool, and I think the bird is a bit too large, so I'm gonna set the size to maybe something like 60. Alright, looking pretty good so far. Now I have to make the bird fall down because it's not moving. So I'm gonna go to control, I'm gonna grab a forever loop, drag it in here, and this is our forever. So now inside of here, I'm gonna make the bird fall down. And to do that, I have to create a new variable, which will be the bird's speed. So I'm gonna create a new variable by just typing let, let's say, y velocity equal to 0. And this is going to be the speed of which the bird is falling down. So inside of here, in the forever, I'm going to change the bird's y by y velocity. Okay? And right now it's going to do nothing. That's because y velocity is 0. So now I want to decrease y velocity. So the bird is falling faster and faster. So after this, I'm going to do y velocity minus equals 1. So this is going to decrease y velocity, and the bird should now fall just like that. Cool. I might make the bird fall a bit slower, so maybe y velocity minus equals 0.5. Alright, I think that's better. And now let's make it so that when you press space, the bird jumps. So inside of control, I'm going to grab an if, drag it over here, and check if, I'm going to go sensing, if key pressed, space, then let's make the bird jump. So to do that, I'm going to set y velocity to, let's say, something like 10. So now if you press space, the bird jumps, just like so. Awesome. And now we have the bird, so that is pretty much it. Now let's add the pipes. So I'm going to create a new sprite, and I'm going to add the pipe sprite. And now I'm going to remove this code, and I want the pipes to first spawn from the right of the screen. So I'm going to set the pipes X to something like ocean, and change X. Clone start, I'm going to go to control, and grab a forever loop. Bottom pipes, Y. Let's try it out. They're showing up. So if the pipe clone is touching the bird, then let's go to game, and let's stop all. And let's try it out. And it's not exactly working. And that's actually because instead of sprite.isTouching, we have to do clone.isTouching, because the pipe clones are showing up. So if clone.isTouching bird, then stop the game. So now it should work. And it does, just like that. Sweet. And now we have a fully working Flappy Bird game. Like so. And let's check the time. And that's pretty good. 17 minutes for a Flappy Bird game with real code. But anyways, that's it for this video. Feel free to try it out on your own at codewisp.net.
Every single time someone watches this video, it helps feed someone in need. And since we get a lot of views, I brought a lot of people. Here you go. Thank you. No problem.
And if you're wondering how this works, every time someone watches this entire video, including you right now, money is generated. And as this video grows, that increasing amount of money will feed an astonishing amount of people. But that's not all it's gonna do. You watching this video will supply farmland, build massive kitchens, build schools with food for their students, and save children from child labor. Honestly, I'm glad you're here.
There you go. 1,500 people have now been fed.
I'm very excited for the future.
The meals you saw us giving away are cost-effective and jam-packed with nutrients, and honestly, way healthier than most meals in America.
Jimmy, why does it feel like I'm carrying the whole thing? Let's get to beating. There are over 500 kids that attend this school, and now every single school day will get a free breakfast and lunch just for coming to school. And the more of you that watch this video, the longer we'll be able to keep that program going.
The community is really happy because of the food. I'm very much happy for the organization because now the students are coming.
And with this meal right here, we just fed the entire school breakfast.
You can sit anywhere if they want.
Okay. Can we sit on the cool kids table? How does it taste? Does it taste good?
That's so good.
It tastes good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy made it. I did make it.
And because of our meal program, the school attendance skyrocketed. So it only made sense to upgrade their classrooms.
They have so few desks at the school that some students literally have to sit on rocks. I assume you're not supposed to put 4 kids on one of these.
Of course, this is only supposed to take 2 kids.
Really?
Not 4.
Can you ask them if they'd like new desks?
Mungependa kuletewa desks mpya?
I'll be right back then. Bring it on in!
We got some new desks for everybody! And now, even with all these new students, everyone has a place to sit.
This really puts into perspective the things we take for granted in America and Europe. Like, something as simple as a new desk for their school so they don't have to sit on rocks. It's literally making their week.
This means a lot.
All right, thanks for the help, guys. They're carrying all the way right now. You ready for your new desk? Yeah. Obviously, they can't feed all these kids breakfast and lunch every school day with this kitchen. Which is why we built this brand new kitchen. And on top of revamping the school, we also dug a well here with water storage, plus a greenhouse, and pan the camera, a farm. We are hooking this school up with everything they need.
And for the influx of students at neighboring schools,
We're partnering with massive farms like this one. And this is Justice, he runs the farm.
Welcome to a leisure farm. We have 2 parts of the farm. One part of the farm goes directly to the schools, and the other part of the farm we specifically grow to sell to nearby communities, which helps to keep the non-profit going.
and because right now these farms are using manual labor, which is not efficient enough to produce as much food as the schools
We
need.
brought you a brand new tractor.
Oh, wait.
Now instead of people doing manual work like this, they can instead just use this tractor.
What previously took 45 minutes will now just take 45 seconds.
This tractor is more important than you may realize. Just because we're taking the money from all the views on this video and giving it to school meal programs doesn't mean food just magically spawns out of thin air. The food has to come from somewhere, and in this case, it's coming from the increased yield on this tractor across this massive farm.
And to be sure this food reaches as many families as possible, we got a special surprise for this school.
Everyone, come over here. Here are the keys to your brand new truck for the community.
Congratulations.
I want you to use this to feed all the community.
Thank you so much.
This truck will enable the school to provide excess meals to families all over the community.
Yeah, inside of your guys' brand new truck is enough food for over 100,000 meals.
The community was so thankful, they gifted me a goat.
I have a goat now.
If you thought 100,000 meals was a lie, by the end of this video, because of your view, we will be giving away 1 million meals.
Let's get over here.
Let's head over to Ghana, where we also funded the construction of not just another kitchen and water tank, but also a new farm for our local school.
The cabins we're planted here in around 2.5 months will look like this.
We got feed the students from this small cabin.
But unlike this farm, the millions of others all across Ghana don't share such a positive story.
It's a farming community. Most of the parents are football fans.
And sadly, the children are as well, playing a crucial role in generating their family's income.
4 out of 5 of your students before they enrolled to this school worked on a cacao farm.
Yeah.
And now instead of working on a cocoa farm, they're getting an education just because we're giving them a free meal.
Yeah. This food is increasing their enrollments, the way their kids to school, and their studies too.
And we found another way to help kids stay in school.
These are their brand new cows. We bought dozens of pairs of animals that we're going to be gifting to these families. And with that extra income, they'll be able to send their kids to school as opposed to having them work on farms. Tomorrow will be their first day of school.
Yes.
Congrats.
And with so many animals to give away, I had to rely on Tariq for help, which was a mistake.
Tariq, bring out the next 10 goats at the same time. Oh man, that's a lot of goats. That's a lot of goats. Come on, goats. Come on, come on. Here we go. Oh,
Go.
oh, make it go. All right, Tariq, I got Tariq, you're fired. Congrats on your brand new goats.
And I know the perfect way to celebrate our time in Ghana.
Have you guys had chocolate? Tell me what you guys think of it. No problem. Do you like the taste of it? You guys want to see the drugs? If you look up, you can see yourself on the camera.
It's sad, but 45% of children that live in cacao farming households in Ghana work in illegal child labor. So to fight this at Feastables, we are working with the farmers to establish child labor monitoring and remediation system to get the kids out of child labor and into school.
It's been our prayer that we have school feeding for Islanders, and now we have it. So we thank you so much, and we hope that this will continue for years. I hope forever.
And now that these families in Ghana have enough to eat, back in the United States, ending hunger requires solving a completely different problem. Believe it or not, America produces so much food that almost 40% of it simply gets thrown away. But if we could preserve just 10% of that, we could theoretically end hunger in the United States. And that brings us to the Philadelphia wholesale produce market.
One of the largest food marketplaces in America.
Where every year, up to 10 million pounds of unsold food is at risk of going to waste. Which is where Evan and his nonprofit, Sharing Excess, come in.
If they don't have a place to sell it, it's the easiest option to throw it away.
Let's take these potatoes, for example. Some retailer might be like, hey, if they're within 1 month of expiring, we don't want it. But instead, you're like, yo, why not give it to people who are starving?
That's right, it's a no-brainer.
So Evan and his organization, Sharing Excess, collect millions of pounds of food that, for silly reasons, would have been thrown away.
What are we looking for? This looks good.
That looks good, so we're gonna put it in the good box.
Okay, this one looks a little not good.
Not so good, throw it in the bin.
Okay, and that's all you do?
Yeah, if we make it more complicated, people wouldn't do it.
Wait, Tracy, why is your pepper so small? I think I got the biggest pepper out of the boys. Everyone knows what you're doing. Wait, your pepper's deformed, no? It's like Carolyn. You know, the boys wish they had a pepper today. All this food is just what's been donated today from this building.
And there's even more out there, just we need more trucks to be able to pick up all of the food that's actually available.
This market and others like it have so much food that even the Sharing Excess...
Fucking 1 day ago, Mr. Beast is just getting 5 billion views per year.
This is the brand new RTX 5090 from NVIDIA, the current rarest, fastest, and most powerful graphics card in the world. Oh my goodness, this thing just looks incredible. It's double the performance of last generation's RTX 4090, making it an absolute beast in games. We're going to push the RTX 5090 to its limits by increasing Minecraft's graphics more and more until we reach a high enough level of realism able to destroy the RTX 5090. I wonder if we'll be able to do it. To accurately determine just how powerful the RTX 5090 actually is, I thought it would be a great idea to compare it to my previous RTX graphics cards. Starting off with the iconic RTX 3080. Back just a few years ago, the RTX 3080 was one of the fastest graphics cards you could buy. In a lot of games, the RTX 3080 was only slightly slower than the RTX 3090. So just how far can we push the RTX 3080 in Minecraft? Okay, we have the RTX 3080 installed inside PPC, starting our in-game testing off with just default vanilla Minecraft. Despite all of our testing running at 4K, the RTX 3080 actually pulls a respectable 700 to 800 FPS in just completely default Minecraft. But it's when we test shaders that things start to get a little interesting. After enabling our low...
Welcome to Sky Factory 04. You build a factory from Sky.
Why don't humans have a specific noise that means there are bees here, let's leave immediately? Why are elephants more advanced than us? We do have a specific noise, it sounds like this. There are bees here, let's leave immediately. They're bad. Woman driving the wrong way blames oncoming traffic for crash. You are on the wrong side, so yeah, it's your fault. If you are sleeping in the same room as your PC that has no case, the room you are in technically acts as the computer's case, so technically you are sleeping inside your PC. Once you've read the dictionary, every other book you read is just a remix. Oh my god. 6% of Americans think they could fight in hand-to-paw combat with a brown bear. Considering they can keep up with horses, weigh 600 pounds on average, and have razor-sharp teeth and claws, I think 6 out of 100 people in the US might be in trouble. I could almost certainly win a sanctioned boxing match against any wild bear. Not to brag, but I would probably win the fight in less than a minute. As soon as the bell was rung, I would be immediately mauled, but biting is a foul in boxing. The bear would be disqualified for committing an intentional foul that caused injury, and I would be awarded the win, presumably posthumously. I used to be a male trapped inside a woman's body, but then I was born. First day as a bartender. Customer, I'll have a martini, dry. Me, staring at all the liquid ingredients. I don't know how to tell you this. Sandwich that tastes like sandwich with chicken. So it's not a chicken sandwich, but it's a sandwich that tastes like a chicken, or it's a sandwich that tastes something like that. Probably self-made, but still impressive. It's called a woman, and you can find them just about anywhere. Walmart correction notice, the 4 for $10 price shown in our flyer for Dutch chips is incorrect. The correct price is 2 for $5. I mean, yeah, they're still the same if you buy 4 because you're getting it for 10 still, but
you can still get a deal at a smaller quantity, 2 as opposed to 4. So, it's a positive, I guess. What are teenager tots about masturbating? Masturbate is great. It has 40% fishing power, making it one of the best bait in Terraria. Do yo want to kiss under the starlight? But the sun's out. Babe, the sun is a star. Your understanding of basic science is so hot. You know it's cold outside when you go outside and it's cold. Who's running this account? Ah, yes, that makes sense. How the hell did Azulas survive without a helmet? Boomerangs were invented and are able to break kangaroos' necks. See, Azula isn't a kangaroo. Someone on Tumblr asked me to post some more not safe for work images, so I made the most not safe for work thing I could think of. Unspeakable, horrific even. Hair not tied up, safety goggles are not on. That is not secure, the device is on, baggy clothes, safety line, open-toed shoes. Yeah, these work conditions are incredibly not safe. What's above Tennessee? Air. What's the state above Tennessee? Gas. Bug in line 31. What do you think he's there for? What's he in line for? What's he gonna buy? 6 without S is 9. My god. Nothing is written in stone. Correct. Nothing is in fact written in stone right here. Tell me what state you're from with only 2 words. North Carolina. Thank you, Ben. The British Museum will take anything but jokes. It was just banter. British Museum has blocked you. No one. British Museum. Oh, come on, that's funny. Last night I was talking to my Korean friend about abortion in Korea, but because of his limited English, he didn't use the word abortion. He said, delete the baby. Stop spawn killing us. Please stop spawning. Modern problems require modern solutions. Family gathering. Mom, Aunt Carol is here. Aunt Carol is fucking ripped. Reblog if you love Aunt Carol. Aunt Carol is a cougar. I feel dead inside. You need to open up. Foomp. Much better. Can't believe I paid some dude $50 for the OnlyFans leak that took 11 hours to download and 4 terabytes of storage up for this. SMH. OnlyFans leak legit 4 terabytes. Well, it is OnlyFans, so I don't know what you were expecting. I stumbled across this pic. I noticed pic was spelled with a K, so I was hoping it'd be this, and it is. Thank you. Love yourself. Do you get it? Because he's the Rock. What starts with F and ends in uck? A fire truck. No, that starts with A. No, that starts with T. I love Smosh. Combined, me and Elon Musk have a higher net worth than any human on this planet. Let that sink in. All right, Greg. Just found out my coworker is an anti-vaxxer. We're microbiologists. I work with a flat earther at an airline. Well, it's an airline, not an air curve. Checkmate, dummies. Does this look real enough for a cinematic? The skull usually goes under the skin, but it looks pretty realistic to me. What are you doing? Filling the caravan with petrol. Why? So it explodes when the car hits it. Boom. Why would the caravan explode?
Hello, everybody.
Explode because I filled it with petrol. Stay retired, Paul. You're a better commentator than fighter. Does it make you feel good saying that? Now would you say that to my face man to man? Nope, you'd kick my ass. That's why I said it on Twitter. Fair enough. You know, this stayed civil. I'm proud. What screams I'm homophobic when you scream I'm homophobic? Build a man a fire, and he'll be warm for the night. Set a man on fire, and he'll be warm for the rest of his life. Map of countries that are often omitted from maps. Nice. What starts with W, ends with T, and has 2 letters in between? Just stating the obvious. 2 letters T. Stay off the tracks. They are only for trains. If you can read this, you are not a train. How to slow down time. Step 1. Do I have to take the skin off first? Seems kind of excessive. 10 kilometers an hour, 100 kilometers an hour, 1,675 kilometers an hour. Men of Reddit, what was a time when you thought a woman was giving obvious signals, but turns out that wasn't the case? It happened just a couple of days ago to me in traffic. This girl had her blinker on and I thought she was going to turn, but she kept going straight. All I'm saying is climate change wasn't an issue when we were sacrificing virgins to the sun god regularly. Some earrings I ordered on AliExpress never arrived and they asked for a photo reference? Yep. I don't see any earrings there, so if you could snap your fingers and instantly make the world better, what would you do? Snap my fingers, obviously. Him, what are you doing? Her, just here in a tank top. Him, send a pic. Her. If you slap Dwayne Johnson's ass, you're hitting rock bottom. What the hell? Lol. Can you change my car out for something a little more expensive? Thank you. This should do it. Student loans. Oh, Christ. Oh, no. Both concrete and glass are mostly made of sand, so skyscrapers are basically giant sandcastles. You starter pack. As tall as your height, prefer to eat foods you like rather than those you dislike, born at least once, enjoy your interests. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of true. Baby boy born without penis, an extremely rare case. Exact same thing happened to my sister. With great power comes great electricity bill. What a powerful message. What's something everyone should have in their house? Floor. Yeah. A slice of pie is $2.50 in Jamaica. That was so random. It's $3.25 in Bahamas. Thanks for the useless info. These are the pirates of the Caribbean. That's got to be the best pirate I've ever seen. Wolverine and Deadpool can't be circumcised because of their regeneration abilities. Huh? Nope, you're thinking about it all wrong. They can be circumcised many times. What the fuck? Your dick is so small, says the bitch with literally no penis. This boneless avocado. Avocados don't have bones. That's why I said boneless. But if avocados don't have bones in the first place, why would you even say it? Because it's boneless. Duh. What's the story behind your username? I love tits. Titslover69. Checks out. Florida man threatens to kill man with kindness, uses machete named Kindness. Oh no. To avoid crowds, visit areas that are less crowded. Thank you, National Park Service. Can anyone remove the shoes on the right? You got it. Women, what word do you use to describe vagina? Can't say p***y, I say kitty. Haha. Spawn point. I've been in 2 helicopter crashes and 1 plane crash. There is only a small group of people who have survived that many crashes. I'm also not a pilot. Explains why you crashed so many times. You have $10 million USD, but you can only buy things that start with the first letter of your name. What do you buy? Andrew. A new house, a new truck, a lot of stuff. Nice. Area under constant video surveillance. This area is under constant video... That area in particular, that specific area, is under constant surveillance. Cinnamon is made from the bark of the cinnamon tree. Yeah, so? Cinnamon powder is basically sawdust. Hashtag gay, hashtag lesbian, hashtag bisexual, hashtag pride, hashtag kissing the homies goodnight. See, it's not a rainbow. I told you it's not gay, bro. The tallest tree in Wales was damaged by lightning, and instead of cutting it down, a chainsaw artist decided to do this as a symbol of the tree's last attempt to reach the sky. It's a palm tree now. Weird titles for the last 2, announced at Disney today. Toy Story 5, Frozen 3, Zootopia 2, 7,000 workers to be laid off, and 2.5 million Disney Plus subscribers lost.
How I will explain that to you. We call the native people who live in the forest Indios. I'm talking about indigenous people. They're Native Americans. They're native to the Americas. You get $100 every time you're rejected for anything. Favors, dating, money. What do you do to make money? Ask people for $100.
You're quacky.
Blank wants you to approve this website, www.wikihow.com/watch a YouTube video without your parents knowing. Dude, what kind of technology even is this now? I used to have tons of parental locks on my old iPad mini when I was like, I don't know, 10 years old. I couldn't watch YouTube. I couldn't go on Safari. I couldn't even use iMessage, actually. The only way I could watch YouTube was through a Minecraft seed generator app that also had a YouTube integration. But the catch was that I could only watch Minecraft YouTube videos. That was all I had. What's up, boys? This is kind of random, not really to do much with the video, but a little bit of a life update. I like to keep you guys informed, you know. I told you guys when I graduated, I told you guys when I moved out, and now I'm telling you guys that I officially passed my driver's license and I'm getting a car probably on Monday. And before you say anything, yes, I'm 20 years old. Yes, I should have done it 4 years ago, but I don't care. I finally did it and I'm happy about it. Also, we hit 900,000 subscribers, which is awesome. I haven't hit a subscriber milestone in a little bit, so it felt pretty good. We're going for a mil. 2024, baby. Hit that sub button. Anyway, you know the deal. Today is this month's episode of r/kids are stupid. We're just gonna take a look at some stupid kids doing stupid stuff. As usual, let me know in the comments any stupid stuff you did as a kid, because I always like reading through those. And without further ado, enjoy the video, boys.
Oh, wait. Okay. No. Okay. Okay. You can have it.
The one thing in common with all these videos where there's just like a kid on the loose creating havoc is the parents are never anywhere in sight at all. I mean, this kid is literally wearing 2 different colored shoes. That tells you something about the parenting. As long as he's got 2 shoes on his feet, it doesn't matter, man. So they're definitely not going to be watching him in a Chipotle, making sure he doesn't run around stealing other people's queso and just going, mine. Yeah, I'll be taking that. That's mine now.
Are you ready or not ready? Yeah. Everybody please back to the railing. Hey. What do you
Okay, this is honestly just a little bit disturbing. For this kid to be...
That's right. I've just started my YouTube career and I've already lost my creative integrity. That's right. I've just started my YouTube career and I've already lost my creative integrity. Minecraft, a game with slightly more money and slightly fewer children than the Catholic Church. But despite being the biggest game in the world, there are some problems.
Man.
Wow, shocking. A 20-something-year-old playing a children's game has problems. The game has many systems in it. Unfortunately, a lot of them are basically useless. Like me. Many of them seem confused, like they don't serve an actual purpose beyond just bloating the game. And I'm not just talking about the recent editions being shit. Everyone and their dog has already beaten that to death. The sniffer is a bit underwhelming and the archaeology system is a bit disappointing. Wow, what a brave fucking statement. Be careful, you might end up on an FBI watch list with those radical ideas. No, I'm talking about the systems that Mojang has left to rot, like a dog in a hot car. Systems that have been in the game for years but have never been useful in a survival playthrough. And I'm looking at this from the perspective of a normal survival world. Just me and maybe some of my very real friends that I definitely have.
Playing Minecraft. Oh!
And also I play on Java because... But most of what I'm going to say also applies to Bedrock. Side note, for all their talk of parity and consistency between the versions, some things are just completely different between them. Like the way damage is calculated. Like, why are these numbers different?
Man.
And also, just to clarify up front, nothing I suggest is ever going to be done. Something a lot of people seem to forget when they're talking about ways to improve Minecraft is that Minecraft is already the most popular game in the world. Microsoft has no need or interest to change game mechanics. Their #1 priority is don't rock the boat. It's the reason why we get all these bullshit filler updates that don't actually add anything. But just because something is successful doesn't mean it can't or shouldn't be improved.
Literally nobody wants that.
Chad, this is a valuable resource.
Yeah, that is not valuable.
Look at that! It looks
First up on the chopping block is brewing, a system with so much potential that falls so flat. There are 19 types of potions in Minecraft, and only like 3 of them have common use cases. Water breathing is good when exploring ocean monuments. Fire resistance is really helpful in Nether, especially when fighting blazes. And night vision is good if you don't know how to install Fulbright. There's also the weakness potion cures zombie villagers, but you're not really using the potion for its actual effect. It's more like an ingredient to make something. Outside of these, though, it's only niche uses. When am I ever going to be in a situation where I'm like, you know what I really need right now? To be able to jump one block high for exactly 1 minute and 30 seconds. And this is possibly Potion's biggest fault. They don't last nearly long enough. A potion like Jump Boost could be really useful, like when navigating steep terrain. But because they're so short, you need to drink every time you encounter the slightest obstacle. I mean, Jump Boost 2 only lasts a minute and a half, and making it requires a rabbit's foot. That's a 19% drop at looting 3. That's 1 rabbit every 51.3
Just
seconds.
add redstone.
Regeneration 2 requires a gas tier. It lasts a whopping 22 seconds, for an effect on par with eating. And you know, they just call me the Turtle Master. Because I only last 20 seconds. Like, Turtle Master is a fun idea, but getting speed is such an asinine and time-consuming process. Just to get something so short is pretty disappointing. Actually, I might be starting to see where these girls are coming from. To be fair, most potions aren't that hard to obtain, but there's an issue that they all share, and that's that they can't stack. Inventory space is already so limited, which is another issue that Mojang doesn't seem interested in actually fixing. A potion like Swiftness could be really useful when exploring. Maybe provide that Elytra alternative all the hall monitors are looking for. But to get any meaningful use out of the effect, you need to fill up half your inventory with speed. Extending the duration of the effects and making them stackable would open up so many new possibilities. Like, do you know how nice it would be to have Jump Boost when trying to build? I really don't see longer durations or stacking as game-breaking changes. Mostly they would just be really nice quality of life changes so I don't have to keep stopping what I'm doing, placing a shulker, and playing Inventory Management Simulator every few minutes to top up an effect. Well, technically there is one way to get any potion effect to stack. Hit arrows are potions, stupid little brother. First off, they're oddly hard to get. If you want any large quantity of them, which considering their ammo, you're probably gonna want a few of them, you need to beat the game. And if you run out, you're gonna need to resummon the dragon. And the effects are just useless. And I know a lot of them are meant to just be funny, like shooting somebody to make them breathe underwater or shooting somebody to make them invisible. But even the effects that should be useful just aren't. Considering a bow is a weapon, you probably want to do more damage. Like with arrows of harming, and then they get the same vibe as
Road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it.
arrows that do extra damage. Sounds great. Except the part where the harming effect actually heals half the mobs in the game. So you actually need to carry around 2 sets of arrows for when you encounter undead mobs. And the same problem applies for regeneration and poison. You need a hot swap depending on what you're fighting. A transition about as smooth as my Ford Focus going for first and second.
Oh, what on earth?
All for the earth-shattering, game-breaking effect of 2 seconds of poison.
Wow.
Which can make a normal mob with the average 20 HP a 1 to 2 shot. A massive improvement on the basic Power 5 bow, which kills in 1 to 2 shots. Shit. Yeah, there are 76 types of mobs in Minecraft, and a Power 5 bow can guarantee 2 shot, if not 1 shot, all but 10 of them. And that includes bosses. And maybe that's where they shine, against Ender Dragon and Wither. Bosses have large enough health pools that you can really see the difference the extra damage makes. Except the part where they are immune to all potion effects. So they do literally nothing.
Wow.
Tipped arrows really are one of those things that sound like a great idea, but no consideration was ever given how they'd actually be used.
Sounds good. Does it work?
In basically every situation, they make no difference. And trying to even use them is such a hassle. You spend so much time fucking around your inventory trying to select the right one, you could just shot the thing again with a normal arrow. Nothing beats the classic sword and bow combo. And I mean that. All the other weapons they've added fucking suck. You remember before they added the mace and everybody was freaking out about how game-breaking and overpowered it was? Then it got added and everybody immediately forgot about it because it actually sucks. For starters, they're a pain in the ass to get. Heavy core is only a 7.5% drop chance from Omnibus Vaults, so on average you need to do over 13 to get 1 core. Then once you do eventually get it, they're a pain in the ass to use. To get the thing to work, you need to be jumping off stuff like a member one direction, and the results are probably about the same. Oh, but you can one-shot the warden. How often are you actually falling from world height? You know there's a difference between a feature and a gimmick, right? It's gimmick is I can do one really big hit, but this almost never happens. There aren't nearly enough high free mobs to justify a slow one-shot, one-kill weapon. Most of the time you're just fighting normal mobs in a filler cave where there's not enough stuff to be jumping off consistently to make the thing work. And where it seriously struggles because it's way too slow. And besides, the sword can already two-shot pretty much anything anyway. Or a bedrock where critical attack can already one-shot most things. Similar problems exist for the trident, which is like a bastard love child between the sword and the bow. At first glance, it doesn't seem too bad. It does 9 damage, which is more than another right sword. Except a bedrock where it actually does the same damage. The problems with the trident really begin once you start enchanting. Impaling, the enchantment that increases the damage it does, has a caveat that makes it completely useless. It only affects aquatic creatures. You know, like fish and turtles. Mobs whose natural predators are plastic straws. There are only 2 hostile mobs effects. Guardian and Big Guardian. And no, Drown don't count. Okay, so it might not do much damage, but it makes up for it in versatility because it can also act as a ranged weapon. Except it's a pretty shit ranged weapon, this ain't no Moonveil. It does about the same damage as a normal bow, but once you enchant the bow, it does around double to triple the damage. And the bow attacks way faster because you don't need to retrieve your weapon after every attack, which is definitely important with Minecraft's jank hit wrench. I believe it was Sun Tzu who said, "Don't throw your weapon, dipshit." If you actually want to use it as a ranged weapon, then loyalty is a necessity, because otherwise... And it's gone. And even then, loyalty isn't the most reliable thing in the world. The real problem is if you can enchant the trident with impaling loyalty, then you can enchant sword and bow with sharpness and power, which just obsoletes the trident. So it's pretty bad in the late game, but it could be good in the early game. Having the equivalent of another right sword while you're still mining for iron will be pretty fun and provide an interesting gameplay experience. Except you're not gonna get the trident early game because it only drops from every 1 in 188 drown, making it one of the rarest routes in the game. And even with looting 3, it's only 1 in 139. That's 4.79 Edmund Fitzgerald for the drowned sailors. Instead of bedrock, where it's actually 1 in 18 chance. And even if you did somehow manage to get one in the early game, I hope you found a mending book while you were down there. Because it has the same durability as an iron sword, and there's no way to repair. I think Yahtzee said it best back in 2011, which was over 13 years ago. Holy shit.
The ratio of typically defined versus actual usefulness is completely arbitrary.
It's really a shame because both the mace and trident can actually be pretty fun to use. Like flying using Riptide or flying using Skulls Villagers. There's nothing wrong with having gimmicks. I said the same thing about Siege. Having things that aren't that useful is okay as long as they're fun. But when the only weapons you've added to your game in 15 years are gimmicks, it kind of becomes a problem. Well, there's one other weapon they've added since the official release, and that's the crossbow. And while it's better than the others because you can get it relatively easily, at the end of the day, it's just a worse bow with some gimmick chance. Did you know multi-shot can hit the same mob twice? The other arrows just bounce off. I thought the point was to be a shotgun, because with the arrows flying out at 10 degrees each, you're never gonna hit anything with them. 10 is just unreasonable. Nobody wants that. A lot of people even say, 5 is too much. I think 3 is a much more realistic number. 2.5. Speaking of over-penetration, Pierce, which is infinitely more useful than multi-shot, but seeing as we're coming from completely useless, it can really only be up. Being able to collateral enemies is way more likely to happen than having to bust out a protractor, making sure they're exactly 10 degrees apart from each other. But even then, you'd still be way better off just using
1 million.
Hey, yo, chill! How am I gonna beat the game? Can they stop me from beating the Ender Dragon? Let's find out. And if I die at any point, dude, you serious? I have the face reveal. This is the 1 million villager manhunt. Oh, chill. The manhunt don't start until I move. And I'm not moving. Nah! Chill! Gotta make a jump. Oh, let's go! How am I gonna win? Nah, the babies too? What's up then? Dear God, I'm so sorry. Oh, you're all grown up now. Oh, I need to hide. Damn, how am I gonna pass? Yo, this cow called you ugly. Hey, yo, I need to hide. A portal. I can hide in the nether. What is that? Oh, let's go! I just got a super rare item. I can hide in the village. Let's go. They're not gonna check in here. Please don't check in here. Nah, bro, I don't have a heart. I'm not trying to face reveal. Oh my God, that was a close one. Oh, I'm good in here. No, let me go, bro, please. What? Oh, bro, it's colorblind. I'm just a skeleton. Okay, that was a close one. No! Wait, you're old. You must have some vision impairment. Oh, let's go. Wait, glasses? What? No! Let's go. He's got memory loss. Oh my God, why give up? This challenge is impossible. They're trapping me. They're boxing me in. Oh, hold up, I know. Hey, let me follow this. Let's go. It's working. Gotta get out. That sheep just saved me. Bro, I owe you. How can I repay you? Wait, what? Nah. Hey, this is our little secret, alright? Wait, actually, hold up. I'm taking custody of our son. I'm a great father. Alright, staying here and
What do you think of whenever you hear the word Bed Wars? You would usually think of Minecraft Bed Wars.
Roblox.
On a video about Mark Rober's autistic child, my ranked teammates. Come on, dude. You can't say that. It says good vibes only, please. I don't really know what this dude's talking about, because personally, I feel like autistic people might be some of the best gamers I know. You know what I mean? The hyperfixation is no joke. This person donated $100 on a looping video live stream. $100. Face rebel. What? Why did 133 people like this? You know what? I see what happened, actually. The kid made a clear mistake here. You see how it says 50% of donations go to charity? Well, he thought he was paying $100 for the face reveal, but he actually only bought the $50 break mouse. So this isn't actually fake. He just didn't donate enough money. Really is all it actually comes down to. I beat Stereo Madness. Isn't that the easiest Geometry Dash level? You know what? I'm not even gonna hate, actually. I respect that. I remember the first time I beat Stereo Madness, and that was about as far as I got in Geometry Dash. I didn't even make it to the second level. Past that, my brain just like wouldn't compute it, dude. I have friends that are really into Geometry Dash, like custom levels, and it literally looks like a seizure is happening in front of me. I have no idea what is even going on or how you can react that bad to like not fail. It's ridiculous. Drinking mouthwash in memory of Jimmy. My stomach hurts. Well, yeah, man, you're not really supposed to drink entire bottles of Listerine. You know, they actually say not to do that on the package. And I haven't played mouthwashing, so I don't know who Jimmy is or how he died, but I'm sure he would not want you doing this in memory of him, man. I'm sure he would not. This is the moment where Jesse Pinkman lost his virginity. Lost mine at 10. Sorry, couldn't help myself. You were a cutie back then. What? Lock this guy up, please. Get him out of here. Report him. Get him off the site. Get him gone, please. Drinking mouthwash again as an apology to Poner. Hashtag mouthwashing challenge. Dude, this is actually so dangerous. He's still going? I just did some research, and apparently if you drink too much mouthwash, you're actually at risk of falling into a coma. So, somebody keep an eye on this kid. If he does too many more of these videos, he might be gone for a few years. It's like having a favorite boobie. Left boobie, right boobie. They are both boobies. He's kind of spitting, to be honest. We need to get this like quoted and framed somewhere, you know? Maybe in like the bra section of Target or something. Killing turtles so plastic doesn't have to. Looks like I was a little bit too late, as this video was posted 3 years ago, so rest in peace to those turtles, man. I hope they find justice in heaven. I got my first boner from this. How do you even remember where you got your first boner? Like, oh, I remember it like it was yesterday. So the title of this post is, when I was 15, my mom demanded access to my Facebook account to write this post about herself. Thank you, Mom, for all you do for me. You have and always will be the most important person to us. Today, I appreciate you more now than ever, and we are so lucky to have you for a mom. You mean more to us than you'll ever know, and you're all we will ever need by our side. We love you so much. Hold your head high because you are our hero. How can you even feel good about doing this? Like, that's just depressing, man. Are you just pretending so everybody else thinks you guys have like a normal relationship, or what's happening here? What's up, boys? You know, everybody's gotten their Xbox or their PlayStation or their...
What can I make to impress a vegetarian girl? Make Veget Blay. This is true. If you do make a Veget Blay from thin air and you just somehow craft like a pepper or something just out of nothing, you will impress a vegetarian girl. You actually probably impress everybody because that is almost physically impossible. What's up, boys? You guys remember about 2 videos ago when I said there's one way to get famous on YouTube, and that is to do the spell of eating a chip and then pouring a bottle of water on your head and sending it down something on Twitter? Yeah, some people actually did that. I wasn't expecting that to happen. I don't know why, but people actually did it. So, shout out to this kid, I guess. You're kind of just stupid, but I guess it did work. You are YouTube famous now, so... Uh-oh.
Where was it?
There's another Yogscast song.
It has a hat! It's a
Press Enter to enable the narrator.
Shut the fuck up.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! 3, 2, 1, let's go mine down.
3 diamonds, guys. Let's go down here. Oh? Oh?
Oh, no! No! No!
Oh, fuck.
Me falta nada del pico.
I was 9 or 12 when I lost.
No, you liar, bitch.
No, you.
There's no reputation you're gonna hold.
Give up your place so easily, because now...
Opa. Do you see it down there?
Actually,
Here, I'll send you.
It's coming for you.
Probably should put something to indicate.
Dude, I just need a...
I don't want to put it in, I'm scared. That means not scary.
It is a scary song.
Stop. No. We don't need Fulbright. I'm gonna move forward.
Guys, guess what? We have a double chest now.
Dynamic lights.
Oh!
I gotta get a closer look at this fucking thing. Closer look at this.
I'm sorry.
There's more.
Alright, we got a whole well. Oh, hey, there's more.
Ah, kill it! That's why. Just kill it! Don't hit me!
Emerald! We're rich! We're rich! Diamond!
For the fans. You heard me? I said I would fight you. I said I would fight you. You think I won't? Like, get good.
Yeah, that's what profile.
Let's see, was it raining? I'm glad
This out. I'm so fucking scared. I'm so.
Be nice to just put a wall around it so they don't constantly.
Wait!
He's not offline, I'm just retarded.
Put a wall around it so they don't. Be nice to
Stop one moment before disaster. Number 1. The yeet.
put a wall around it so they don't constantly.
He's not offline, I'm just retarded.
I'm getting minged off. There's no one around.
Gun. Ding ding.
To this yellow pit.
What does that say? Destroy for VV back. Okay. Yeah. Alright, I think we should destroy it now. Alright.
Tired of confused.
So, how does this all work? How do villagers read the letters you send to them? Whenever you send a letter off to a villager, there are 7 checks that occur based on the contents of the letter. These checks either add or subtract hidden points, which internally score your letter to elicit an appropriate response. First, the game checks for capital letters and proper punctuation. This is accomplished by looking at every period, question mark, or exclamation point, and checking the next 3 spaces to see if a capital letter occurs. If there is a capital letter within 3 spaces of a punctuation mark, the game awards plus 10 points per occurrence. If there isn't, the game subtracts minus 10 points per occurrence. Further, the end of the letter is also checked to ensure it ends with a period, question mark, or exclamation point. Ending your letter with punctuation gives you plus 20 points. Next, the game checks the beginning of each word for some common trigrams in the English language. A trigram is just a fancy word for a string of 3 characters, and the game has an entire reference table dedicated to these trigrams. The idea here is that the game wants to make sure that you're writing real words, but it's not really feasible to check every word you write and see if it actually exists. So instead, they use these tables of trigrams and cross-reference them at the beginning of each word to cover their bases.
If a word starts with any of these common trigrams, the game will interpret it as valid and increment a counter. At the end of the letter, the total number of proper trigrams that were detected is multiplied by 3 and then added to your letter's total score. The next check simply looks for the first non-space character in the letter to see if it's capital. If your letter starts with a capital, you get plus 20 points, and if not, minus 10 points. Continuing on, the game also scans the letter in search of repeated characters. If any letter of the alphabet is repeated 3 times or more, the game will instantly deduct 50 points and move on to the next check. Here, the game looks at the ratio of space characters to non-space characters. The calculation here is the total number of spaces times 100 divided by the total number of non-spaces. If this number is less than 20, the game will deduct minus 20 points. Otherwise, the game will add 20 points. You might think you can trick the game to divide by 0 here if there's still a letter with spaces, or in other words, include 0 non-space characters, but there's an additional condition where if the letter is full of spaces, the game will just instantly deduct minus 20 points. Moving on, the game also checks if the letter is more than 75 characters long, and if it is, it looks for a punctuation mark within those 75 characters. If there isn't one, the game deducts a whopping 150 points from your letter. In other words, you must include a punctuation mark within the first 75 characters of your letter and not get completely destroyed by a 150 point penalty. Finally, the last check simply delimits the letter into 32 character groupings, looking for at least 1 space per group. The game will deduct minus 20 points per group that does not have a space, so don't ever plan to talk about numinal ultramicroscopic subtotal canconiosis, because you'll run into a minus 20 point penalty for even writing that word. Anyways, those are all of the rules and checks that occur when you send them.
Bombers couldn't see that. What's up, boys? The internet, home to some of the most stupid people on
The wall. So I have to make my own mod thing. Ow. Alright, so we saw what thinkers construct. Oh my god, I'm so smart. The fuck? Alright. What's this? Yo, Sheba! Your dog. B. Oh, there's a tree. There's a hive. Just make some logs, make some crafting table, make some wooden tools. There's some crafting tables on a stick. So let's change our crafting table to the one with a stick. Now let's go to controls, crafting, open crafting table, Control G, key, Control plus G. There's only one. Cool. Alright, now I can open my crafting table. There's more Shebas? Dude, this restaurant has iron and Shebas for some reason. I don't even know why Shebas are here. Alright, this is a cave rich with iron. Let me just get some cobble. Let me make some sticks. Getting an upgrade. Cool. Well, that's good. Now we have light. Now we can see. Alright, there's more iron there. So let's bridge there. Gotta make sure the ore is safe so that it does not fall down and my resources I'm gonna collect is gone. Alright, more iron. Alright, pretty good restart. Think it's construct. Oh, look at these Shebas. I think I spawned on a garbage biome, but hey, at least there's Shebas. Like how many Shebas? And yes, they're actually called Shebas. Sheba from Quark, the mod that adds a lot of different stuff, like and changes some stuff. They do not add the bees. Bees were added in old version of Minecraft. What your carrots? Hey, give me your carrots. Alright, we got some carrots. We have some iron. Let's try to find more iron. Osmium? Yeah, osmium. Wow. Five osmium. That's not a lot. Okay. At least a bit. Lava? That goes straight into the cave. First things first, let's craft the gravel. Wait, can you take this? Okay, cool, we have a flint. Now how do we get down? Alright, I think I know how. And it requires us to go up. So you have power and you're on it. Let's get some copper. Oh, let's get some extra for now. Oh no, I took a damage. Oh, that's fine. I have food. I'm just gonna find some. Ooh. What makes it? That's a forest. Right. I go there and do some crafting. Let's make a furnace so that I can, well, cook some food when I have. Sheep. We're gonna add an extra mod because I think it's like there's not a lot, to be honest. I'm just gonna add a single one. Give ah yes, fat lady. The ate water, the lava, the volcano. So yeah. Big cats. Oh, SOL. God edition. Yeah. So for a lot, every type of food I eat, I get more health.
I am placing blocks and shit cause I'm in the fucking Minecraft. I am placing blocks and shit cause I'm in fucking Minecraft. Oh my god! Is that fucking pig? Because I'm fucking Steve! I am fucking Steve. Fuck yeah. I am building shit. I am fucking sick. Yes, indeed.
Subway Surfers is the most popular mobile game of all time, more than 4 billion downloads. I decided to absolutely ruin it by turning it into a horror game. Turning a cute little mobile game into a horror game is not easy. I mean, the only thing that's scary about Subway Surfers is the body proportions of the security guard. Like, why is there so much distance between his legs?
Oh, hell no.
So as the first thing, I'm gonna ask AI to give me some ideas. Just a new Unity project. I started I placed 3 rectangles into the scene that represent railways. I put some extremely realistic trains on them, and then created a script that makes the player always go forwards. So currently the game lacks the main mechanic, which is switching lanes. So I edited the script, and now we can switch lanes like a real G. And why am I holding a bread? The movement feels very linear, just like the graph of my getting history, which is constantly a 0. To fix this problem, I added headlock to the game. Now your head move is wrong. I also had a jump and slide. Can you believe that? I know you should also jump and slide, but I pray to God, keep working hard, and maybe one day you can. Okay, now I need to change these ugly prototype models with real. I opened up a 3D modeling software to make an abandoned train model. But then I realized that I suck at 3D modeling because what the frick is this? So I opened up Sketchfab and searched for some free train models because I'm broke as hell. And I found this 3D scan of an abandoned boxcar with 1.3 million vertices, which will cook my PC and start a fire in my house. I also found this thing called buffer, which is apparently used to stop trains. I used it as an obstacle to jump over because why not? Now I have some alternative obstacle ideas. I think I'm gonna go with the buffer. Then I made AI make this rusty signboard, which fits the horror theme of the game, and this railway model, which actually looks quite decent. And if you didn't know, yes, AI now makes 3D models as well. We are fucked. Finally, I downloaded this ground texture from Sketchfab and imported all of them into the scene. Here's how the game looks so far. It looks nice, but it's not scary though. I need to make it look like my life, so it's actually scary. I changed the default skybox with a night skybox, and then removed all the lights in the scene because, as George Washington once said, horror games must be dark. Now I can see shit, so I added a flashlight because a horror game without a flashlight is not a real horror. The sides of the railways are empty. The game needs some environment design. I went to Sketchfab and found this model that has multiple scary trees. Like there is some trees without leaves, but it looks scary. I don't care. Then I stole this volumetric fog system from a horror game I'm working on. It's called The Last Table. The link is in the comments if you want to check the Steam page. So I placed these trees into the scene and then added some volumetric fog. Finally, it started to look like a horror game. Now it's time for the most important thing, and that is enemies, or ops, as me and my homies call them in Compton. Gang. Subway Surfers doesn't really have any enemies outside this cutie patootie. But since I'm turning it into a horror game, I have to add some. I searched for some scary models that I can steal. I mean, use. And I found some SCP models that also had some cool animations. I guess he's on a mental breakdown right now. You okay, buddy?
I'm not having a mental breakdown, little bro. I just dropped my phone on my face.
Bro, looks like if Minecraft Skeleton and Slenderman had a baby. So I added this thing into the game. Oh my god, look at this dude posture, bro. He's evolving back to a shrimp. Then I replaced the fatty patootie from the original game with this extremely good-looking police officer. You should start a skincare routine, man. Like, I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, and you should stop disappointing your parents. Like you're 22 with no real job, bro, and Yo Goofy has still got only 3,000 subscribers. Like, come on, IG, even my grandma's TikTok account is bigger than your channel. Like, what are you talking about?
Currently, we don't have a way to fight the enemy, so I found this amazing shotgun model with arms. It's a very detailed model that allows you to control anything. It comes with animations. I decided to make the necessary animations myself. Then I added a muzzle flash and a shotgun sound effect, and now we have a working shotgun. Head that, you little piece of shit. The enemies vanish into thin air when you shoot them. To fix that, we need some animations. What the dog doing? I downloaded 3 animations from Mixer and made a system for it. So every time you shoot an enemy, one of these animations play randomly, adding variety to the game. What happened? Told no. Next thing I'm gonna do is adding some jump scares. This is the model I'm gonna be using for the jump scare. Oh, what a heartwarming smile this guy has. The last time we brushed his teeth, people were still playing Among Us. Y'all remember the mask mandates? That wasn't for COVID, that was for him. So I got this model and made a system. Every time you run right next to a train, there's a 10% chance that this thing will jump in front of you to scare the shit out of you. I also found something called the train eater. I honestly don't have any idea on what it is and why it exists, but I use it anyways. Hello, what are you doing here, dude? I actually made a special level for these train eaters. All the lanes are full of bullets to collect. Train eaters spawn in 2 randomly selected lanes, and they come at you at full speed. There's no way to kill them, so you have to avoid them by switching the lane. Subway Surfers has endless gameplay, so we need a system that procedurally generates the game as the player moves. I don't even know what procedurally means. Huh? I said it because it makes me sound smart. Since it's a little bit complex and I'm lazy as shit, I asked AI to do it for me. I got a lot of stuff to do, man. I can really use some help. ChatGPT is a little rude, so I made it myself by using my incredible coding skills. And now the game generates itself as you move forward. The game is currently a silent film with almost no sound effects. This is illegal if you're making a horror game. I started by adding sound effects for player movements, and now the player makes noises when they jump and slide. I also added some footstep and breathing sounds to make the chase feel more realistic. I added some disturbing sounds for the enemies. The security doesn't make any sounds while chasing us, so I gave him a few terrifying lines to shout from behind us. Keep running, it makes the hunt more fun. Then I designed a scary sound effect for the train eaters. And last but not least, I added the chase music to increase the tension. I think there's nothing left to do, so here's some gameplay. Let's go.
Keep running, it makes the hunt more fun. Every time you blink, I get closer.
Ready to unlock.
Subway Surfers is the most popular mobile game of all.
What happened to you, Jack?
How many pickles can you shove up your ass?
None.
The body was found in shields, and I was seeing purple running around the body and not reported.
Okay, hold on, let me tell you. Hold on. Okay, first off, my mother always told me, if it don't involve you, you mind your fucking business. Okay, so now listen.
That's a pretty good point.
I was walking by, okay, let me tell you what happened. I was walking by, and the motherfucker was dead. What it got to do with me? Somebody whacked him. It's not my problem.
Oh,
Oh shit. Hey.
Fucking go down. You can look at the Yeah. I'm stuck. I can't get
Oh, that's convenient.
Ball stuck. This is working. Ball stuck. Ball stuck. My bones were melted into the fucking metal because of you.
And amidst the commotion, I make my way up top. Right. I'm awake and I'm tired. If you're staying there, stay safe. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Pick it up, man. I can't breathe. I got you. Hold on. Gonna be able to the bow off. You put that shit up. Oh, whoa. What? What are you doing? Oh my god. It's my turn now. I better do that. Oh my god. Guys, we're in the lobby. I stomach. South Carolina, if we had in-school suspension, we would have to watch the special class clean the lunch tables. I felt like I was watching a nature documentary, honestly.
I did not like when they started mating, I can tell you that. Shit got violent. The wild downy mounts the oldest.
Oh my god. Give me that bro fucking.
Between 20 years, this one, he's got plain milk on his maw and he's ready to kill him.
The handlers attempt to wrangle up the man. He's inconsolable. He likes the chicken tenders. This spelled disaster for the handlers.
But he couldn't spell disaster.
You have above, watch all.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, come on! I like to care. Like particle? Wasn't a sheep that can murder straight up? Alright, sword. Total. There's no many maps, so you don't know where you're going. I'm not gonna add one. I can add one, but I'm not. Oh, cave? Oh. Oh, dat is ook zo'n raw mutton. Ten. Oh. I ate good food. The more I eat more food that is new, the more good I get more HP. I have a cat, and cat can make food book. Alright, some zinc. Oh, I need an iron pickaxe. That's all of this zinc I can't collect. What this? You're not a tree. We need more food. I want more HP so that I can survive more mobs, so that I'm stronger. Shibas. What? Yo, pigs! I'm gonna kill off the pigs. How do I get up? Cow. Bovine. Alright, Croc must have added the new mob. Letter? What? 2 HP? Yes, sir. No. Let's cook some foods. There we go, we have steak. So we have some food. And I have 2 extra HP. So I'm slightly stronger than you. With 2 extra HP, to be honest. I'm might be dumber actually. Let's cook some iron. I am the furnace. Yo, barbecue? Stuffed potato? Steak and milk? Stuffed potato. What? Milk bottle? Clear. Yes. Clears a singular effect. Alright, we have hardware. Wait, card is a food. If I kill card, I can get some extra hearts. Right, let's get some card. Or salmon. Sorry, salmon. Dude, the salmon. Bonk. 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 How do I make string? Milling wool. Milling wood. Wool. Yeah, that's something good, to be honest. Like, I don't want to grind a lot just so that I can literally get a singular. I can get I get ladder. I get leather, which is a lot, to be honest, in here. As a more. Give me more. You speedy. You die. Thank you for your free. A card. Like a singular card. Let's go some cows for some food. Extra food and strength. Get over here. Alright, I need some zinc, which requires a lot. But currently I have a bucket which will let me go down into the caves and mine. It's bullshit. Yeah, right click again. Tactical fishing. The car is just looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing? Please. The nether mechanism. Clear the dark spot with the help of a Sheba. A complete catalog. Cat, kitties. Hey God, I don't know how I. Ooh, cave. Ooh, entrance. Ooh, disappointment. Ooh, and it's like. Are you kidding? It's me a cave and cliff. Will I get 19 in this site? Now let's turn 2 pieces into nuggets. No. Oh. Right. Video off. Chat. Cargo can make stuff, including a millstone. Just make a millstone now. Now we need logs. Oh, it's not disappointment. I just did not see it. And it thinks it's a disappointment. Boom. Inside, cargo, millstone. We have create already. We can't do this. Alright, let's eat the wool. Let's make some backpack. I'm getting a bit hungry. Alright, let's make a chest. And this chest will be coupled with some leather, some string. Okay, there we go, backpack. Now we have a backpack for everything. Now I have extra slots to put some stuff. Wait, I have no defense. Let's make a shield, which is probably like goes down and down. The granite tunnels. There's your end. Oh. Let's get some iron. There's a glow icon. Yeah, that was a glow icon. So yeah, I'm doing hard for my own thingy. Shadow. The Shadow. Moon Lord? If you kill a Moon Lord, then how does Moon the HP, let's go. Dear God. The fuck? 5. More rice. Is it pumpkin? Cabbage? Oh, I have to put everything there. Hey, at least I have gunmetal. We got a man in a cave. Hop. Mythologie. Oh, Gott. Want to give me coal? Me on a call. I have, I have 6 HP, better than your average, low HP. Anyways, gunmetal. Gunmetal makes gunmetal ingots, which then makes guns. Yeah, I added guns to this, the Minecraft. Like, who wants guns? Me, because of how good it is. To be honest, yes, you need guns. Minecraft needs guns. No more kid-friendly title. Instead, just violence and violence and violence and killing those dumb creepers completely. Anyway, let's make some new armor, such as this dumbass iron legging. Yes, I'm actually using this because I suck at Minecraft and I need armor. Yeah, I know, you can do that. Also, your game got a bit of updates, and also the lobby got changed. Like, every area was changed a little bit because of a little bug where you push off the enemy, you just get a kill. So yeah. Also, somebody new played, which was for some reason somehow one of my friends, and I gave him admin. He cannot destroy your entire game. You just can kill people. Anyways, uranium. Yeah, uranium. Uranite. Can I eat a uranium? Use uranite. Making some reactor. That's thin. You know, it's white and it's not silver. I also have Jeremy, the fish. Jeremy. Yes, I'm calling him Jeremy. We're getting a lot of stuff. So I added, I have 47 mods. I have actually all this because, yes, 82 so that, well, I can put like, look. 82. Add applied. Look, nether quartz tools. Nether quartz. Nether quartz. Wait. Computer. Open. Come. Oh, that's enough. That's enough MC. What's this? Hell's Opera RB Opera GX? Cool. Anyways, join the game. Join random RPG. You will like what you do. Oh.
Hey everybody, Andy.
Hello everybody, my name is Eric, and today we're gonna be looking at the Turtle Utility Pack. Now this was a completely legitimate Minecraft Pocket Edition client. Now I don't mean like a hack client, I mean like how there's Optifine. This was basically an optimization for Minecraft Pocket Edition and Bedrock Edition. Well, unfortunately, what I'm guessing happened, and we'll check that in a second, is their domain was taken over by malicious actors, so we can go here. Now this looks a lot like a malicious GitHub in that there's no source code here, and it's just telling you you want to install it, you should go to turtleclient.xyz and click the download button. After that, you should go through the setup, and then you'll see the Turtle clients installed. And then we can install it like that, and then console, you get it from there, and then okay. And it's free software, and these guys' information is here. Now I'm gonna give a huge disclaimer, don't witch on these people, don't bother these people. I don't think these people had anything to do with it. I think what happened is their domain expired and someone took it over. So what happens if we go to this site? Now you may immediately be getting suspicion. Now I've seen a couple versions of this. A Discord member got a Cloudflare themed version. Here we've got reCAPTCHA, and that does actually go to the Google reCAPTCHA site. But if we click I'm human, perfect, you're verified and ready to go. Oh, that's different. Okay, so I actually got a different hit this time. So what's happened then, I think, is a malicious ad network has taken over this domain. And as a result, we're now getting very different results than what we should be getting. I did actually just run the Who Is, and it's not expired. So what either happened is this went to a domain auction. Now let's just put this MSIX file up on VirusTurtle. I can't actually run it on this computer because it doesn't have the right. This is an LTSC build of Windows which doesn't support MSIX. But we could get an idea. Oh, nothing super sketch so far. Let's take a closer look at this. The way the MSIX files work is they actually have a virtual file system that goes in, is designed like this, and this is where it would go if you actually ran the installer. Now I don't like the fact that this netcode file hasn't, this doesn't have any textures. I don't like the fact that when I ran it nothing happens, although it is in my tray. Okay, this is just adware. But this time we got kind of lucky. And what's interesting is when we try it with a different browser, we get different results. So what's happening here, and I'm going to try...
Yeah, but it's the only way you go to Apple. Well, it's possible if you are you only obvious pro RBS can do this. Noobs. Just look on stream. Look, it's possible. Just gonna spam and spam and spam and this is how you do it.
Your mom is so ugly.
Limo. Yeet.
so ugly. Your mom is so ugly. Your mom is so ugly. She made an onion cry. Ugly. She made an onion cry.
To explodieren. No. We were lucky. Oh, yeah. Fly off. Apple.
mama's so ugly. He made an onion fry. Live!
Still from.
Live!
Voici une montre connectée.
Subscribe and join the notification squad! Yo mama! Yo mama's so fat! She doesn't fit in a Yo mama video! You know the dimensions are only 16 by 9? You know, you're too fat! The horse on her polo shirt is real! Get me down from here! Her belly button gets home 15 minutes before she does! Oh, mama's so fat! Dracula sucked her blood. He got diabetes! 1, 2, type 2 diabetes! Wait, that's not funny. She asked for a waterbed. They put a blanket over the Atlantic Ocean. When she climbed into a monster truck, it became a lowrider. Yo, mama's so fat! Dracula sucked her blood. He got diabetes! 1, 2, type 2 diabetes! Wait, that's not funny. She doesn't need internet. She's already worldwide! When she sat on the iPod, she made the iPad! Yeah! Google created the Google Mama to explore her. Okay, now zoom out. 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 Jesus! Yo, Mama's so fat! She's on both sides of the family, and the reunions take place on her ass! Jabba the Hutt said, she fed an entire zombie apocalypse!
They ate the whole left side of her body, Carl. She's all right now. All right, Carl.
Yo, Mama's so fat! She got arrested for carrying 10 pounds of crap! Just get in the freaking care! She's a map on Call of Duty. He broke the 256 block limit on Minecraft!
The servers are crashing!
Mama's so freaking fat! Her splash attack does damage! In Pokemon Go, she was marked as a Pokestop! Bears hide their food from her! Oh shit, boo-boo! She's coming! Hide the picnic basket! Snorlax evolves into her!
Snorlax.
Yo, Mom is so fat! When she wears her yellow raincoat, people yell out, Dixie! Yo, Mom is so fat! She puts on her belt with a boomerang. The cops use her as a roadblock.
Get out of the car! Get out of the freaking car! That's a great job you did back there, Shirley.
Yo, Mom is so fat! When she goes to the zoo, elephants throw peanuts at her!
Hey, Daddy!
The sorting hat assigned her to the house of pancakes! She went out in a green bikini. Come on, guys! Yo, Mom is so fat! When she fell in love, she broke it! Every time she turns around, it's her birthday! People jog around her for exercise. She had to be baptized at SeaWorld. What I'm trying to say is your mother's a whale. A whale of a good time, yeah! Yo, Mom is so fat! Even Dora couldn't explore her. She wakes up on both sides of the bed. Half of her is in a parallel universe. Damn, girl! Come over here, huh? Yo, Mom is so fat! Her cereal bowl comes with a lifeguard. When she stepped on a scale, it read my phone number. Yeah, hit him in the face! Punch him in the dick! Yo, talk to me. When Pennywise saw her, he said,
We all fucked out here. Except for you. You can't even fit in the sewer.
Yo, Mom is so fat. When she plays Undertale, the humans use her as the barrier.
She asked me to make her thin.
But
it was far beyond my power.
When Nappa asked how much she weighed, Vegeta said, It's over 9,000! What? Naruto couldn't make enough shadow clones to surround her. Mama's so fat. She takes selfies in panorama mode, Darth Vader. Couldn't even force choke her. When she went to school, she sat next to the whole class.
Oh, come on, guys. She's not that fat. Oh my god, she killed Kenny!
You bastard! Yo Mama's so fat! When she stepped on a scale, it was Jake Paul's subscriber count. When she sat on Walmart, she lowered the prices. When she went outside, everyone shouted, Giant! Yeah, I'm gonna be a little late. Yo Mama's so fat! When she died, she broke the stairway to heaven. Even her clothes have stretch marks. Yo Mama's so fat! When she plays Overwatch, Tracer can't even teleport all the way around her. The Flash tried to run around her. He died before he could even get halfway. Run, baby, run! You're the fastest man alive!
Flash is so good!
Flash! Flash, come in! Are you still picking up those chicken wings? Flash! Flash! No! I'm hungry! I'm Batman.
Yo Mama's so fat! When she played Candyland, she ate the board game! Her school pictures were taken by a satellite! Yo Mama's so fat! Even Kirby can't eat her!
Okay, he's pink and he does a lot of sucking. Pretty gay.
Don't you talk shit about Kirby! I don't care if he's pink, he's freaking badass! Yo Mama's so fat that she needs cheat codes for Wii Fit! Last time she saw 90210 was on a scale! Where's 2 watches? 1 for each time zone she's in. She's now a national landmark. Congratulations! Yo Mama's so fat! When she made a PS3 account, the entire network crashed! She jumped up in the air and got stuck. When she bungee jumps, the bridge breaks. She volunteered as tribute for the Hunger Games because she thought it was an eating competition. Yeah, all right, District 2 all the way. Yeah. Oh, you have a spoon. Yo Mama's so fat. When she went on a diet, she ended world hunger. Not even Superman can lift her. I am not even. Yo Mama's so fat. The first time she played Nitomo Drop, she collected all the prizes. Donald Trump used her as the border wall. Cupid Gross couldn't pierce her.
I'm giving it all I've got!
Oh, hey there. Character. He tried to tweak her weight. She ran out of characters. Guys, in Call of Duty, the player gets a 5-person kill streak. When she joined Discord, she crashed the entire server. No. She's a citizen of every country. She's back, and she's bigger. Los Santos es muy... What's new? Yeah. Now that's a lady. Yo mom is so fat! Stephen Hawking based his black hole theory on her asshole. When she walked by the TV, you missed the entire show. Yo, mama is so fat. In Steven Universe, she's a fusion of all the gems.
Whoa! A giant woman!
I am never doing that again.
Yo, mom is so fat! When she played Five Nights at Freddy's, Freddy found her and couldn't fit her in the costume. She jumped into a pool. NASA found water on Mars. Yo, mom is so fat! She's Miley Cyrus's wrecking ball. We were Yo, mamma mia! She was so fat. In Super Mario Galaxy, she was a freaking planet. She's the reason why the Earth is freaking flat. When she joined Team 10, they became Team 10. Oh, even Kirby can't eat her.
There's a lot of sucking.
Kirby couldn't find the way around her life. In Indiana Jones, she was the boulder. After years of searching, I finally found the legendary lost Twinkie. Careful. Oh, shit! Pictured her in my head. She broke my neck. When she sat on a rainbow, she made Skittles. When she spawns an agar.io, she's instantly number 1. I'm gonna eat you, I'm gonna eat you, I'm gonna eat everyone. Whoa, 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 what is that? Whoa, come on! Why? Yo, mom is so fat. When she plays Super Smash Brothers, she's the frickin' stage. The only letters she knows are K, F, C. Not even the Hulk could smash her. Hulk smash! She beat Galactus in a world eating contest.
How is this even possible? Stop it! Stop! You're eating everything! Even I know my limits!
Yo, mama's so fat. When she played Mario Kart, she crossed the finish line before the race even started. When she plays Fortnite, she farts out the door. She didn't fit in the upside down.
Pizza!
Yo, mama's so fat. When she logs into Roblox, she crashes all the servers. When she plays Hello Neighbor, she takes up the entire neighborhood. Her farts cause global warming. Sexy ass. Ugh. Yo, mama's so fat. She drinks from Cuphead. Bendy couldn't cover her with ink. Cyborg from Teen Titans Go couldn't process her freaking weight. Yo, mama's so fat. When she posted a naked picture of herself online, she literally broke the internet. Miss Kardashian, the results are in.